multiple falls and might not realize, and the
Yes.
caregiver. So, we have to examine them a lot and also look for altered personality. If their personality change, then we should look for that cause. Maybe they do have, and like you said, it's very important to make sure look for warning signs. If it's your worst headache, yes, it's concerning. Same stands for, if the headache is associated with neuroscience, like they're getting numbness persistent or loss of speech, which can also happen with complicated migraine, but each were worrisome. Same, dizziness or different aura or different symptoms, and that always bring concern whether it's something else going on. And not to mention with COVID now, headache is one of the symptoms with
Yes.
fever. So fever, headache points towards infection. And we're talking also about all other kinds where they can have even sleep apnea, and then that would cause some of
Yes.
the headache problems for a lot of patients. We get manifestation recurrent headaches, and those are also. Then there is also variety with sinuses. You can have chronic sinusitis, and they can get a CT scan and see if it's a sinus is an issue. I think most common confusion I get from patients is about sinuses versus migraine. So, and I'm sure you see that too.
Yes.
So a lot of time they will say we have actually sinusitis, but actually they have migraines or vice versa. So those we see. So tell us also about some of those um, headaches, what are the treatments or what are the common factors that can make it worse?
So if I have to pick up another kind of headache,
Hmm.
that would be probably temporal arteritis,
Yeah. Hmm.
which is an inflammation, and it gets people when they're older. Young people rarely get temporal arteritis, and it's a serious condition. It's a severe headache, and it's the inflammation of the blood vessel. And problem is the type of headache that if you don't do nothing and suffer at home, you can end up with having a blindness in one eye, and then you can lose the other eye too. So you can go completely blind if you're not treated. It is very simple to test. You do a blood test to see whether you have inflammation. You can do the biopsy of the blood vessel, and you can tell that you have a temporal arteritis. If biopsy report is not conclusive, you still treat them as severely as if he has the disease. Treatment is high dose steroid, then continue for several months, then try to taper off to see whether headache gets better or not. And you also follow their blood level for like a CRP or SED rate, which will give you some clue that the disease is getting dormant or not. These people also complain that, I have a pain, sometimes one side or both side, or they have a jaw pain from chewing. That's the one clue that we always ask. Do you have a jaw pain when you eat? And they will say, yes, I do. And it might help you to diagnose it quickly and not just treating them with the ibuprofen or Tylenol, because it is a serious disease. Nobody should miss it because complication is very drastic and life-changing. Another thing that we also see called trigeminal neuralgia. It's a sharp pain on the one side of the head and can also get in the face, and it is triggered with like if you brush your teeth and all of a sudden you have a severe pain, and or chewing, you have a severe pain in like a knife going through your head. Usually those are temporal arteritis, and you have to make sure that it's not temporal arteritis, and also you have to do a scan of the brain to make sure there's not a tumor pushing on the trigeminal neuralgia. If that is the case, it's a surgical issue. Otherwise, you can treat with a medicine to control. Only 30% people will actually need surgery because nothing will help. And so you have to make sure that it's not trigeminal neuralgia, and you try all the medication like a Tegretol or a Dilantin, Depakote, and there's a lot of medication nowadays you can use it, and it all has some efficacy. So if you diagnose, treat them well, because it is not a little pain. People will just be in agony. Another cause for agony in the people is called post-herpetic neuralgia. If you have a shingle, and not everybody will have a shingle, but people who had a chickenpox when as a kid, usually they didn't get a vaccine or something like that, they will have, some people will have actually a recurrence of the infection that they had in the spinal cord and going all the way to the nerve. So you'll see the blisters on the skin, they're called dermatomes. And pain is severe. And when you have a shingle for no reason, you have to make sure that from some reason your immune system is not down. So those people tend to get, if some of the cancer, like a lymphoma, first thing probably you'll know that patient had a shingle. Then HIV, people have a transplant, the immune system is depressed, or getting a chemotherapy. These are all risk factors for a recurrence of shingle. And you can get a shingle shot, and nowadays it's almost 98% efficacy. So everybody should get a shingle shot if you didn't have a shingle yet. Even if you have shingle, you still can get it, because you don't want to have a pain from shingle, because this post-herpetic neuralgia is excruciating. That's probably all the headache issues that people get as they get older. If you want me to summarize, I can give you some tips now.
Yeah, go ahead. And I think it'll be good that for audience, since we are approaching towards the last few minutes to summarize, so let's tell them. And also for migraine, also it can run in families. If you have family history, there's more likely chance you will get headache.
Yes.
And then triggers of migraine, those are also, I see, that we worry about those a lot sometimes, though can happen with the problem with migraine. So those are always a concern. So, that could be a family history, or it could be there's some triggers. Certain people eat Chinese food, or maybe their sugar is too high, or they eat gluten that can trigger those headaches. So that they have to be careful with those triggers. Yes, go ahead and let's summarize for audience sake.
To summarize, you have to find out whether this is serious or not. Everybody gets headache and gets better. There are 7 signs that you should probably remember when somebody having a headache and whether it's serious or not. Number 1 is suddenness. If you never had a headache and all of a sudden you have a severe headache, it is not good. Or if you tell that, my God, I have the worst headache of my life, even if you had a headache before, then it's a clue that probably should be taking it very seriously. If you are a blood thinner and you had a fall and have a headache, yes, you should be careful that something serious is not happening. It may have time or days before you'll know that something really bad is happening. So if you get it early, you can fix it. Another problem will be if you have an immune system issues, then you are at risk for
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we have an excellent guest, Jackie. And let's welcome Jackie from Ohio. How are you?
Hi, thank you. I'm well, thanks. And you?
Good, good. So tell us about how are things in Ohio?
Things are good. We're all surviving the pandemic, like many, I'm sure. So, but all in all, things are really well. We're starting to sort of learn to live with the pandemic and open up and move on. So it's getting much more back to normal.
Back to normal.
Mm-hmm.
And so tell us about our audience, what do you do, and then we'll go from there.
Yes. So I am the founder and editor-in-chief of Haute Ohio Magazine, which is a magazine that focuses mainly on Midwest fashion talent. We are 100% inclusive, and I am very focused on that in every endeavor I do in the fashion industry. So size, age, gender, none of that makes a difference to me. It's more about what's the beautiful inside of you. I'm also the founder and producer of Ohio Fashion Week. I am a model manager at Discovered Model Scouting and Management. We call it DMSM. And I am a degreed commercial photographer, which is actually my first incarnation as a fashion editorial photographer.
Okay, wow, that's amazing that you have so many things you try to manage. So tell us about some of your experience with fashion, where it's heading now and where we are in.
Most of my experience in fashion has been pretty much what everyone would expect. It's very myopic in what they consider to be beautiful. But I think things are changing considerably in the industry. Although the mainstream industry is changing slowly, it is changing. But I think a lot of the off mainstream, like secondary markets, are beginning to really embrace 100% inclusivity so that we can really show the beauty and confidence in everybody, in men, women, children, everybody.
And that is the important concept, that's true. So fashion or those industries for everyone, it doesn't matter that you're making certain amount that you have to be fashionable. You can be simple and fashionable, and art doesn't have to be expensive.
That's exactly true.
And that is, I think, the basics of, and I see that also happening in, certain celebs actually are trying to wear something cheaper, and they even advertise that we are doing in certain figures, and because they want to promote, that anyone can do any fashion. So that is the beauty I see where the trend is going. There was a time when they were on the other side and they were trying to do only. So the fashion is not equivalent to expense. Let's put it that way, right?
That's very true. Yes, there's a fashion and couture designer for every budget. So yes.
Okay. So where do you find, with current situation? I'm sure the COVID has really hit all the industries. So the fashion industry, I'm sure, is affected badly too, right?
Yes, we have been significantly impacted, but not to the extent that some industries have. So we're very blessed in that respect, because we can easily is probably not true, but we can make the change and transition to virtual much less complicated than some other industries. So while, for instance, New York Fashion Week just occurred, normally everybody would have flown to New York and we would have all been there, and it would have been a huge, week of just show after show after show. So this time it was scaled down. There was a very limited number of shows, and the shows that were there were mostly virtual online. So only the models themselves or the designers were actually in physical proximity to each other.
Okay, oh, that's good, because I remember in Italy when it was bad. Actually, what started was a fashion show. That was the super spreader, and then after that, they really went downhill. So I'm glad they were careful this time. So tell me about some of those average person fashion tips. Anyone can do that.
Well, the first thing to do is you have to find the beauty within yourself and the self-confidence. If it doesn't matter what size you are, you can be the quintessential model and be 6 foot tall and a size 2. If you don't feel beautiful in what you're wearing, then you don't look beautiful in what you're wearing. Mm-hmm. So I think that the first and foremost tip that I would give out to everybody is to find clothes that make you feel beautiful from the inside out.
Mm-hmm. And that is true. So the beauty basically is your self-confidence and your love for yourself in terms of appreciation, your body and yourself, so you feel comfortable in your skin. And it doesn't matter, what you're wearing, right? So that's the first.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Mm-hmm.
And also, it's very important, and that's one of our passion too, is lifestyle. We always tell that first feel blessed or being that in that state that we feel blessed, that we are blessed with. Everybody is blessed with things, and things some people have and some don't, which is normal. Everybody has their strength and weakness. But the question is, we feel blessed towards what we are blessed with or things we have. And then, so we are thankful that we can move around, we can see each other, we can talk. Imagine with COVID, with small things which were, we used to take granted every day. It's gone.
Yes.
So I'm sure people feel, okay, wait a minute, is gone, totally gone. Nobody thought 2 years ago this will be life. Okay. So simple hug, simple going, simple.
Mm-hmm.
And it is interesting that before COVID, we had this situation where people will basically be on their phone or all the time and not talk to each other and still. Mm-hmm. And now we are forced to be on telly, like we are doing, and then we say, "Oh, it's so boring" and all this, but we were doing that. So at that time when we had option, we didn't do that. But now we don't have option. We feel, oh my God, this is the worst thing.
That is very true. Maybe we'll all come out a little bit smarter in the end.
Yeah, or more appreciative and more appreciative of family, friends.
Yes.
And I always say, imagine we have some of these patients, I see all the time in the hospital, and they're lonely and nobody can visit them and so forth. So I'm sure they're thinking of the time they had with their loved ones, and when they didn't communicate or didn't ask, didn't check on them, or didn't tell them I love you, and probably now they are by themselves,
Mm-hmm.
And that those are the harsh realities, but I'm sure COVID kind of made us learn all that, right?
Yes, I think that's true, and I think that's a good thing that's coming out of it.
Yeah. So I think, tell me 2020 with impact of COVID on fashion, what will be later? I'm sure it's going through a lot of transition right now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, fashion is going through a huge transition, like everything is. Like I said, we're moving much more towards virtual shows and virtual ordering. Mm-hmm. Websites are getting to be much more sophisticated, so that there's more detail of the garments that are being offered. I think we're all kind of optimistic that 2021 is going to be a little bit more relaxed, and that we might actually be able to have some shows because people really want to get out and do things. Of course, we would still have to be dealing with social distancing and protocols that are safer for everyone. But I think there's a little bit of a hope that maybe by spring we'll be able to be holding some small shows here and there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, and so tell me some of your favorite fashion icons you like to.
Well, my all-time icon is Chanel. Coco Chanel is just the epitome of grace, and and creativity. She just sparked a whole world that wasn't available to women. So she opened doors for everyone. So she's professionally and iconically important to me. Of course, Jackie O. I am definitely a classic type dresser. I like things that are very, very stylish and elegant, but have a little twist to them. So Jackie O is sort of my grace icon as well.
Okay, so those are, so the Jackie O, I think, of course, is a legend always and will be always legend. What about anybody, today's world more?
Today's world, I would definitely, my personal affinity is for Alexander McQueen's lines. I think that house just pushes the envelope. They take classic styles and silhouettes, but they totally add a punch of the unexpected to almost every single garment. So I like that individuality, and it takes somebody who's strong in their own person to be able to wear something that's a little bit different than everybody else is wearing. So I love Alexander McQueen.
So they mix, kind of reprocess a little bit old themes into the newer version, and kind of, that's what you're saying.
His style, well, the house, because of course he's passed on now, but his house leans more towards a little touch of rock and roll, a little touch of goth. It's just really, it's really trending. And now, I mean, it just, I think really is the epitome of what the 2020 woman wants to be wearing.
Okay, so that's the kind of deal with that. Okay, so tell me some of the changes which will bring in especially with the dresses for both men and women with COVID.
Well, we have made a huge transition in the magazine. Normally, when we do the castings for our issues, we have a very large collective photo shoot so that everyone can meet each other and network, which is a huge part of my focus as well, is helping each other along the steps. So since COVID, I've had to scale back significantly. So that's been a huge change, is doing one-on-one photo shoots as opposed to, larger shoots where everyone gets to know each other. So I'm hoping that that'll change a little bit back to normal so that we can at least do smaller gathering photo shoots, because it's important to me to share share experiences, because we work with brand new people who've never done this before, just kind of wondered if they could do it, all the way up to experienced models and designers. And so it's important to sort of get together and feed off each other.
Okay, yeah, and that is another important thing. Is also tell me a little bit about some of the, with fashion industry, we've seen some more trends to inclusivity of different races and diversity. What do you think with current changes and those, that's going to be helpful?
Well, I think that, as I said earlier, I think that the secondary markets are a little bit quicker to embrace that whole concept than maybe the primary markets are. But for us in the Midwest, and especially at Hood Ohio and at Ohio Fashion Week, we are focused on that. We actually seek out people who are unique and alternative to the typical model, because we do try to showcase the beauty in everyone. And not that we don't work with typical models, because we certainly do, but we do try to highlight the beauty in everyone. So we do kind of seek non-traditional. We have LGBTQ, we have men, we have kids, we have plus, we have petite. We work with all sizes, all challenges. We have some challenge models. None of that is a concern to me. The concern to me is, are you interested in learning how to do this? And then we can offer the opportunity to you.
And that is also important, that we don't want to prototype fashion to certain specs and so forth, and say that person, or either male or female, has to be like that so to be considered fashion. If fashion can be any size, and it could be any age or any color or anything, but it has to come down to, I'm sure things right now where things are is going to transition to that, but it's going to take a little bit of time actually.
Yeah.
So I see also on the awards actually, this year was a little better. I mean, not because of COVID, but I'm saying inclusivity, there are some more. But I think probably with time, we will probably, but unfortunately, that's true, is that at the top level is still far off from kind of where it should be, right?
Absolutely true. Yes.
Okay, and I think with that, we keep, putting more, and then gradually it will get where it should be. It'll take time. Nothing will happen overnight. But the direction has to be clear, and we have to encourage a lot of diversity and creativity, personality. Very new artists, very, very creative, and we do TV shows, and we have TV channel, and I'm so amazed with some of these artists, and they send us videos and concepts, and I said, wow, how come you're not into mainstream? Because very, very creative, and with those designs, amazing paintings, poetry, anything you talk about, stories. So I think that's so true.
Having a platform, I mean, that's part of what I created this whole sort of fashion empire for, is to give a platform to artists, to designers, to textile artists, models, hair and makeup stylists, to people who are in the industry who want to showcase their talent. There's so much world-class talent in the Midwest and well beyond that never gets to see the light of day because they just don't have a path into the, to the daylight. So that is sort of where my whole focus started, was to give the path that this was kind of my dream when I was fresh out of college, but there wasn't anything available to me, at least to my knowledge, that would take newbies and beginners, and you had to be like right in the big deal of it. And how do you get to the big deal if you don't have any background, or experience? So it's very important. There's so much talent here, and they just need to be seen.
Yeah, and that is, we keep helping and pushing and staging, and I'm sure you do in your magazine, putting all that stage, and same for our TV too. We try to showcase a lot of artists and things which we feel they are creative, and then we keep working with that and kind of bringing to everybody's attention. Also, tell me a little bit about what motivates you to for the fashion. What is your positivity which brings to your thoughts and creativity?
Well, I have sort of been into fashion as long as I can remember. I mean, when I was a little girl, my favorite toy was fashion plates, which was this thing where you could make your own designs, and I didn't even know what it was at the time, that there was such thing as a fashion designer. So as I grew up, I am actually the quintessential model type. I am 6 foot tall. I'm in the slimmer end of life. And so I have actually modeled in the industry, and I couldn't find clothes off the rack because I was too tall and too thin. So then I started to sew. And so I've basically been in this industry in one form or another for 40 something years. And then right in college, I went into commercial editorial photography, knowing that I wanted to work at a fashion magazine. But what I didn't know was that I would own that fashion magazine. So it's kind of crazy how life works out, actually.
Yeah, that is interesting. That you never thought you'll be in these shoes one day. So but that's great that that, and good thing is you have gone through yourself. So I'm sure you can relate to that, and you can actually tell someone basic reality and not fictional or just story. That is, I think, a great thing. So tell us also about your lifestyle. How do you keep yourself in certain lifestyle, or do you follow any?
Well, I sort of balance 100 things at one time. So my first priority is to homeschool my child who has disabilities, learning disabilities from brain infection when he was an infant. So I do virtual school him, and that's my first priority all day long. As soon as school is over and we've completed the day, then I start looking at what I need to do in the professional world as far as, maybe setting up photo shoots or lining up interviews or whatever I need to do. So I am literally at the dishes, 1 second, and then doing interviews the next second. So it's crazy. I try to eat right, and I take my daily vitamins, and when I can, I get downstairs and run on the treadmill or ride the bike. I wish I could do more of it, but really my day is so packed that I need to focus on making that a little bit more priority in my life.
And main thing is, I always tell that lifestyle, we can't have lifestyle which is hard to maintain and hard to process, because like yourself, very busy. If I tell you to go to do this and do gym or whatever, it's not going to work. Even if you do it for a few days or weeks or months, then it's very hard for you to continue with that. And those are, the reality, so basically we have to come up with solutions, and solutions have to be simple and easily, be done easily. You can't have solution which is, you can have solution, but there are good things. There are more than one way of doing things, but we can always adjust. So that's true. If you just watch what you eat and you do some activity, maintain a good sleep cycle, you're fine. You don't need to do more than that. I think that is very, very important concept. Also, tell us any final thoughts you have for our audience.
I would like everyone to know that it doesn't matter what your background is. If this is something, if fashion or photography or anything related to fashion industry is something that you've ever dreamed of, you can do it. You can get started. You just have to find the right avenues. We're one of them, but there are other avenues. You don't have to be experienced, and you can try it. It's something that I wish would have been available when I was younger, because it gives you the opportunity to try it before you dive full-fledged into it and maybe move to New York or whatever. So it's important to trust yourself and believe in yourself.
Okay. Yeah, that is very powerful message that, nowadays we have more opportunities, but believe in yourself and just leave rest to the opportunities which come along. Well, with that, thank you for coming to our show, giving us a great talk, and people can check out your website. If for audience, if you want to check give your website, or we'll be very happy to.
Yes, it is www.hauteohio. That's HAUTEOHIO.com. And you can find us on Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter at OHFW_official, and on Facebook at Haute Ohio Magazine.
Okay, great. And check our website, and a great story, and I think it's a great success story. So if there's any comments, please feel us, Twitter, email, website, whatever you like. And thank you for coming to our show. Take care.
Thank you so much. It was very nice to meet you.
Take care. Take care.
This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of fate brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in their hearts was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
To Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we have an excellent guest. And her name is Cher, and she's gonna basically talk about a few issues such as postpartum depression. Let's welcome Cher. How are you doing?
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm good. You?
Good, good. So tell us about yourself and tell us about your journey.
It's a long story, obviously, so I'm just gonna try to cut it short. I was born in Italy, and I stayed there until university. After university, and then I moved to London, where I worked and I was studying tourism at the time. And so I work in a hotel, and that's kind of how I met the love of my life, my husband, who's American. And so we had a complicated relationship for, years where crazy things happened. And then we broke up, and eventually we found each other again. And then I moved to the US 7 years ago. Okay. We traveled for a little bit, for 6 months. And then we decided to settle down in Portland, Oregon.
Okay. That's a long journey, so
yes.
No, I know it you summarize well, but I can really relate that it's a long journey, and then tell us about some of the issues you wanted to discuss today. I know you are a great author yourself. You've written a couple of books. Tell us about those ventures.
I published a book in 2015. And that's the story of essentially the love story of my husband and I, because it's one of those love stories that you kind of see in the movies, and you think that these things don't happen in reality. And I don't agree with that. I think it's about following your intuition, your heart, and being persistent. I think we can all have our fairy tales, and that's why I decided to write a book about it. And I did it, and that was my first experience with writing. But I wasn't, at the time, I didn't know I wanted to be a professional writer. I just wanted to get the story out. Then I realized that I wanted to write more, and so I started to kind of like learn more about writing and just becoming a better writer. And so and then I started to contribute to some publications, and I kind of became like a freelance writer. And that's kind of like my journey with writing. So I just did a little bit of freelancing, collaborated with different companies. And my latest article that was published by Good Housekeeping is about postpartum depression and anxiety. Kind of the latest challenge. I overcame many challenges in my life, starting from coming to the US, and you can imagine immigration and all, love challenges. But anyway, I had my happy ending, and then eventually, the latest challenge was postpartum.
So postpartum. Okay. So tell us also about, for audience, and probably they don't, probably most would know, but some would not know. By postpartum depression means, or postpartum blues is, tell us a little bit so people can understand.
Yeah, so it's kind of it's more common than we think, but women go through sometimes a rough journey that starts maybe with pregnancy, the complications, and like traumatic birth. There are many things that can add up to what then postpartum becomes. But the idea is that after your baby is born, you can connect with the baby. You feel sad, and it's not something that goes away. It's like a deeper sadness that stays with you. And most of the times women get just really lost because they don't know why, and they actually feel also guilty because they can connect with the baby. So it becomes kind of a negative spiral. So you feel sad, you feel guilty, and you go into this state of like anxiety or depression because it doesn't go away.
So what you're saying is, after birth of baby, those can affect different activities of your daily living and your activities. People might not realize that. They might consider it being normal, but that's not normal. So if you can also emphasize where somebody is looking for those symptoms, what would be that for some of them to understand, this is normal, this is not.
So it depends on, in a sense, like what is exactly that you're experiencing. I had more postpartum like anxiety. So I had that can be paired with obsessive behavior, compulsive thoughts that are about like the death of the baby. Like I don't know how to keep this baby alive. Oh my God, it's just like the anxiety of the responsibility. That's what it was for me. It can be like a crisis of identity, like the woman doesn't know who she is anymore with the baby, because she has to kind of like step into a new life and making sacrifices. And this baby becomes the center of the world, and all of a sudden it becomes like a crisis of identity, like who am I? Or it can be just losing interest in everyday activities, not wanting to get out of bed, not feeling happiness or joy in any type of activities that gave you joy before. So it's really different how it manifests.
So what you're saying is that everybody could have different symptoms. Some could have a panic type situation, and they worry about the baby. Might happen something to baby, and that worries them, and their heartbeat goes faster, and they can't sleep, they can't concentrate, they feel tired or worried all the time. And what about eating? Some probably some might stop eating, or some might be overeating, right?
Yeah, it can manifest in so many different ways. It really depends. It's a subjective experience.
And would they be tearful all the time?
Careful,
like teary, crying all the time?
Oh yeah. I mean, you can cry without knowing necessarily why, because this sadness is very deep, and so it can come out with tears. Or just wanting to be alone, and people react in many different ways. But the idea is that it's very common for women to feel some sense of be at a loss when after having a baby. It's more common than we think.
So what you're saying is that if you're not eating much or doing that, don't think that is normal, right?
I think that everything has to be treated in a way. There's nothing wrong, normal or not normal. Let's say that if a symptom is constant, like if you don't eat for several days, if you cry for several days, if the symptom lasts more than a couple of days, more than a week, it might be better to look for help in that sense. Yeah, like you have to wait and see, because there are so many emotions involved that you can't define something after a couple of days after giving birth. Give it a week to see if the symptom keeps on being there.
Okay, so there could be problem with eating. There could be of course moody, and could be very getting upset. They could have anxiety symptom, panic attacks, feeling short of breath, heart racing, and maybe they feel nauseated, or and also the appetite could go bad, and they might not eat anything, or they start overeating. So those are all can happen. And then also you've mentioned about sleep. Did you find problem with sleep too? That was too sleepy or unable to sleep?
But having anxiety, it would take me a while to relax, to fall asleep in that sense. But then once I fell asleep, I would stay asleep. Luckily, I had problems falling asleep.
Okay. Do you think it also affects in some way connecting with baby, like that you feel that baby is kind of course you worry a lot about baby, or some might not play with baby as much, or might find it sad to connect? Did you find any of those thoughts?
Yeah, for me, it was very hard to connect with my baby, because to be honest, I was very much focused on my pain, because I had a C-section that wasn't planned. It wasn't an emergency C-section, but the head of my baby got stuck, And so they had to do a C-section, and I wasn't prepared. I've always been scared of surgery, so it was really, really hard for me. I went through the surgery, but after the surgery, my brain couldn't process what had happened, so they had to give me like an anti-anxiety medication. And so, you know, I felt pain. Like for the first, when you have a C-section, for a couple of weeks, you can't even like walk straight. So during the night, I felt this really burning pain where the scar was. So, I mean, I was to be also focused on myself. So it was hard even for me to think about the baby sometimes. My husband was really helpful. But it's a lot because you feel the pain, but you also have to feed the baby. It's overwhelming.
Okay. And do you think some people who go through natural birth versus C-section or any surgery or procedure, you think that kind of puts trigger or kind of puts you at a disadvantage in some way?
Yeah, I think natural things that happen in a natural way are the way things are supposed to happen, right? Like we use medicine, we use things obviously to help ourselves, to improve our health. But in the end, if something happens that is not natural, it can mess up with our brain. And especially in a process that is so emotional, where as women, we are already emotional. So these emotions are hyped up. And so when we have a C-section, there's a lot to process, a lot more.
So what you're saying is that if somebody is going through natural birth, and certainly things can go south or different things happen, and all of a sudden they have to absorb that kind of shock, and then you know of course going through labor is a big event right away, and it's the biggest thing. But also, you know, on top of that is if you have C-section came up or they use an instrument or something, so you feel your body kind of let you down or something unexpected happen, so people can take or act differently. So sometimes it's too hard to go through that trauma together, and then it needs time to recover. I mean, they can recover, of course, but it takes time for body to absorb all that, right?
Yes, absolutely. It takes time, and you have to be really strong because it's physically it's painful, and obviously, yes, for me it was also mentally, it was just hard to accept. And also, yeah, that's the problem, and that's like the biggest lesson. One of the big lessons that I've learned is acceptance. So this idea of not resisting and not rejecting the experience that you're having. When you can't control something, the worst thing you can do is rejecting or resisting, because you bring more pain to yourself. Acceptance is liberating, because once you accept, you have the freedom then to take steps in order to fix the situation if you can. But if you can't, you just like breathe into it, and accepting it is telling your brain that you have to let go.
So that is true. There's acceptance, and then there is. So tell us, how was that? For what helped you, or what didn't help you with that experience? Like, what really helped?
So I talked to my husband immediately, and I told him that I was feeling really anxious, and I didn't know what was going on, and you know, I considered getting some help. I called my OB. And I, you know, wanted to get an appointment, and then I reached out to other moms to just hear if there were other moms that had the same experience. And but I realized that the more I was doing that, the more the worse I felt, like more negative, more anxious, and it just didn't work for me. For some people, it's important to talk to other people who have been through the same thing, because they feel less lonely. For me, it was like almost like a trigger. The more I talk about it, the more I talk about my feelings, my anxiety, the more it came to me. And so I realized that it just didn't work. And I've been reading books about spirituality, and I met spiritual teachers in my life. So I realized that I had kind of the wisdom inside of me and the strength to make it through. And so I just decided to I told my husband, my family, my friends to just reminding me about the person I was. So convince my brain that this was a temporary thing, that it couldn't be the new me, because I've always loved life. I would be like a positive person. And so I started from the idea that it was temporary, that whatever was going on was temporary. And then I've always been very self-aware. So I think it's very important in this moment to connect with your emotions and your body and what is going on and how the emotions are showing up in your body. And the chakra system is a big pillar in my life. And so I felt like a pressure on my chest. And I knew that I couldn't connect with my baby, so I was aware of that. But what I felt when I close my eyes, I meditate a lot. And so when I really focused on this spot on my body, on my heart, I realized I had lost love for myself. And this chakra is all about love, self-love. And I realized that I thought I wasn't going to be a good mom, and I wasn't able to take care of my baby. And all these thoughts meant that I was almost like a bad person. And the more I thought I was a bad person, the more I lost love for myself. And when I came to this realization that I had lost love for myself, in a way, I was starting to heal, because I realized that I have always loved myself, and that was completely wrong, what was going on with me. And so I tried to use, meditation and sending light to the spot of the heart, in the heart, and using positive affirmations. I love myself, repeating that. The brain can always be retrained. If we are disciplined and we keep on telling certain information to the brain absorbs it. And with time, you go back to convincing yourself that you actually love yourself.
And that is so true. That a good thing is, brain has actually tremendous power and to come back, and also, yes, the acceptance, and you found spirituality is found actually helping rewiring your brain back to where you were, and to first believe in yourself that no, this is not me, or this is not who you are. And then there are good days coming, and they will come. And once you believe that, your direction kind of brain is kind of very complex, that in a way that once we set our sight on the right direction, then the brain thinks like that. So if we are positive, if all of a sudden it's just so many neurons, so many neurotransmitters starts firing, and they kind of get to that. If we become negative or sad, unfortunately, also it kind of pull us down. So there are both energies, negative and positive. Positive is more infectious, of course, but negative.
Yeah. The problem that we all have is that when we have an emotion, we are not able to accept the emotion for what it is. So the brain comes in, and the brain wants to find explanation, reasons, meanings. And that's how the negative spiral comes. If we were able to accept the emotion as something temporary that comes and goes, like, there's a metaphor that I love, that we are the ocean and our emotions are waves. If we were really able to see them as waves that are not here to stay, they're like temporary, we would help our brain to really accept them, and not rejecting them or resisting, but seeing them as temporary. And that takes power away from all the other negative things that the brain starts to add to the feeling or the emotion.
And that is a beautiful concept, that these are like waves. Yes, it can go highs and lows, but you kind of acknowledge that, and then work with it, and then let it pass, and or it will pass. And then you stay positive, and then you will start feeling better. And that's true, so true. And also, you have mentioned that you had a great family support, that your husband was very supportive, and then your family was also helpful. You had a spirituality background, as well as, you seek for that. So other thing is, you have to seek and get that help, and go for it, and believe in it, of course. So if you don't believe in it, then unfortunately it might not help you either, So you need to have a strong belief on that whatever you believe, and then go with that healing power, and that will come to anyone who seeks that. That's very important concept. And then of course what we can do is make sure we eat, even you are not hungry, or you don't want to eat, maybe eat something. The problem is, if you lose your appetite and you're not eating, you'll get weaker for sure, and you can't feed your baby very well. Not to mention, both can complicate things down. Same stands for if we are not moving and if we are like have no energy at all, then maybe do something just to move a little bit in the, out of the bed, and maybe go a little bit outside walk or something to get that positivity in you. Because problem is, if we are depressed, sad in a room and confined and don't want to go out, it actually also creates negative energy, because there's a lot of positive energy outside with interaction, social interaction outside, which gets us positivity. And that's another problem which we see with mood disorders and also anxiety, depression, that people will sit idle in chair for hours and not talk or move, and that is not good for healing. The brain needs, we all are social animals, so we need some kind of interaction, some positivity coming from somewhere to help us, to guide us. And that's what I think you have accomplished. So it took time, but I think you did wonderful, and that's great to share. And
I think going
Go ahead.
going back to what you said about believing, I think that we all have the strength inside of us to overcome anything. We have to believe it. We have to be strong and disciplined. Like if I am retraining my brain and I'm using positive affirmation, I have to do it every day. I have to wake up and repeating these things. I do it before going to bed. I have to be consistent. That's very important.
Yeah, and that's very important. That it might not have produced all the results in 1 day or 2 days, but it will produce if you keep consistency. So whatever we do with positive consistency, maintain that good eating, sleeping, and getting rest and activity. So if we do that and seek spiritual help and family support, of course there's no way we can beat it. Things can go wrong, nobody can, but one thing for sure we can promise is that if we look at ourselves, believe in ourselves, and then we know we will do it, and it will come, and the miracles happen. There's actually miracle, that we have illness or something and we get rid of that, and those will happen if we believe in it. So, and I think that's very important. We keep believing positivity. So with that, any final thoughts you would like to share with my audience?
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention that this challenge that I overcame with postpartum, and the way I use the chakra system to help myself heal is really gave me the idea of starting like a new business where I help people doing what I did. How I overcame the postpartum is what I use as tools to help people. So I analyze and connect with the chakra system that people have, and I see the energetic blockages. And once I have clear where the blockages are, I can give people tools like positive affirmations and visualizations, or following my intuition, how the person can overcome these blockages. And then I use other spiritual tools, and I write what I call a report and action plan. So it's a written document that I give the person that has self-healing tools.
Okay, great. So also tell us about your website, or where people can learn more about your work.
Yeah, so the website is like my name, Chiara B, like Bravo, so add like a B of Bravo between Chiara and Townley, ChiaraBTownley.com. And you can find the information about my program that is called Guidance. And that's what I was describing before.
Okay, great. It was wonderful experience, and thank you for sharing that. It means a lot to come and educate and help people, and continue your journey. And thank you for watching our show. Give us feedback, Twitter, email, whatever you like. and reach out to her work and read her work. That was wonderful. Thank you for coming to our show.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay. And
this is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. My heart has always been with you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we are so fortunate. We have great celebrity today with me. He is really fun to talk to and to know him. Let's welcome Mr. Dean Piper.
Well, thank you, Dr. Moby. I'm glad to be here, and it's definitely an honor.
Okay, great, sir. So I was, before the show, we were chatting, and I was so impressed with his resume. He has done so many things. Let's hear from him firsthand. So tell us about yourself, sir.
Well, I've had a long journey, gone through a lot of things in my life to come to where I am today. And I think I finally found where I'm supposed to be. And I think we take these journeys in life and we think we're on the path we're supposed to be on. And then there's, turns in the road that we don't expect. And those turns in the road, in my opinion, are what bring us to where we're really supposed to be. I started off, in the investment business. I was a financial planner, owned several brokerage firms. And, it's interesting because, I partially loved that business and I partially did not love that business. And I had that love-hate relationship with the business. Mm-hmm. But one thing that is tied together with where we're at today is, I used to pay to have a radio show back then to get leads for my financial business and give financial advice and that. So, it's very interesting because that's really where I ended up. And, I've also had a mindset of a motivational type person since I'm 11 years old. I started listening to people like Tony Robbins and Zig Ziglar at 11 years old. It's been a way of life. And during my investment years, I used to bring a lot of my brokers to different seminars, but I used to do my own meetings too. And they're like, I don't understand why you keep taking us to all these seminars. you're much more dynamic than they are. You should become a motivational speaker. And my father used to have this saying, if 100 people tell you you're drunk, lie down. And that's exactly what I did. You know, one day I just was finally tired of the love-hate relationship of the financial business. And I handed the keys to a broker that worked for me. I'm like, the business is yours now. And that's when I started my journey to be a motivational speaker, not as just a way of life, but as a living. And through that, I was still doing radio. I was doing radio shows to spread my message, promote my seminars, and, you know, create positive change throughout the world. Then we came into this era of technology and the very infancy of what is internet radio and what is leading us to what we're doing now, which didn't exist before. And I had this vision that internet radio and podcasting, before podcasting was even a word, internet TV, all that stuff was going to be what life was going to be. It was what technology was going to be. It was what media was going to be. And it was the new wave. And people thought I was nuts. They thought I was crazy. And, you know, I would tell people, you're going to hear radio in your internet radio in your cars. We didn't even have, you know, like smartphones then. We had flip phones. And people just couldn't believe it. And I kind of looked at it as if I was Bill Gates and the rest of them were IBM. Bill Gates went to IBM with this concept of a PC in every home. And IBM's like, you're nuts. The mainframe will never go away. And we know how that story ended. But I also had this vision that you had to do it professionally. Okay. You couldn't just sit in your bedroom and, you know, in your skivvies and get on and do radio. That's not the way it's done. So, to me, if you wanted to succeed, you had to do it like a real radio station. Professional studios, state-of-the-art equipment, professional engineers, and so that's exactly what I did when nobody was doing it. You know, the internet radio people were all using like their computers and nothing. They weren't, you know, they were just on their computer. And mine, I created to have the look and feel of an AM/FM station. I was just using the internet. And, you know, I also was doing podcasting before it was even a word. And now we know where we are today. And, you know, I started with one station. Now I have several stations that have branched off. We have a couple main stations. We have a station that's an all health and wellness station. We have a station that is an all cancer station. We have a station that's an all women's station. And we have a partnership with iHeartRadio, Pandora, Spotify, Amazon Music, Amazon Prime for our TV station, which we also have. And we distribute to about 100 others. And I have combined both worlds, my motivational speaking world and my radio world, into one, so that the way I look at it is I could do a seminar and have 5, 10, 20,000 people, or I can get on the mic and talk to millions of people all over the world and spread a positive message of change, something that is so desperately needed, especially in 2020 with all the negativity and the division and COVID and everything else. People need to unite, be together, be positive, and look forward to the future. My viewpoint is, hey, the 1918 pandemic was followed by the Roaring 20s. So we're going through this now. Let's see what the future holds. I think it's bright.
Yeah, and that is so true. I think, you know, with 1918 didn't, you know, then followed by 1920 was booming. And because we stayed on ground and because we believed in ourselves, and that is so important right now. And I'd say, you know, there are a lot of lessons actually we learned from COVID-19, you know, that is to pay more attention to our loved ones, families, friends, needy people, and value life, you know. I think, you know, people will imagine that they will be sitting in, and if somebody has COVID or something, and they are in these ICUs and looking at those white walls or walls pretty much, and there's nobody to hold their hand, and it is so sad. A lot of people died, and they passed away with nobody around them except saying goodbyes on FaceTime or something like, and that was very hard. I don't know, my parents also got COVID, and it was very hard for them even to go to hospital because of this same reason. Is this scared? Everybody's scared that they might go and die in loneliness, and I think then they're not afraid of even COVID. Then they say, okay, let us die here. Then we don't want to die in loneliness, and that's so true. So I think it's a very important point that we will believe in each other, continue and love each other, because I think that's we have only each other. There's no other species is going to come down and help us, unfortunately. Or fortunately, right?
And we have one race. It's the human race.
Yes. And there, I think there was somebody's quote that wise people don't divide people into different religions or race or whatever. And then those are fools who divide people into different. So there are only two categories, wise and fools. So you can be in one or the other, right? So, and that's it. That's so true. COVID does not differentiate if you are black or white. It's going to kill you. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's that's true. There are less deaths in certain population, and there are more deaths in minorities. That's also true. That is because of the health reason. Simple reason, because they don't take care of their health, and then there's nobody to blame except yourself and ourselves. That's about it. Because I see that all the time. Minorities. I'm being myself from minority. A lot of deaths were in minorities actually, and there's nobody to blame but themselves.
True story. And I think at the end of the day, it's times like this you're focusing on something that I've been talking about for a long time. I think this was God or whatever you believe in intervening, because listen, we were going a million miles per hour, 24/7, no shutdown mode, no appreciation of life. Just going, and no way to stop. And what happened during these times of COVID and quarantine and lockdown? Like you said, the opportunity to be with family that you may not have had before, the opportunity to get more rest that maybe we weren't getting before, the opportunity to recharge, the opportunity to shut down from all the electronics and all the other stuff, the opportunity to appreciate your friends, appreciate certain things, so many opportunities to, really treasure life, which I think we weren't doing. And then we talk about the planet. Okay. What was it? If it's true, and I'm sure it is, that the first time the Mount Everest, the top of Mount Everest was. That were hidden because people were not out. And I just think, as bad as COVID is, and as scary as it is, and all the things we've had to experience, like watching people in pain and lonely and die, there's good things coming out of it too. And maybe we can come through this as better human beings and a better planet.
That is so true. I think with time, is corrosive elements gather around our heart and our emotions and everything. So now we are kind of going back to basics. Actually, not backward, but going back to basics, default mode. Yep. And you're so right. In Italy, when it was at the peak COVID, they saw fish in Vatican area. That water was cleaner. Fish came back. So why is that? And, with all the pollution and everything we talk about, but one thing we don't talk about is that we are the one causing it.
Yeah.
So then, yeah, we can argue, okay, this can be green effect, that's true, but there has to be a life where we don't disturb other species so much and we don't destroy that. I think I had a guest, and it was very interesting, was saying that people are going to space. So what they're going to do about the space debris right now is really really bad, because all the satellites, everything around Earth, there, I'm sure you watched the movie where there was space junk and was destroying everything, because those particles are not destroyed; they remain outside. So who's gonna dump all that junk?
Well, you know what I said lately? They were talking about Elon Musk and sending people to Mars, and my only response was, great, now we're going to go destroy another planet?
Yeah, exactly. So what about here? Why don't you fix that first?
Exactly. Let's destroy the planet and go destroy another one, like that's kind of the way I look at it.
Yeah, same. I think I totally agree. The satellites outside those, they are building all that, and nobody's questioning them. Nobody even asks, okay, well, you won't be able to even pass the Earth with these kind of junk around it. This silly.
And I sit there and I think about the moon and the side of the moon that we can't see. And I'm firmly convinced that we're doing something over there, because why do we keep going there? We're not just keep going there for no reason. There's a reason we're going there, and we just can't see what's really going on.
Well, there's one, concept which I read, was that they are looking for those rare metals, because a lot of countries already, whatever was in the earth, they already took that. So they're trying to find those rare metals, or different metals might be worth billions of dollars, to build a new equipment and supercomputers. And that's true. Well, that's fine, they can do, but don't destroy the planet, or other planets. So those are, but ultimately it comes down to health and your lifestyle. And I think you shared before the program, was very fascinating, that you yourself had diabetes, and tell us about that journey.
So, I am a firm believer in, our body is the healing medicine, and I am somebody that is anti-big pharma. I think things like, yes, I was diagnosed with diabetes, and to start the story, we know our own bodies if we pay attention. Okay. Yeah. And, basically I knew something was up, and I have actually, there's a pharmacist here near my studio, and she actually believes in natural health. Okay. Even though she's a pharmacist. So if you go to her pharmacy and the doctor prescribes something, she'll say, why was this prescribed to you? And she'll give you a natural, alternative instead, which is something that I love. So she knows how I believe, and I called her up. I'm like, listen, I need to go get some blood work done, because I have a naturopath that I deal with, but I need some blood work done because, I think I have an issue, and it's either my sugar or my testosterone, one of the two, based on what I'm feeling. And can you send me somewhere who's not going to try to force me to get on meds, because I'm not going to take them, and will understand my point of view, because it's very rare to go to a doctor that will, accept your point of view as far as natural health and going against what they're trying to do. Mm-hmm. So she did give me somebody who actually, it was pretty funny, was right downstairs from my studio. And I was really amazed by this doctor, because when I walked in there, before doing anything, before the blood work, he sat and talked to me for an hour and a half. Mm-hmm. But what doctor does that nowadays? You go in, they're in there for 2 seconds and they write you a script, So there I felt comfortable. And I told them, everything I was feeling. I told them all my philosophies, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, did the blood work, and it turned out, yes, I had diabetes. And he goes, man, you do know your body, because you caught it right in the beginning. And I think that's a big key for people, is like, don't question your own body. Your body will tell you, okay? Yeah. And if you let it go too long, that's when you have problems. So I caught it in the beginning, and then I went to my naturopath with that diagnosis, and she proceeded to put me on a very strict food diet and supplements. And I followed that. It was a 6-month ordeal that was, for most people, would be very difficult, but I have this viewpoint. You know what? It took me how many years of my life to poison my body? You're not going to fix it with some magic pill or in 2 days. And that's why people take pills. It's like they want everything fixed immediately, but you're not fixing it. You're just masking it and prolonging it. So my naturopath, she said, we're going to rebuild every cell in your pancreas so it works properly. Now, here's the thing I know. If you go on these diabetic medications, they basically inhibit your pancreas's ability to ever function again and produce insulin, so that you're dependent on these for the rest of your life, you know, and that's how our body works. 6 months I went through this, and it's funny, people are brainwashed nowadays. You know, my son, he says to me, I got to give you props, Dad. You know, I wouldn't do what you're doing. I would just take the meds so I could eat whatever I want. And that's the attitude that's the problem, because even when you're taking the meds, you can't just eat any way you want. So I said to him, I'm like, yeah, the difference is you would have to take the meds and still eat the same way I'm eating. I'm just preferring to just do the eating and not take the meds. And 6 months, I reversed the diabetes through just food, no invasive stuff, no meds. And I refuse to ever take the meds because you know, you go places and it's like, oh, you have to do this. No, I don't. And I've gotten into arguments throughout the years, and you'll appreciate this, with people with diabetes that said that, you know, bull crap, you didn't do it. You can't reverse diabetes, because that's what they're brainwashed to think. You know, they're brainwashed to think that you cannot reverse these diseases or cure these diseases. Why? Because healthcare in the Western world is sick care. It's keeping you sick as a return customer. You know, if I'm healed, I don't need doctors. I don't need hospitals. I don't need big pharma. And, you know, is it tough sometimes? Sure, it's tough. But you know what? I spent my life poisoning. You know, I was a sugar addict, a chocoholic, a carb addict. Listen, the way I looked at it in my mind is I spent, you know, 40 some odd years doing all that stuff. Okay, so I had a good run, is the way I look at it. But now that I reversed it, you know, I can't do what I did before, but I can do certain things in moderation, and I can treat myself. Like that 6 months that was brutal is not what I live now. What I live now is moderation. I wasn't living in moderation. That's the problem. You know, my kids would make fun of me. They're like, don't leave a pan of brownies out at night. They'll be gone by morning. And they were right.
I know. So, and I think a lot of interesting concept, and I also shared with him. I myself lost 100 pounds. I was diagnosed with diabetes. Same thing, being doctor, practicing for 20 plus years, a firm believer in medications and giving a lot of my patients same thing. So this was a test for me too, that I felt very uncomfortable taking medication myself. And so I thought there has to be a better way. And like you said, you want to reverse the disease. You want to get rid of that. Do not feed the pharmaceutical company rest of your being customer. Don't do that. You can do that. I mean, you can do whatever you like, but it's important that we realize that we want to help our body. You want to go back to natural form, what you were born with. You were not born, nobody's born with medications, hopefully. And then you want to live your life to your natural way, not artificial way with medication. What good is going to do if we're going to eat a big food and then take 20 medications on top of that, and then then feel awful at the end. So I don't know.
And
so,
it changes your chemical makeup, as you know. So like you're changing your actual chemical makeup of your body with those meds.
And same thing, a lot of people with me doing sleep medicine, a lot of people seek for medication for sleep. And I said, even you get medication to sleep, that is not a normal sleep. It can never be a normal sleep, because those is a chemically induced sleep, and those have a lot of problems. And not to mention, a lot of celebrities actually died while experimenting that kind of sleep. So the question is always, if you, I say, look at the animals, look at the birds, they don't have sleep problem. They are perfect. If you try to feed birds late towards evening or night, they don't want to eat. They are done for the day. Yeah. But we don't. We think we are the most smartest organism on this planet. Well, you can eat a big meal at 12 o'clock, and we'll just say, okay, well, let's party. What does that is so interesting that we the animals are perfect in that, but we are not. So, but and we have problem. We have a lot of problem, not one problem, many problems. So those are bodies. We need to take care of our body, like you said, sir. 40 years or whatever years we have, and we really didn't help them at all, and now they can reverse it. We are very fortunate that nothing happened by now. Many people, even sometimes they smoke even for a few days and their lungs are totally gone, but some can be smoker for 70 years and nothing happens. But
it's Russian roulette for sure. I used to be one of those people that talked like that because I was a smoker for 36 years. I had one grandfather that died of smoking at 64. I had one that lived in his 90s. So my argument always used to be like, it's not necessarily just the smoking, because some live, some don't. But do we want to play Russian roulette and see if we're the one that doesn't?
Or musical chairs and see if it's our turn to go. But the reason is very simple: is genetic makeup, where genetically everybody is different, unique, and so the effects and side effects of medication and the disease is totally different on everyone. Yeah. So some might even drink a little bit alcohol, and that's the end of their, they can handle. But some might take a lot of alcohol and not have nothing with how our bodies tolerate things. So that's a normal thing, but you always want to do a conservative on that, but you want to play safe because you don't know, and be gentle to your body, right? So you don't have to be aggressive to your body, right? So
yep, absolutely.
So, any final thoughts for our? I can't believe we reached the end, but
I know it goes quick, doesn't it?
Any finals?
Say that again.
Sorry, any final tips for my audience?
Well, we're going through hard times right now, no doubt about it. But, I'm a firm believer is it's not what happens to you, it's your outlook towards it, okay? And yes, rough times for sure, but think of all the rough times we've had in our life, and while you're going through it, it seems like it lasted forever, but then when you look back on it, it's just a little blip in history. This is a little blip in history right now, okay? And who knows, a year, 2 years from now, we'll look back at this and it won't seem as bad as it seems right now. There is hope. There is a rainbow. There is something at the other end of the rainbow. And you know what? The only way we're going to get through this is together, all of us, through love. We need to stop the division, stop the attacking, stop the arguing, stop all of it, and just band together as one people, one race, the human race, and all together we can beat this. That's where we have the strength. Our strength is in our togetherness and our love for each other as a species, and our love for our planet as well. And you know what? Keep the hope alive, because it's always darkest before the dawn. We're in the darkest part. The dawn is coming.
And that's a very powerful word. And it's really was amazing knowing you and talking to you. And I'm sure my audience really benefited a lot from your nice words and kind words. You take care, sir. And it was a pleasure seeing you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you for having this outlet for that we can help people.
Thank you.
Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
When Moby first met Camellia in the forest, they were just kids having some fun, yeah. They were young and of course they fell in love. He would dance just to see her smile, little did they know they wouldn't see each other for quite a while. If only they would know their love would stand the test of time. This is real love every time we touch, through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch, we still remember cicadas love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember cicadas love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of faith brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in the heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch, through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch, we still remember cicadas love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love.
Roberts, and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we have an excellent guest, Dr. Hamad Hashmi, all the way from Pakistan. Let's welcome Dr. Hamad. How are you, sir?
Fine, thank you, sir. It's good to you.
Thank you. So tell us about what you tell us what you normally do.
Sir, I'm primarily by profession, I'm a veterinarian. I did my graduation in 1989 from College of Veterinary Sciences, Lahore. Then I pursued my career in private sector. Lately, I joined government sector, and then finally I switched to Army. There I spent 26 years.
Wow.
And now I'm working as Additional Director Security and looking after the Kennel Club of my organization.
Thank you. That is a very important job, and especially also in US, veterinarians actually do really well because it's a very big practice for a lot of vets here, and they are really highly respected, especially with Department of Defense, and police, because a lot of their, sectors they have, especially for the pets, and they are dogs. They use them a lot, for those training purposes, customs, border.
My expertise primarily is in security working dogs.
Okay.
Like drug detection dogs, armed explosive search dogs. Then we train guard dogs, which you may call police dogs, or generally they are known as security working dogs.
So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about those. I mean, we love pets, as when I was growing up, I had dogs too, a German Shepherd dog, and was actually trained by Army. So, and it was very, very, good. You could play with it, and also really disciplined one. So tell us a little bit about some of dogs which you normally take care
of. The main security working dogs which we take on are German Shepherds, and then we have Belgian Malinois, then we train Labradors, Rottweilers. We also trained Afghan Kuchi as guard dogs. That is known as one-man dog, but we trained him in basic obedience first, and then in agility training, and finally as guard dog. So, these are main dogs which are used as police dogs or security working dogs.
So those are mostly used. Now tell me about how big is this section which you deal with? How many dogs are there in?
We have more than 50 dogs. And they all are predicted, and we do breeding also. And few of our staff, they are trained for making them wise enough for working as security working dogs. So few of them we train as guard dogs, and if there is some requirement, we can also train them as drug detection dogs also.
So right now there was also some mention about they were training dogs for COVID.
Yeah.
So
in fact, in Dr. Moby, it's very interesting thing that the dogs in literature, it is there that dogs can hear more than 5,000 times a human can hear. And they can sniff even up to 180,000 times more than a human being. So God has blessed them with this special thing. So we are here to, exploit this special quality of dogs, and we can train them in COVID also. And they are being trained. I have read that they have been employed in Europe and in UAE for COVID.
Yeah. And it was very exciting that, they could even smell a lot of, those people which were totally asymptomatic even, So I was reading the report, and it's very exciting that, how, animals, they are really blessed with a lot of things we can't even think of.
Especially these four-legged dogs, God has given them a lot of special parts. You must have seen them looking after the blind people, sick people, and on the other side, horses, they're also being used.
So tell me also about dogs. Let's go through the process. Like, how rigorous is that when they take the new dog into the system? Give us some idea how long it takes to train them.
In fact, up to 6 months age, we call it a green pup.
Okay.
Till that age, normally we don't tie them, we don't chain them, we just let them have happy time. But our trainers, they keep on observing them. If a dog has an instinct and showing his interest towards the roadside, towards sniffing, so that puppy is picked. And if we see that some puppy is aggressive and showing violent behavior, so we pick that dog as guard dog training. So, these puppies, by instinct, they show their temperament. So we go by the temperament. Like pointers, they are very good sniffers. Labradors, they are very good sniffers. German Shepherds, they are very good sniffers. Then Belgian Malinois, they are excellent dogs. They are with most of the armies, like American Army, like Israeli Army, in India, Pakistan. We have this special breed of Belgian Malinois, and they have given tremendous good results in in war on terror. These dogs have made enormous successes in fighting against terrorism.
So they made this job for army and police very easy, because it's really helping a lot of to get those high, instead of using these high techs. I don't think we have high tech tools which could sniff a lot of.
We don't have. Because this scent or smell of the explosives, it can be only detected by dogs. And I have already told you that they have excellent smelling power, which is gifted by the Allah Almighty, the God. So we need to have people to exploit.
Yeah.
And Dr. Moby, you were asking how much time it takes to train one dog. So, sir, it takes 2 years minimum to train one dog as an armed explosive search dog. Because after one trial, we keep on giving them trials, because it is a very important duty. We can't let anything forgo. We cannot take anything for granted. Lives, they matter. So we have to employ only those dogs which are highly trained, and because you don't have a chance. If you miss it, then you miss it.
Yeah. So how do you train them? Do you kind of expose to them some of these smells gradually?
Yes.
They start recognizing them?
We, in fact, expose them to different kind of explosive materials. So they are tuned to those specific materials. And they make no mistake. Because you can bribe people, you can hire people, something like that, but you can't bribe a dog.
Yeah, well,
they love you unconditional. They work unconditionally well. If you give them love, they will work. So and this thing is priceless, because we are training to safeguard the human lives.
Yeah.
So, but it's really hard to train these special commodity.
Yeah, for sure. That is kind of is important. But like I said, even robots cannot detect smell. I mean, there's very limited they could do. They can do temperature. They can do all kind of other things, but not smell.
There are some gadgets that which can only detect the metals. So So if the thing inside the metal, only the dogs can detect that.
Yeah, wow. And so tell us also about, what is their normal life expectancy of such dogs? So let's say you get them as a puppy, you train them for 2 years, and how long they can be in service?
A qualified security working dog works for 6 to 8 years of his life. After that, you have to gracefully retire him. You cannot force him to work beyond his capacity, because there are two kind of school of thoughts. One say that 1 year dog's life is equivalent to 7 years human life, and the other school of thought says that 1 year dog's life is equivalent to 10 years human life. So if we take it's a 60 years dog, you need to retire him at 60. So it is 6 years dog mean 60 years in equivalence with humans. So if at all I have a dog, he's 9 years old, but he's working perfect. He has still the same energy which he had 4 or 5 years back. But these kind of examples are exceptional and very rare.
Yeah.
You can't make it a yardstick.
Yeah, you can't make it.
Otherwise, dogs, they can thrive up to 14 years, 16 years also. But then, at the age of 80, in comparison to humans, if he's 8 years or 6 years old, so you need to retire him. They are very special commodity.
Yeah, no, they are definitely. So what is the usually average life of a dog?
As I already said, it's between 14 to 16 years.
Oh, 14 to 16. Okay, and so let's say if some dogs get injured, how do you manage those?
Injury management is our staff who are working with them. They are given the training of first aid. So on spot, they give them the first aid veterinary treatment. And then we have special vehicles which are regulated in both the season, winters and summers. So we carry them in those vehicles, and we use them as ambulances also. So they are brought to the facility where, as a vet myself, or people like me, they treat them.
So do you have also, beside explosive, do you have dogs for people with disabilities, blind, and also stuff?
No, momentarily in our setups, we normally train them as arm explosive search dogs. We train them as drug detection dogs.
Okay.
Because our borders are very porous.
Yeah.
So although now we have fencing with the border of Afghanistan, but still, so at our airports we have to have arm explosive search dogs, and we also have the drug detection dogs.
And so, here we have, I was also in Army, and we used to have service dogs for blind and also for seizures, epilepsy. Then we had trained for, and they were very high demand, for behavior therapy, those really depressed, So there were a lot of dogs associated with the Army, but they were more kind of servicing both.
Sure.
vets and also servicing people who have disabilities, and they were such in high demand. It's unbelievable. So they just, there was a long list actually to get them. Maybe one day it'll probably start there too. People will have.
Definitely, we have in our mind that such kind of trainings we will also take on, because what we do is, first of all, we train every dog in basic obedience, because we have to break him and make him learn our training. So till the time he is trained in basic obedience, like stay, come, so till the time he is not trained in basic obedience, we don't switch him to the other trainings. Another training I didn't mention is that we train our dogs for avalanche rescue.
Yeah, those are very.
We also train our dogs for urban search training as well, because in natural calamities like earthquakes, like floods, our dogs, they had been doing tremendous job.
Actually more than even humans can do. They can really identify with earthquakes. They could really identify a lot.
Our dogs, they had gone to Turkey, to Nepal, Sri Lanka in earthquakes.
So tell us. I know we mentioned a couple of German Shepherds, and so which one is easy to train?
In fact, it is with the trainer who is gonna train the dogs. But personally, what I feel is the German Shepherd is world's most versatile dog I have ever seen. You train him in avalanche rescue training, the German Shepherd would do that. You train him for arm explosive search. You train him for the mine detection search. You train him in any category as a guard dog. He's a versatile. And another cat dog I mentioned is the Belgian Malinois. They're also very intelligent security working dogs.
So they are very good. So also, for audience, you can also give some tips about dog care, and then we can kind of wrap up.
Well, there are a few things which a person who is keeping a dog should keep in his mind, that every day, like we before going out, we examine our car, our vehicle, gauges, we check the gauges, we check the air pressure, things like that. So early morning, we have to see our dog as well. We have to see his or her eyes, ears, paws, feet, tail, undertail. So from there, we can see whether our dog is keeping his health in good shape. One thing. Then we have to ensure that the vaccination, which is done to the animals on regular intervals initially and then annually, we have to ensure that. Then animals, they interact these worms. For that, you need to give medicines which eliminate their worms regularly. So normally we say that after every quarter, you need to deworm your dog, your pet. Then it comes to the feed. you have to ensure his feed. You have to then ensure his comfort in home or outside. These are a few things, if you practice these things, you can always maintain your dog in a healthy condition.
So what you're saying is it's very important to kind of take care of them every day. Don't just assume that they'll be fine. So.
We can't take our pet for granted as regard as his health is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
So these are few things, which will tell you that because they can't speak, they don't speak.
Mm-hmm.
You have to judge by yourself.
Yep. So you have to.
It's a big responsibility to keep and have a pet. It's a living being.
And also, any tips on food, what you feed them?
In fact, there are again different school of thoughts. One says that the conventional feed which we give at home is more energetic. But on the other hand, now there are thousands of brands of different dog food, cat food, pet foods are available. So I would recommend that the prepared food, the dog food which is available, any brand which suits you, which has balanced protein, fats, and other ingredients, you should prefer those, because it has less of the hassle to prepare for the pet. Otherwise, if you go for the conventional home food, there is a lot of hassle in preparing that.
Okay, well, thank you for coming to our show. It was wonderful. So any final thoughts you would have for audience?
I would just say that the dogs, especially in pets, they are a special gift from the Almighty. They love you unconditional. They just love you, because for you have a family, you have other relatives and things like that. But for a pet, you are his entire world.
Oh.
So you have to look after him or her, the fullest.
Okay, well, that's a really sweet and simple message, and very effective actually, that make sure you take care of them, because they are very loyal, and then they're really relying on you, and you really have to give them time and proper nutrition and care, and see the doctor, and that is so important. That's, I think, our moral, ethical, all kind of duty. Thank you for coming to our show, and it was wonderful. And I think time is so short. I wanted to ask you about cats and others, but time is so short. So I thought start with dog.
Yeah, next time, definitely. I'm really very thankful, Dr. Moby, for having me with you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And
it was wonderful talking to you.
Thank you. And we'll definitely have you back for more shows. Thank you. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Take care, and give us feedback and Twitter, email, whatever you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember us, it got us love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember us, it got us love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of fate brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in the heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember us, it got us love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember us, it got us love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
To Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Coming up, we'll be on location at Best Health Sleep Center in Dumfries, Virginia, discussing the latest advances in sleep disorder treatment, health, and wellness, and how they can effectively treat sleep apnea and help you get a good night's sleep, as well as restoring your health and wellness with one of this area's top doctors, Dr. Mubashir Fazal. Dr. Fazal is board certified in sleep medicine, hospital medicine, as well as family medicine, and has well over 20 years of experience. Dr. Fazal also received a medal for academic excellence while he was attending medical school. He also was chief resident and then became chief of medicine at a hospital in Michigan. Dr. Fazal works extensively with not only the private sector, but also federal government organizations, including the VA and the U.S. Army, among others. Dr. Fazal is also one of the very few doctors in this DMV region who specializes in both pediatric as well as adult sleep medicine. He is widely recognized as one of this region's top doctors. Welcome, Dr. Fazal. It's a pleasure having you on our program today.
Thank you for giving us opportunity to be part of this great organization, Top Docs, and being selected is an honor for me and my organization.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the kind words, and you certainly earned it, Dr. Fazal.
So our practice, Best Health Sleep Center, is unique in the country, I would say also in DMV area. We are one of few who can do both adult and pediatric, and we serve Virginia and Maryland. We have multiple locations, board certified myself in sleep medicine, and we are AASM accredited organization, which means American Academy of Sleep Medicine. They have a very stringent criteria to meet the guidelines and the standards. So we really provide very comprehensive care to your needs, and we also look for your wellness.
Yes.
Best Health Sleep Center is unique that we're going to do a treatment tailored to your sleep and wellness needs. We are not going to push one treatment for all. We do state-of-the-art treatment. We have excellent treatment, newly treatments offering if you need that. So we work with you as a team, and that's our basic concept.
You are one of the very few doctors in the entire DMV area that has expertise and specialization in both pediatric as well as adult sleep medicine.
That is true.
And that is something that a lot of folks are benefiting from around the region, not just grown-ups, but also kids who have sleep disorders. A lot of folks aren't aware of the fact that sleep disorders are at epidemic proportions, not just in this region, around the country. And most people, the sad thing is don't even realize, Dr. Fazal, that they have a sleep disorder. And yet the dangers and risks associated with sleep disorders can certainly lead to many very serious health issues and problems. With that being said, I wanted to ask you if you can please tell us about not only how common sleep disorders are, but also some of the symptoms that people may not realize actually result in them having a sleep disorder.
Some important symptoms are also snoring. So if somebody has snoring and also sleepiness and also concentration, and then there also very common is a sleep divorce term we use, where couples can no longer sleep together and they have to sleep in separate rooms.
Yes.
It is very prevalent. Some are saying up to 25% of couples can be affected by this disorder. Other things, the prevalence is very common. 30 million of adults have some type of sleep disorder.
It's a large number.
It's indeed a large number, and it's
that's something a lot of folks aren't aware of, Doctor.
And then also sleep can really affect your driving ability. There were 1,500 accidents fatal as per one estimate last year, and 40,000 were near accidents. Then there are 2 to 4-fold increased risk of irregular heartbeat like atrial fibrillation, 2 times risk of stroke and depression, 2 times higher, then also 85% chances of resistant hypertension with sleep disorders.
And in some cases, like for example, the sleep apnea issue, if somebody has a very severe case of sleep apnea, and we're going to hear from some of your patients in a few minutes, it can even be life-threatening. There are people that die every year from sleep apnea, unfortunately and tragically.
And then there was also a famous case about Richie, football player.
Yeah, Reggie White,
Reggie White,
a Hall of Fame NFL player, many years ago, died because of sleep apnea in his sleep.
And that created a lot of awareness. There's actually 3 to 5 times higher chances of sudden cardiac death with unrecognized severe sleep apnea. So those are very important health consequences and safety consequences beside others.
How do you diagnose when a patient comes to you whether they have a sleep disorder or not?
So the sleep diagnosis is first important to make sure you talk, and awareness is very important. So if most patients, when I talk to them, they say, oh my God, I did not know this is related to sleep. Especially about when I talk about their blood pressure, talk about the heart, talk about the concentration, snoring, stop breathing, and they say, oh my God, there is a problem. I never connected all these dots. And so, and also there was one of my patients, and I still remember, mentioned that Pat saw her stop breathing and tried to wake her up because she would not breathe. And so that is one of important signs that we should be looking for. Other risk factors are a large neck size, BMI over 25, and then high blood pressure. So those are very important things. How we diagnose is very simple. You come and talk to provider, especially your doctors or any provider, and make sure you tell all the story, how it's affecting you, and what medical conditions you are having, and especially concentrate on these risk factors. Then the doctors will evaluate and refer, or if it's a sleep specialist like me, then we of course try to find how bad or what diagnosis you have. Most common sleep disorders are snoring, which is a loud sound, especially very common in men more than female. So snoring by itself is one disorder. It can disrupt mostly I see is a sleep divorce situation where couples don't want to sleep together anymore.
Yes, it's unbearable with all that loud snoring, and that affects a lot of marriages, unfortunately.
And for some reason, I always get a referral more from wife than from husband.
Yes.
And whenever I talk to husband, he'll say, I don't have any problem. It's so.
But the wife knows. That's why she refers them to you.
She refers. And most men, actually, there's a difference between how men and women sleep. Unfortunately, men can have very severe sleep apnea or sleep disorder and never recognize it because they can sleep through it without waking up. Women, on the other hand, brain is differently wired, and they wake up more and they can feel the effects differently than men would do. So that's why I get more referral from females about their male counterpart.
Yes.
And I always tell them it is for your benefit that they are telling me your whole story. And so that really, so how we diagnose is Very simple. We do a comprehensive history and exam. In the exam portion, we look for especially your airway and the area in the neck size and the area behind the tongue. There are areas in the upper airway which are responsible for sleep disorder. It could be your nose if you are congested, if you have deviated septum, nasal allergies that can contribute. If you have enlarged tonsils or adenoids, then it's a problem, especially for kids.
Yes.
And unfortunately, if we gain weight, our neck can get bigger and the fat can deposit, which we call visceral fat. It can deposit inside our airway around it and make it narrow. So there are two areas in the body which are the narrowest. One is your upper airway and the second is appendix.
Okay.
And they are the narrowest part because we share to breathe as well as to eat.
Yes.
And so anytime that becomes narrow, then the body reacts to that. So we all have to remember that sleep, body needs rejuvenation for next day.
Yes.
And it cannot rejuvenate if it's not getting good oxygen. And normally when we sleep, the blood pressure should go down, your heart rate should slow down. But if those things are not happening, then it'll be a problem for your body.
Yes, indeed. And I understand after you've put the patient through that initial process to come up with the right diagnosis and determine the best option, you have them generally, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, Dr. Fazal, do a sleep study initially, right? To really find out the details and the extent of what you have diagnosed to be potentially their problem when it comes to sleep disorders.
And there are two ways to do. One is in-lab study, where you come and we diagnose the problem, the extent of the problem, what the problem is and the extent of the problem. And then also we then try to find a solution for it. So there are other ways is the home study. If you are a candidate for that, which means that if you don't have BMI over 40 or so, and then also if you don't have cardiovascular risk factors or heart problems, then you can maybe do a study at home.
Okay.
There is a pros and cons of each approach. It is easier to do at home, of course, but also we lack the cardiac monitor and we lack the brain waves to tell how well the quality was.
Yeah, which obviously they get when they come and do the sleep study here at your facilities.
That is true. So here we offer both.
Yes.
We offer both in lab as well as home study.
Okay.
And depending on, so we look at the whole person, history and exam, and see what is best and if they can technically do it or not. Then of course our best is to work with you to your needs, and that's our philosophy. So we work to diagnose the problem. Sleep apnea, we differentiate whether it's simple snoring, which could be just loud sound, or sleep apnea. Now, sleep apnea, simple terms, is when we sleep, you can either stop breathing for 10-second pauses, that's called apnea, or you could be partially breathing, that's called hypopnea. Or the third entity we call respiratory arousals. So in simple terms, I say people have very loud snoring enough to wake you up from deep sleep to superficial sleep or wake up.
Okay.
And then, so that stands for respiratory effort related arousals. So long term, but simply remember apnea, hypopnea, and respiratory arousal.
Yes.
So those are, we want to differentiate from simple snoring. So the other few sleep disorders which I really want to make sure people educated, one is about narcolepsy. Many times I get cases from pediatric teenagers as well as adults they have been ignored by many of their family members, as well as teachers, as well as providers, to call them lazy or so forth. Actually, they have a disorder. And I remember one of my working staff went and joined us because of that disorder, because was labeled all his or her life that has being lazy, actually had narcolepsy. So what it means is, in the brain we have a center, sleep and wake center, and there is a switch which flip-flop between wake and sleep state. And that switch is controlled by neurotransmitter, and that could be deficient, and if we don't do sleep study, we cannot find it. So if you have a problem with concentration, memory, mood, attention span, and you're sleepy and tired all day, you should really talk to your provider about evaluation. The other disorder which is very common is insomnia, which is inability to fall asleep or remain asleep over 6 months or more. This comes for, I always educate my patients that this is coming because of our lack of environmental coordination. By that I mean is, we look at animals, birds, they don't have problems because we human beings have. Look at birds, they wake up early morning and they are not going to eat if we try to feed them at night. So every night, every day, actually more precisely, our brain needs synchronization with the environment. So our body clock drifts by 15-20 minutes every day. It needs synchronization with outside environment, so to tell the brain it's day and night, and that's the key. So regulate your life, go outside, look at the blue sky. Blue sky is going to reset your brain, tell that it's day, your mood will be better, you'll be getting more positive vibes, positive energy, and that will make you sleep better. Also walk every day, because walking will really improve, physical activity really improves your sleep. So insomnia medications are never your best friend, because it's a learned behavior problem. So regulate your life, listen to the environment, and feel the power, and you will be fine.
You certainly utilize the latest and most effective, highly effective, I might say, treatments, and you customize the appropriate treatment for each of your particular patients based on their situation and their needs and the extent to what sleep disorder they may have. And speaking of those treatments, I wanted to ask you if you could please tell us about what some of them are.
As a result of the diagnostic study, we might be able to classify somebody or find if they have sleep apnea or any other disorders. Or second is, if they have sleep apnea, then what is the extent of it? It could be mild, which means 0 to 4 range of apnea-hypopnea index, or it could be moderate, which could be 5 to 15 episodes per hour, or could be severe, above 30 would be severe sleep apnea.
Okay.
And also we look at oxygen saturation, if it's staying good. If you have leg movements, if you have a seizure disorder, of course we want to get all, or also look at your heart, if it's having extra beats, irregular heartbeat, and so forth. Depending on that, then we go to the next phase, what is the best treatment, because the treatment algorithm is determined by how bad your sleep apnea is, and also how many other things are associated with it. So if you have mild sleep apnea, you can certainly use just very simple oral device, or you can use if you have medical issues with it or symptomatic, you can use CPAP. And then if you have moderate or severe sleep apnea, moderate sleep apnea, you can use CPAP as well as oral device, as well as there is a new therapy called pacemaker where we stimulate through the nerve to the tongue, as we talked about. And the tongue is a main problem in the airway,
Yes.
and that tends to keep it. So if you are a candidate, sure, then we personalize these treatment options that best suit your needs and you.
Yes, indeed. And for the folks that have the severe sleep apnea, what would be the effective treatment option for them, doctor?
So we do have sometimes severe sleep apnea, and the choices will be using the CPAP, which is a constant positive or continuous positive airway pressure, or bilevel, which is a BiPAP.
Okay.
So those two differ, especially if you're using very high pressures, and then some people prefer a bilevel versus CPAP.
Okay.
Other thing which we offer also is, if you cannot use the CPAP or BiPAP, you can still use oral device, but it will bring it down to moderate maybe or mild, but it will never get rid of, but better than using nothing.
Yes, indeed.
And one more important thing on all this is that we can use position therapy. And then there is a new device about position therapy, which is very effective, especially if you have a positional sleep apnea. It can really help, which means that when you are on your back, your sleep apnea is worse, but on your side, you are doing well.
Yes.
So we have a newer device for that. It just came out and it's really good. And then we have also regular position therapy, which you can use certain bed elevators to use your recliner or position to help reduce from severe to moderate sleep apnea.
Yes.
So we have to look at all pros and cons of each approach, but generally we have treatment options with CPAP and BiPAP. Now there's been a new actually research, and there are very good new masks, which are, when we started 15 years ago, it wasn't there, but we have very quiet machines. We have very effective mask, and so basically there are 3 different types of masks we use, groups of, I would call. One is nasal pillow, which only goes inside your nostril, and the whole mask is outside. Then there is nasal mask, which covers only nose but not mouth.
Okay.
Then full face mask, which covers both. I always educate, want to make sure that patients understand that all these masks work, because if there is a flow from the nose,
Yes.
because there's a reason we have a nose, and that helps to breathe better.
Absolutely. As far as the different treatments go and how long each of your patients have to utilize these options is determined by their particular situation, whether it's mild or extreme or anything in between. But what would you say to the folks as far as how long they typically have to undergo these treatments to really help them overcome these disorders?
And that's a very good question. And I tell all my patients that my philosophy is, I think, best described by William Osler. Art of medicine is not to prescribe more medication, but to educate and cure the problem.
Yes.
So I always try to tell all my
In family, husband, wife, and it doesn't matter. It is the burnout can happen. There is a simple definition for this, is that it not only affects the physical effect, it has an emotional effect, and also has mental exertion. So what happens is that when you have stress like this, your positive feeling ultimately turns into negative. It doesn't matter what happens, you always try to latch on to the negative side of the story. And if you are to decide what happens in the stress, there's a few things happens. Number one, you can tell that there's role confusion. All of a sudden, if you suppose you're taking care of older people, and you never did that before, and you're told that you are a caregiver, that will be change of role that you're not prepared for. You're not trained, and it will be very difficult. Almost 65% of the caregivers for the older people are female. Female means daughter and a spouse. Men usually don't. Sons are involved, but close to 5%. So next thing is lack of control. Suppose you don't know what's going to happen. We always think about that we have a plan. For taking care of geriatric people, you don't have a plan. What is going to happen tomorrow? How are you going to behave? So that makes it difficult, causes a lot of frustration, and also has issue with the money. When you take care of some older people, and it's almost like a 20-hour job per week, at least, and also it's a 7 days job, not 5 days. So it's a lot of hours involved. So there is issue with the money. Either you have to cut down your work, or you did, or you have a problem that you have to quit the job completely to take care of your elderly parents. So that causes a lot of issue with the control, and that causes a lot of agitation. So how we think that how they're going to manifest, they're not going to be telling you that I'm stressed out.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I think what I want to ask is, what do you think is hardest part about, like you mentioned, there are some females taking care of those other daughters or wife, right?
Yes.
And you think it's hard because they see their loved ones in such a shape that they have to take care 24/7, like you said.
Yes, and that is, of course, the point, but there's also a lot of satisfaction, but there's no reward to it.
Yeah.
And we always work, if I have a reward, you can, but you don't see any reward. It's a day in, out, it's the same thing. And so how would you know that you are going into this depression phase or a burnout phase? There's a difference between depression and the burnout. Usually burnout people, if you take them off the situation and tell somebody to come and help, the burnout will get better.
Okay.
For depression, it's going to be continued. It doesn't matter what happens. It is much more emotional and internal issue. So you cannot take the depression away, but you cannot make burnout better. So the way you tell that they are going into burnout is that they'll stop calling your friends.
Or they stop.
And they're isolated. They don't want to talk. And they have lots of interests. Suppose they want to do watch television, they stop doing it. They love to do knitting, they stop doing it. Same like they will do in a depression. And another thing happens is that they can get depressed to the point that they can contemplate suicide.
Oh, okay.
And they get very anxious, and they will also have a change of appetite, exactly the way you see in a depression. They'll change of appetite. Some people will gain, some people will lose. So they became very irritable, and sometimes we call them short fuse.
So they will be having problems at home.
Yes, problems, and the sort of husband-wife problems. They will not be interact well. So it is a major issue, and it is. Even now in this COVID-19 situation, people are getting stuck in one place. You can see that people are more restless. They are having more trouble in the family. Yes.
And so I think, I was discussing once with psychiatrists, and they had a great kind of analogy for these people. They say normally husband, wife, or anybody, it's like a pressure cooker. And then they are nobody knows what's going outside. But with all these stresses, and there are blow valves like whistle, but that is safety mechanism is gone with current situation, and so the people is putting lot of stress on their lives. They have to quarantine together. Yes. They can't go. So those meeting friends and those are gone. So same you have mentioned, I think, quite nicely about people differentiate between depression and burnout. So some features for depression will be present, but not to the mark of depression, right? Full blown. Yeah. So one for spouse or loved ones to notice that he or she is not meeting friends, or their normal routine has changed.
Yes.
Maybe the food they like is not the same what they usually enjoy, so their daily routine has changed to some degree, right?
Yes.
And what about sleep, you think?
Oh yeah, definitely. And that is one of the, when you say what to do with these people, sleep is one of the things that you always tell that you have to have 6 or 8 hours of sleep, irrespective of. It's not only affects you emotionally, it also affects your immune system. And when you check these people, when you have infection, they have less antibody production. And so they don't fight back infection as vigorously other people. So they tend to have more infection. So that is a very interesting thing.
Okay. And also, so what help do you think they should seek, or do they have any kind of support group, or what do you think that would help?
Yes, that is definitely is one of the things. Just to say that, to make people understand that, most of the people would understand that how badly they feel. There is a saying that say that, caregivers are often the casualties, the hidden victims. No one sees the sacrifice they make. When they feel that way, that makes things even harder, I would say. And it is an expensive proposition. Like in Alzheimer's disease, taking care of them cost over $100 billion per year. Just Parkinson's costs $28 billion. There are other diseases like cardiac disease, heart disease, and diabetes, and multiple sclerosis. These also cost a lot of money. But caregiver gives 40% of that money worth of work without any pay.
Oh my God.
So that is a tremendous support they give and don't get paid for. And we expect.
Yeah. And that is true that, they do. And for us as a healthcare provider, is a lot of things we do, and the only appreciation we seek is actually seeing people get better or patients get better. It is, we don't get any monetary, or there's nothing that can give reward for that service. It is what we love as physicians.
Yes.
So you're absolutely right. There are so many things we do as a physician. That's why probably we are in this field, because it's a thankless job, and many times it's not for money or any other gain. It is just we love humanity and we love countless hours of service. So let's. What makes you, doctor, go every day and night to help people? What makes you strong?
I think that one thing is social expectation, and who's going to take care of the parents other than their kids? They do. And now the family has changed. Their financial issues has come into play. So sometimes they cannot do that, and they feel guilty. They cannot do this. That's also a problem. And but most of the time they do is a labor of love. And so they expect that a child will take care of the parents, and it's a hard job. But you can do few things, as you told me. That what can you do? Well, a few things. It's proven that it will work. Like, call your friends and ask them that, I need some help. Or call your family member, your siblings, and say, no, it's getting very tiring. I need some break. And sometimes they will pitch in, sometimes they may not. In case they don't pitch in, then there are other services that you can get involved, like they call respite care. Respite care is a program that is covered by most of the insurances. And that is involved that you can keep your parents or a family member which has a lot of disabilities and into a nursing home or skilled care facility or a assisted living situation like a personal care home, which is usually covered by insurance for 14 days. And we should make a routine to take advantage of this problem. And every time 14 days, you go for vacation, then think about nothing, because you have to, otherwise you go crazy.
That's true.
And then you have the home health that can come and work for an hour. For 1 hour, you can go out and get out of the situation completely. But I know that your mind will be at home to make sure that they're doing well. And then you have the clergy that you can talk, and you can talk to the home health services, as I told you. And aging service has a lot of program, like you can take them to the services, like you can go activities for a few hours that you can get in there, and they'll stay there for a few hours. That few hours is yours, that you can go to bank, you can go for shopping, because taking care of is not only sitting down and with your parents. It involves running errands, shopping, cleaning, bathing, cooking, and giving medications.
Yes, it's a full-time.
It's a full-time job. Even though it says only 20 hours, I'm sure it is more than that. And it's 7 days a week. And you have to educate yourself. There's a good book called 48 Hours Day. And that is a good book that I always thought that is a good learning plan for people who getting into the situation where long days will be involved. And as I told you, that sleep is a must. You have to sleep, because if you are not sleeping, your next day will be very depressing, exhausted, and your attention span will be much less, and you'll be angrier faster. And you have to understand that, some days you will feel that way. And to accept that, some days I will be terrible. I'll be not expecting. I'm blaming everybody for everything. And that is natural. And this is not a wrong thing to do. Another thing is that, there is a lot of caregiver groups. You can call them up and tell them, I need to join you. Then you can join them and ask them, how do you solve this problem? When your parents don't sleep at night, what do you do?
Yeah.
And so they will give you a lot of tips and the things like that, what they do. And there'll be someone you always can call and talk. That also helps with your venting. And you should know what's your limit. And then when you get to that limit, you step back. You have to step back and think, what will be my next day?
Yeah. So I think those are very important points. So for audience, just make sure, take care of yourself. Number one. Number two is identify if when it is your limit, and you don't push yourself through it. Nobody's Superman or Superwoman, and we all have limits. And realize that you need to sleep, eat, and take care of your routine. And there is emotional support. Seek your loved one, friends, whatever relaxes you. So you need to break up this cycle and give in between some relaxation for your mind and body. And if you are a spiritual person, if you seek spirituality, feel free to do that. But put that in to get you going for next. So it's make sure it is organized. So first thing is keep an eye on your behavior. So if your loved ones point out that your behavior has changed a lot or some, admit it and look into soul searching and make sure that you are honest to yourself. Actually, it's going to help you, not harm you. Nobody is here to criticize anyone, but you look at and help yourself. So that, and you will see that your mind is, I always tell people and patients that, look, mind is like a computer, and the computer works best when different parts of computer work in synchronization, not at all firing at all cylinders, because it draws a lot of current from the hard drive and can burn the hard drive. Same is human brain. It works best when certain portions work and certain rest. So if the whole mindset is geared to emergency response, it can burn out. Those hormone, adrenaline, put a lot of stress not only in the brain but also in the heart. So elevated blood pressure, heart problems, unfortunately a lot of heart disease related to type A personality, as well as health effects. Recently, actually, a lot of physicians fighting pandemic lost their lives too, because they were not taking care of their own health, which in terms of diabetes, hypertension, and health. So unfortunately, for many years, most of physicians are actually worse patients, so, and including myself. So make sure you are taking care of yourself, your health. Realize that burnout is a reality. So seek a support group. Make sure join them. There's no shame in or no harm in, and discuss those things which are stressing you. Maybe they have a better answer to some of difficult patients or difficult situations we are seeking. And regarding family, I think Dr. already mentioned, make sure is get a support from whole family members. Make sure they are not having problems in taking care, and for them to realize it's a full-time job. It's not easy, and it involves a lot of care. It's a teamwork between family, us, and the intermediately staff. So that's a 24/7 kind of job. So make sure we all take care of that and stay healthy and stay focused. So for final wrap up, I'll request Dr. Ahmed, any summary or pointers you'd like to share with the audience?
Well, I think we should give more credit to the people who takes care of our family member.
Yeah.
And 85% of all caregivers are the family members. So, and all the caregivers, 40% have emotional stress. It's a big number.
Yeah, big number.
And 20% are in financial trouble. And 20% are physically stressed. So they have more physical illness and stress and things like that. not only that, it has involvement of our body, like the cortisol level of patient, or the caregivers are 15% higher than normal people.
Wow.
So and high cortisol level is implicated in a lot of medical problems like high blood pressure, diabetes, coronary artery disease, and stroke. So it should not be taken lightly. That's my final word.
Yeah, and I think with these thoughts, we just want to again summarize for audience that look for caregiver stress, look for loved ones, take care of your loved ones. It's a team effort. It's not one person's job. And if we all share and we realize it's a team effort, it makes that job much easier to understand and handle, because after all, it is our all loved ones as well as, and the caregiver provider stress is actually a big factor. There's also actually a study before that in residents, they were being overworked and they were noticed to have a lot of mistakes, and that's another topic. We can talk for hours on that. So make sure you take care of your diet, you take care of your sleep, you take care of your emotional support, and seek any help if you need. So with those thoughts in mind, we will like to get feedback about our program. So send us a Twitter, Facebook, email. So keep watching Lifestyle with Dr. Moby, and this is Dr. Moby and this is Dr. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
When Moby first met Camellia in the forest, they were just kids having some fun, yeah. They were young and of course they found this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we are honored with great guest Donna Goldman from New York City. How are you doing, Donna?
Oh, great. Thank you.
And Donna is ready to give us about all her great recipes. And I will actually ask her, put her website right now. She's into a lot of mindful meals and also sustainable living tips, art of living elevated lifestyle. Wow, it's amazing. May all that ingredients for a great talk. I'm going to ask you one by one first. Tell me, how did you start this whole project?
I started this project. I mean, I'm old.
Oh,
no, I started the project technically in April of '97, and I worked in the music industry for a long time, but I always, even since I was in college, wanted to make documentary films when you couldn't even use the D word. And then, but I've always cooked for myself. I grew up in a diabetic home, and I've started cooking for myself since I was a kid. I'm very young, and I've stopped eating meat. I've been a vegetarian since I'm 10. I keep that. I don't make a big deal about it, but I'm really not a meat eater, and I started cooking for myself that way. And then, as the music industry was unraveling, I know the Food Network was just beginning. And I thought, oh, I'll get a job at the Food Network. And then I started making recipes for survival. It was called utilitarian cooking and much more. No more than $4 for ingredients and mindful cooking and maintaining basic staples. That was a big thing. So, but it was not the right time when I was starving. Nobody else was. Everybody was in the .com boom. But that's how it started. And then I got it on Manhattan Public Access because I was in an art collective, and a friend of mine did, and they were like, "Dee, you should put your cooking show on the Manhattan Public Access," and I did, and that's really started to get some attention, which I didn't even realize at the very beginning. But within a short time, I started being recognized, mostly because of my voice. And the show maintained the primetime slot for over 2 years on Manhattan Public Access.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, it was fun. It was at a really fun time.
Yeah. So I see why it will be, because you are so social and really talk for hours.
I didn't mean to that, but that's how it started. And it's the one thing I've really kept as a platform for all the work that I tend to do. And now I really wanted to elevate recipes for survival and the mindfulness and sustainability is my obsession at this point. I mean, it's not just a new thing for me. I'm old. I've been doing this a long time about being mindful, and especially about food packaging waste. And I tend to do whatever I can to only eat things that don't have packaging. And then I started making my cookie, the sustainable cookie.
That's a very nice, I'm so glad to hear that you have a lot of interest in healthy lifestyle and healthy cooking. So we're going to ask a little bit about these, I see that you do a lot of lessons, right? And so tell me a little bit about what is about mindful meals. What is different with that?
Well, what I try to do is for instance, a friend of mine wants to learn how to make macaroni and cheese. What I will do is I will recommend the ingredients, and in that list and in that email, I mention why I use these particular products. And I also keep it very simple. Typically I keep as simple as the recipe can be, as how I try to keep it. And then the lesson is done via Zoom.
Wow. So with COVID, of course, were you using Zoom always, or is this just?
No. Often my job was as a private chef for families.
Okay.
Not always with health issues, some with. But no, the Zoom thing I just had to do straight away.
Oh, okay. So this is, of course, started. So tell me how COVID has changed.
It just brought a screeching halt to what I was doing. I had 3 beautiful clients. It just stopped. One of my clients, both the mother and father of 3 children, were doctors. The mother more prominent than the husband. Huge doctors at Columbia. Huge. She is incredible. And then when the COVID, that was the end. And I went back in October, but it was so frantic. And then her husband's PA was tested positive, and they freaked. And then they locked down again and sent the kids to the grandparents. So my other client, they just fell away. Now I just got a new client that I'm working for once a week and helping with her son to feed her son. Yeah. And now I'm cooking in my house and delivering, which typically I didn't do, but I am. I'm doing anything I can. And I'm making my cookies here, but sending them to my friends everywhere. People are loving them.
So what kind of cookies do you make?
It's an oil-cured olive cookie.
Wow. Well, okay.
So very little sugar, orange zest, all organic flour, little bit of baking. It's very, very simple, and it's a killer, most delicious cookie that there is, no doubt.
So if I come to
I'm
New
going to
York,
send you some, Moby.
yes, I need.
I'm going to send that to you.
I was gonna say, I have to stop by New York to get your cookies. So
I ship them. I send them, and it's all sustainable packaging.
Very nice, very nice. See, I got free cookies. Wow.
Well, you can help. If you can probably help support the project, but I'll get you a sample.
Always.
I'll get you a sample. I ship in these, or if it's a different type of order, I ship them. Check this, in paint tins.
Oh, cool. And with the nice.
Just put a sticker and a card inside that has the ingredients, and then a note from whoever is sending it to whoever, if it's me, whatever. A beautiful card I created. Yeah.
I'm sure people love getting cookies, and with this COVID, it's like, it's a blessing. You get little food, comfort food, and kind of reminds you of good days, right?
When I sent one of the first friends that I sent it to, who's like an influencer in the yachting industry, was that this is the best thing. Gifts in the mail, sending, getting a gift, and she knew it was coming, and then she had completely forgotten and was so excited when we got it. And it's great. I mean, the mailing is expensive and the service is horrible. Horrible. But I'm doing the best that I can. Right.
Okay, great. Also, I'd like to ask you a little bit about something on these your recipes. Do you have just appetizers? Do you have main meals, or all of them?
Oh, I would say mostly in terms of the lessons, they're meals more than. I should do that. I should.
hibiscus. Oh, that's really great.
Yes, that's beautiful.
So those are, you do a lot of vegetarian at this point, or did you do all kinds?
Pretty much what I cook in my house and what I offer here has no meat, not even chicken.
No.
I don't even think I do fish. Maybe I mean the clam. Yeah, maybe a little, but not really. Yeah, mostly it's all vegetarian, and I don't even make a big deal about that. You know, I don't.
And this is, look at your cookie.
Yeah.
So I found the cookie for you.
I never met a cookie I didn't like, but I love this cookie.
Yeah.
But this is the cookie I love. Yeah.
Yeah, this is, and you have this one, holiday cards with.
Yeah, I painted that. I did that painting.
Very nice, very nice. So that's goes with that, and that's what probably you say when people looked at, they were pleasantly surprised with that, right?
How'd you do that, Dee? Yeah, a friend of mine commissioned me to do that drawing, that style of drawing for an auction. It never happened, and then I had the artwork, and I put it out as cards, and friends bought it as cards. I bought them, and that was a big help. And the other thing that I love teaching is working with heritage recipes. That's another thing that I do. I did one with my friend. We did an apple pie, an apple dessert for Thanksgiving time.
Okay, so you do apple pie? Was that pie?
Well, it wasn't. It's called an apple slump, and it's from a recipe of Louisa May Alcott, who wrote Little Women. So it was a really wonderful, incredible project.
Okay,
I found a really old recipe, and that's what we worked from.
Okay, very nice. I mean, you know, I think this kind of cooking is very relaxing, and it promotes, of course, great health. And a lot of studies indicate that, you know, using a lot of vegetables actually and avoiding animal fats actually is better. I mean, gentler on your system. People tend to live longer for sure. And also less expensive, I guess, than.
Well, you know, one of the aha moments, if you will, which for me it was pre-Oprah when I had this, but for me, I mean, I've always cooked, but what I found was when I was on the road and everything is catered, anything you want and the food and everything you want, no matter how much I would eat, and I did not a lot, but I never felt satiated. And then the morning I was off the road or woke up and I was in my friend's house and made myself 2 pieces of toast and tea, it was one of the best meals I'd had. You know, you felt completely different. So that whole transfer of energy when you're cooking for yourself versus constantly just being fed by somebody or restaurant food, that was another reason really why I started Recipes for Survival.
So in some simple words, it was actually helping you also.
Oh my God, it did.
Big time.
Saved my life, my cooking.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, it's my mental health exercise. One of many.
Yeah.
That includes writing.
That's very
walking
nice.
My dog.
No, that's very nice. And that is, you know, simple and, you know, cost effective, that because, you know, you get a product that you get to taste your tasty food. You know, if you are stressed and you mess up the food, of course it'll be burned, right? So you have to be in the looking at, you know, don't overcook it, right? So
For me, it's also focus.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And attention. Like I would not, if I didn't know how to grocery shop, I would despise it. You know, it would not be something, but I will spend minutes touching every onion in the basket to see which onion I want to work with. And I think that's something I would love to share with people. Mm-hmm. You know, and everybody's like, nobody has time for that. And it's the same thing. Like when I go into Whole Foods and there's a shelf of pieces of salmon in plastic versus the man standing behind the counter and he can just wrap a piece in paper for you and go. They're like, no, people don't want to take the time. They just have to grab and go. Okay. I have a problem with that. I happen to have way too much time on my hands. I'm not raising children. I don't have a full-time corporate job, but I still think that those people, anybody should still be able to take the time to buy and purchase food for themselves that's not always wrapped in plastic.
So yeah, plastic can cause a lot of problem, and
it freaked me out.
Yeah, and not only that, when you heat them in plastic, you know, a lot of carcinogens.
Oh my God! I mean, forget that. Don't even what I went through. I called Trader Joe's because they had string beans in a bag to put in a microwave. I said, "Are you kidding me? You could be in jail. You can't do that."
Yeah,
they're not on the shelves anymore.
They took it out. Okay, good for them. No, I mean, a lot of these plastic. The other problem is the pollution. You know, these are, and they actually kill the environment. You know, plastic cannot be digested by any animal, and then you know, and people are throwing in the sea and then water, and then fishes they are dying. You know, the animal can't absorb that. And soil cannot decompose for thousands of years. So I don't know what good is doing, but for sure it's ruining a lot of things.
Everything. If you want trail mix, go to the health food store and get a brown paper bag.
Yeah.
You don't have to get nuts in a plastic and walls of this stuff. Olives. You can buy olives in a bottle.
Yeah. Now I like that you have for cookies you have those paper cardboards and you don't have the plastic.
Who knows? You know, on some level it's contraband because I'm not making it in a commercial kitchen yet. It doesn't have labels. It's not so, but I don't care. I'm doing it and my friends are alive. You know what? People are alive. They'll eat their cookie. They'll be fine.
That's very nice. Very nice. Also, I'd like to ask you a little bit about your earlier career. I know you were in music for a long time, right? That was your first passion. So tell me a little bit about any memories of that.
Oh, please. I was in the music industry, but really, yeah, one of my first jobs was at the Forest Hills Concert Series, and then I got to work in music videos. I was an assistant to a director, a very famous director for a while. Then got back into the rock touring industry, and I was an assistant to a production manager who's no longer with us anymore. Mm-hmm. And we were together 10 or 12 years. Mm-hmm. And he was a very famous, most incredible person. And I was very lucky to be his assistant for a good long while.
Wow. That's very nice. Very nice. And so do you miss music or no?
Oh my God. I miss that whole world more than anything. Okay. Yeah. Yes. It's very different now, you know.
Yeah. So who was your favorite to listen to?
Oh God. Well, I was incredibly fortunate to work for the Rolling Stones. So
wow. Wow.
It's, I love Pink Floyd more than anything. I got to help work on some of those. I love U2 more than anything. I got to help work on some of those. Early Madonna stuff. All of it. Amnesty International.
Very nice. Very nice.
It was huge.
Yeah, that would be huge.
I got to work on Live Aid.
Nice.
We didn't get paid. No one got paid.
Oh,
We get a credit and a sweatshirt.
oh, that's all they get.
But I was young, you know, and I was a typist. I just did rooming lists or stuff, you know, little stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tell us, so I can show again, everybody listening, your website. So check her website. Her mission is great: mindful meals, sustainable living tips, and she promotes a lot of vegetables, which is great and simple. And also love her cookies. And I will definitely support you, Donna, for your cookies. No worries on that.
Can't wait to get them to you. We have not to give you a testimony, see if you like them. So it's recipes, 4 survival.com.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Okay, and people can check that out. And thank you for coming and giving this kind of unscripted, original talk. And thank you once again for taking time to come to our show.
Thank you so much.
Any final message would you like?
Oh, right, because I have a podcast also.
Yeah.
I have a YouTube channel, Recipes, 4 Survival. And I have a podcast called DG Tips, Tea Time Conversations, sparked by the collective unconscious. And then Recipes for Survival, Mindful Meals and Sustainable Living.
Okay, very nice, very nice. People can check you out too. Okay, you take care, and I will definitely taste your cookies. Thank you.
And my real name is Donna Goldman, and Recipes for Survival. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Moby.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
When Moby first met Camellia in the forest, they were just kids having some fun, yeah. They were young and of course they found This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of faith brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago.
Welcome to our show Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. This is a show which is simple, authentic, and anyone can do it. We're gonna learn from each other. We're gonna meet some successful people who have already adopted all the principles and they are very successful. And it is a journey, so we're gonna also encourage a lot of other folks who wanna join this show. Keep watching Lifestyle with Dr. Moby, and I'm Dr. Moby. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm welcoming you to my show Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. Today we have Mr. Adnan Khan. He is a friend of mine and he made a change to his lifestyle. And today we are going to talk to him frankly and learn what made this change in his lifestyle. Welcome you to our show.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Assalamualaikum.
Assalamualaikum. So tell me what really prompted you to change your lifestyle and when did that happen?
2 साल पहले मुझे थोड़ी had some heart issues, so I went to the doctors and they prescribed me with after all the tests some kind of beta blocker. Obviously, I didn't want to take the beta blocker because it's a lifetime medicine I have to take, so I decided to make a change, and the change was to lose weight. So at that point in 2017 December, I weighed 228 pounds. So anyway, I started with 2 options. One was the diet, the other was exercise. The issue with diet is it's very difficult for us, I'm being 50 years old, to change our lifestyle. Eating salad is not something we can do. Most of our ethnic food a certain way. We go to people's houses, the foods are the same way, so it's very difficult. So my solution was to exercise. And watching what to do, the decision was to do walk. So I started to walk. And I started with about 2.5 miles a day and took it up to about 18.5 miles a day walking, which was using about 5 hours a day time. It took me about 8 months to lose about almost 50 pounds. And that changed everything. My knees, my ankles, the way the clothes fits was so much better. The family was very happy. My daughters were so thrilled that I don't have a huge belly anymore and things like that. So that worked out very good. And the heart problem, which is the original one we started with, that also went away and the heartbeat became very normal at that point.
So I think that's a great story, and it all comes down to self-realization and working on your body, realizing how blessed we are with health, and health is pretty much. So we'll just go back a little bit, one more step. So do you think that illness brought some difficult time for you in your life, realizing how blessed you are with all what you have in life, and what changes you really need to do to your lifestyle to keep going, right?
Right. Obviously, the illness was the eye-opener. Unfortunately, we kind of looked the other way, keep buying bigger clothes and not dealing with the issue of weight. And obviously, that wasn't going to work out. So the weight loss has to be done at that point. So there was no other choice. And again, the exercise was the only option I can come up with because diet was going to be very difficult to do. And you can only sustain a diet for so long. You cannot do all your life diet. That's going to be very difficult. So that's where the life-changing decision had to be made. And I'm glad that I did it because it's so much better now than it was 2 years ago.
Okay. So I understand now your blood test is all better, cholesterol and diabetes, any risk. So how is your heart doing?
Okay, so heart rate is now normal. My heart rate was actually, resting heart rate was 110 and now is 81, which is very okay. And everything else come down. Obviously the sugar is down, the cholesterol is down. Everything else is gone to on the healthier side.
Okay, great. And how is any issues with sleep? Are you having or any snoring or any problems?
I never had any sleep issue before, nor snoring. Well, I can't tell you about snoring. You have to ask my wife about snoring. I'm sleeping when that happened. Yeah. But the sleep was very good. I usually go lay down, alhamdulillah, I go right to sleep. And then now the same way, sleep is same. Mm-hmm. I don't use alarm clock. I get up in the morning, early morning every day, and that's something, it's been the same way and no problems with that.
Okay. Now tell me a little bit about your exercise regimen. So that will be good for people to share. So what I understand, you walk or run, or what do you do normally?
Okay, so I'm walking because the running obviously a little bit hard on the knees. Mm-hmm. So one of the things is the health is the best asset we have. There's nothing better than health. Mm-hmm. So obviously we need to take care of ourselves. So walking wise, what I do is I walk in the morning, early morning, mm-hmm. and then also in the evening. So I divide into two ways. Mm-hmm. So usually walk about 7 to 10 miles in the morning and 5 to 7 miles in the evening.
Mm-hmm. And that I think Mr. Adnan brought really good point here. First, you can really split your exercise regimen to fit your schedule. So don't be stressed by that. You really have to do all this with this time frame. So he has a busy life schedule. So you can split your exercise throughout day. You can do it in 3 times, 4 times, whatever you desire. And we really have to come up with actually exercise regimen which tailors our lifestyle. So once you cannot fit everyone, and that's very important. Second thing I think is no need to do extra running that really hurts your joints and can cause problem. Even taking steps using some kind of app to track that. So physical activity is the key, and we really need to focus on that. So the problem is sitting disease. So the problem we have is we are sitting on the table, couch, and we are not moving. And that's the problem. I think he has divided his exercise regimen into morning and evening. That's fantastic. I am big fan of changing exercise some towards evening because you're going to hit the bed and all the food you ate is going to pretty much go straight to liver and cause a problem for the body to even absorb. So what time normally you go to bed between your last meal and the one, if you can help us with that?
Okay, so a couple of things which you mentioned actually, one of the things I did is I bought a Fitbit mm-hmm. or any other device. What it does is it buzzes every hour, makes you walk 500 steps every hour. So it makes you not sit all the time. Mm-hmm. Also, I got rid of my chair at the office, so I stand up and work, which makes it easier because when you get tired, you kind of move around. The whole idea is body is moving instead of just sitting in one place. Mm-hmm. The other issue is dinner. I used to eat dinner late, like 9, 10 o'clock, and now I'm eating dinner at no later than 6 p.m. Mm-hmm. So that allows me to stay up for another 3-4 hours before I go to bed. So it makes it a little bit better for the food to digest. Mm-hmm. And then after dinner, usually an hour or so later. Now the sunset is early, but usually after dinner, wait about an hour or so and then go for the walk. Mm-hmm. But now I have to walk before dinner because it gets dark by 5:30.
Okay. And do you also try to do some adjustments? Say some days if you can't walk to your goal, do you adjust it for next few days?
Right. So a couple of things here. You're right. I have a weekly goal. So
Okay.
I have to meet that goal. But one thing I've done is I did not take off. So if I cannot work the entire whatever I want to do, 2 hours, 1 hour, 3 hour, I'll do less, but I do something. Never quit. Because the problem is when you quit, it's very hard to get back in that system. So that's going to be the issue. So you need to, if you're not, obviously some days things come up. All of us have families and work, so things will come up. But keep the regimen on. But what you can do is you can then change it and make it up on the next day or 2 days. So I've done that in the past too.
Okay, so for just simplicity, I will just summarize and will ask then for his final few words. So first, make sure anything we do is make it simple to follow. So whatever approach we take, whether we do more exercise or we watch what we eat, we have to maintain it. So it cannot be just 1 day or 1 week program. This we have to live for probably for really long time. So it has to be a lifestyle change. Problem I see sometimes is people come to me and say, oh, give me some kind of plan for 1 month and we should be back to normal. That's true, you can be back to normal, but what is the next plan after 1 month? Are you gonna sustain that? So losing weight or changing your lifestyle for 1 or 2 months or even 3 months short term gain is never the answer. Answer is lifestyle. And Mr. Adnan has actually kept his lifestyle for over a year or more.
2 years.
2 years, and this is the key. So whatever we choose, whatever we like to do, we have to maintain that. And it's a long-term battle. It's not 1 month, it's not 1 day thing. And your plan should also reflect yourself pretty much. We all are different genetically. We all have, any medication or any plan works very differently for anyone. In his case, it affected his heart. Some people get diabetes, some get arthritis, some get other problems. But if we take that and to correct ourselves, to correct our course and go really extra mile to achieve the health, we will succeed. So I think that shows that if you have a commitment, self-realization, there's nothing that we cannot do. You really need actually good idea to see your doctor and get your labs done, check your cholesterol, heart, and make sure that's helping. If that helps you to motivate, please do that. But it's very important that whatever we do, make it sustain for the rest of your life, because it's not 1 month thing, it's not 1 day thing. And so final few words I would like to get for audience, what you find some of challenges you see.
Well, the challenges is always to take time out for the exercise. That's always going to be the biggest challenge because all of us have a busy lifestyle. So that's one challenge. But if you commit to something and you make it work part of your lifestyle, as Dr. Moby mentioned, that if we change the lifestyle and stick to it, this will be good. Now, it cannot be temporary for 30 days or 1 year. It has to be the lifestyle change. So we have to either add exercise to our life or do some kind of diet. So I chose to do exercise because diet was difficult for me. But again, eating healthy is very important. Eating vegetables is very important. So we need to follow proper nutrition that is out there. Everyone on the internet we can follow. So we need to do that. And of course, adding the lifestyle of exercise will make a huge difference. And you're going to feel good yourself. I feel much better. My body feels good. I don't have to carry an extra 50 pounds that I was carrying before. So it makes a huge difference on everything.
Once again, we thank you, Mr. Adnan Khan, for coming all the way from Maryland and giving us really a good pointers towards his healthy lifestyle, which is successful, and we congratulate him. And I think it was a great learning experience. Love to see him again in our show. And once again, I thank you, Mr. Adnan.
Well, thank you for having me.
Thank you.
love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
Dr. Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Hello, my name is Jeanne Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome Keturah to our show. This is Lifestyle with Dr. Moby, and I'm Dr. Moby. Hello, how are you doing?
I am wonderful. Hi, Dr. Moby. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Okay, well, thank you for coming. So tell us about what you normally do.
Absolutely. So I work as a coach, and I work specifically in the area of emotional fluency. And this is something that came out of my work as a therapist. Before I started working for myself, I worked for a company, worked in the field of mental health, and I worked specifically with youth and their families. And one of the things that I found was that the biggest mistake that many parents and children, were making was that in their interaction with one another, there's so much that got lost in translation that created parent-child conflict. And so when I decided to go on my own to approach helping women, I had to narrow it down in a way that could really, really meet their needs. And the three things I found that were really important were identity, worth, and confidence. But even when you started unpeeling those layers, or peeling those layers, I should say, I found that what made it easiest, the fastest way to get results with families was to really work on some of the underlying issues that
really, the area which needs a lot of help. And, so much stress going on with, now with COVID and so many, everything that people's life have really changed. So tell us also about your journey a little bit. So I know you're very well experienced in that field. So tell us when did you start it and how long you've been
doing everything. So yeah, I started back in 2017, and ironically, it's interesting that you said, tell me about your personal journey, because it also was a personal journey for me too. Of course, on the professional side, I was able to take my skill sets and bring it into the coaching world. Mm-hmm. But for me, I went through my own personal journey. Back in 2012, 13, my marriage ended, and I had 4 children from that marriage. And there were a number of factors that contributed to the marriage ending. But in the transition of being a single mother and also somebody who I was still young and I wanted to be married, I wanted to find love again. But there were a lot of what I would call issues within the tissues, that existed, that I wouldn't say I suppressed it on purpose. It's just sometimes life happens. You just have to keep moving. And so when my divorce happened, when the separation specifically happened, that's when I started to really dig in and begin to look at some of the areas of my life that I really either wasn't aware needed attention, or just at the time I wasn't even emotionally prepared to deal with. And so it became even more apparent to me and more important when I entered into a second marriage, because I did not want to have a repetition of some of the same things that happened. I did not want to end up being where I was 12 years later. So that really was one thing that was an impetus for me to work on myself. And in the process of working on myself, I would see a lot of parallels with myself and with other clients that I was working with when I worked as a therapist. But these are all things that contributed.
I know, and that is, speaks volume that, first of all, I really congratulate that you came out of yourself, believing in yourself, and not only believing in yourself, actually navigating through such a difficult time, emotionally, as well as, a lot of dynamics financially and 10 other things going with it, right? So, and then, not only and also to take care of your kids, at the same time, right?
Absolutely.
And then because dealing with stress is one thing, but the reality is actually you have to keep moving forward too, right? You just can't stop your life and then start dealing with the stress, because that is part of reality. But you keep on fighting, and with it, like, still your pace, taking care of your kids and career and everything else has to continue. And
absolutely. Yeah.
And that is, people, I think, find it difficult sometimes, is that they find it difficult to work on all these angles, because they are, but, kudos to you. You're really a very strong person emotionally and spiritually blessed with that, you not only did that, but also continued your journey. And now look at you, you are really helping so many people.
Absolutely. I never would have thought that personal development, coaching, I never would have seen it in the future for myself. And sometimes I call myself an accidental entrepreneur, because when I began sharing with people, like in my personal journey, and that's the thing, it's like 2 parts. There's the one where I was working with a company for a company and I saw the need. But what really pushed me was not just that. It was as I started going through my own personal transformation and I started seeing different sets of results in my life, people would ask me like, hey, you're so joyful. What about, your children? How did you go through a divorce and a remarriage, a blended family? Because my husband, his first wife passed away, and he has a child from that marriage. So I have 5 children total with the blend. And, divorce could be something that it takes a heavy toll on families. And many people saw just how we gelled well together. But not only that, even with my ex-husband, the relationship that everybody has, they just wanted to know. And I started realizing that, you know what? There's something unique. There's something different about the way that I was approaching it. And so I had to start asking myself questions and writing it down and journaling it down so that I could present it to people. And that is really when I said, there is a unique method, and I call it the bold power method. And if you want me to share what that is,
sure.
Definitely. So yeah. I talk about the ideal woman as a momentum woman. And so I say, there are ways to utilize bold power to become a momentum woman. And so it's 5 pillars. Mm-hmm. Pillar number 1 is the posture of your heart. Mm-hmm. Pillar number 2 is ownership. Pillar number 3 is what I call womb wisdom. Mm-hmm. Pillar number 4 is empathy. And number 5 is reverence. So in these areas, that's what I know worked for me. And in presenting it to other people and really helping them adopt this model for building upon their skill set, specifically their emotional, not just emotional intelligence, but emotional fluency. It's really an area I've seen lots of amazing results that I never could have imagined. I was just trying to live and live well.
Wow. I mean, I would congratulate again. This is fantastic. You're just describing, those 5 pillars you came up with. So let's dig a little bit deeper into each. And so for audience sake, so they kind of get benefit out of that. So tell me a little bit about when you say, that first pillar is your heart, right?
Yeah. I know we probably don't have enough time to go through all of them, but, emotional fluency for me is the awareness of the role that our perception plays in our understanding of things, our understanding of our strengths, our limitations, our experiences, and shaping our internal and external environment. And, life happens to us. It just comes at you, whether it's you go through something tragic or you had to move from a place, and just different events that could happen in our lives. But specifically in the area of personal relationships and interpersonal relationships, the posture of the heart, why I emphasize the posture of the heart is because, out of the heart flows the issues of all of our lives, whether it's a personal relationship, work relationships. Nowadays, people don't want to just have a job, right? They want a job that they're passionate about. They want to feel like they're contributing. So everything now is being connected to our heart. And so with the posture of heart, I talk about 3 types of relationships that we need to have. The relationship with the person walking ahead of you, which is leadership. Then there's the relationship with the person walking with you, and that's more of a partnership. And then the person walking behind you. And why I frame it that way, and I didn't say what that final one is, it's mentorship, because we're also meant to give back, right? If you're emptying your cup out all the time, then you feel worn out. You feel, just depleted. And that can build resentment. It could build bitterness. But when you're pouring out and still at the same time getting, poured into, then you have more of an appreciation for everything around you. But also that partnership aspect of it, it helps with understanding expectations better. Then even in certain relationships, if you know where that person is, if you know, okay, they're walking ahead of me, they're walking with me, they're walking behind me, then sometimes when our expectations are not met in relationships, we get angry, we get upset, we get hurt, we get disappointed. But if you have a clear understanding of what it is that you should be expecting out of that person, then it's easier to navigate through these relationships without your needs not being met, number one, and without your expectations being left unmet as well. And I know there's not enough time to really unpack it, but I want them to at least think about, the person walking in front of you, with you, and behind you, because it really helps to frame our interaction so much better. And also,
but feel free to dig deeper, so makes it we can definitely, we'd love to have you back, because this is such an important topic, and emotional spirituality and well-being that is so needed right now and every time. But and we'd love to hear more details. But feel free to dig to your style, whatever we can do for this episode. We still have a little bit time, so we can really go a little bit deeper if you need. But tell us also about a lot of people first stage they will have in situation, whether it's emotional or elsewhere, is usually like denial, and then they will say, okay, it can't happen to me, and then also a guilt, some kind of guilt that
yes. I think a lot of people, they live in those two. One of the emotions that I've seen most prevalent in a lot of people is guilt. Whether it's they did not accomplish something, and that is actually something that even for me, I dealt with for many years. I got married very young. I was 19 years old when I got married, and I was in college when I got married, but then I had my first child and my second child and my third child, and they were all back to back. And similar to myself, many people, whether it's something they didn't accomplish or an opportunity that you feel like you missed out on, or just being a certain place in life that you think you should be by now. You may look at your friends, you may look at your contemporaries and see their accomplishments and feel like, well, I don't meet up to that standard. But I always tell my clients, you are exactly where you need to be right now. And if you're not able to really have joy in the moment, to embrace what is, not just to focus on what isn't, but to embrace and to be grateful for what is, then you're constantly going to be feeling like something is missing. And how guilt plays into that is when you look at what you have. Like if, for example, I had a client who said to me, Keturah, I should be happier. I have a good husband. I have a beautiful home. I have a great job. I have this, I have that, but I feel so incomplete. And we had to unpack it, and we discovered some of the underlying issues that were there. But the feeling of unfulfillment, if it's not properly assessed, then what's on the flip side of it is guilt. Because then that, well, it could be worse, it could be this, it could be that. And rather than just being in the moment and being present, then that creates problems for people. And I do have a technique that I share with my clients, and I'll just share it right now. For somebody who may be feeling, whether it's they're feeling guilt, or they're feeling like maybe I'm in denial, or maybe I'm not approaching life the way I should, I call it the 4A shift. And it's 1, you shift your attention. 2, you shift your awareness. 3, you shift your application. You shift your accountability. And number 4, you shift your adaptability. And what that ends up doing, like for somebody, if you're thinking, Keturah, I don't remember, I'm not going to remember those 4 A's. It's 4 easy ways to learn it. Ask yourself these 4 questions. What am I doing? what should I be doing? How can I fix it? And what happens if I don't? Because then when you ask yourself what it is that you're doing, you're really being present. You're really, you really are allowing yourself to be present, and you need to be honest with yourself as well. And what should I be doing? This is where you're digging into your capabilities. And there's more to this part, but I think somebody listening right now, they could still benefit from it.
Yeah.
And if you'd like to learn more, you can always, reach out. But that number 2 part, shifting your awareness, identifying your capabilities, identifying where you may think you have limitations, but you actually don't. And many times people actually fight for their limitations. They'll say, oh, that's just how I am. Oh, I can't do this. Oh, but then when you really start asking yourself, what should I be doing? And you really allow your subconscious, you allow your spirit to speak, lead from your heart, not just from your head, but really dig into your heart, you will see that the answers are within you. It may be fear and fear of what people may think, fear of your own success. Many times people think, oh, I'm afraid of failure. And really it's that they're afraid of success because they don't know what that looks like. And it creates that turbulence for them because then, whoa, can I sustain this? Well, if you were able to get there, of course you'll be able to sustain it. Number 3 is shift your accountability. And that accountability actually ties back into what I said earlier about having the 3 people in front, having the 3 people in your life. If you realize that, wait a minute, I don't have many people walking ahead of me. Yes, you may have people you listen to, motivational speakers, people like that. But do you have people in your life that are in that position of leadership? Or are there people that are you accountable to anybody? And the one person that sometimes I find many of my clients are not accountable to is themselves.
Oh, wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Sure. So, and I think, this is, everybody can relate to that. And the beauty is that you explained it so well, it's very simple, basically see where you are and, where you want to go and, what are your fears or, where should you be going? And accountability, very well said, you're accountable for yourself first. And also, if you have other people or you think they are part of, whether they are with you, behind you, or along with you, right? So those, then, but, tell us what can help to feel, number 1, denial can, as you said, a lot of people can last in that stage for a long time, unfortunately, denial as well as guilt. So, so what can really help to minimize those 2 stages?
Number 1, being in a place of gratitude. I always talk about empathy because, again, many of the clients I've worked with, they come out of situations in life where they are the savior and the martyr for everybody. But there's that lack of compassion for themselves. Actually, in my, I have a coaching program, a monthly coaching program. It's a group program, and that's one of the things we talked about this month. We talked about self-compassion and courage. And one of the things that came up when we were identifying that self-compassion is, again, back to value. How do we see ourselves? Do we have a level of worth? Do we even have a way, a method, a system to assess our worth? And many times what I see people doing is they're assessing their worth based on somebody else. And I think it's Tony Robbins who says, we have all of us as human beings, we are valuable. And we know this, you don't need Tony Robbins to tell you. Right? We should know this, but we place a level of value on ourselves that is unfair. And if we were to, from an empathetic space, talk about this way that we look at ourselves and identify other people, you would see that no, we give value to people. We celebrate people when they do something amazing, when they're successful in a way, shape, or form. We talk about it. And within our culture, sometimes we have a sense of false humility. And that false humility is really pride on the opposite end. Because then if you think about what pride is, right? Pride is feeling like you are something bigger than what you are. But then on the other side of it, false humility is not seeing yourself as who you are. And so I think how somebody could remedy guilt and remedy denial is just being honest with ourselves and being compassionate with ourselves as well. Not feeling sorry for ourselves or saying, oh, you know, but really give yourself a break. We're hard on ourselves. And, you know, we're extremely hard on ourselves. And depending on how we're raised, what we value, we can be so much harder on ourselves. But if we were to take a moment, if you just take a moment and say, hey, what have I? Even when you do the what am I doing? You will see that you're doing so much more than you realize. So much more than the average person.
And that is such a, you know, beautiful concept. First is gratitude, you know, like you said, you know, that kind of changes the whole perspective, in my opinion, too. That once you realize, when you wake up and you realize, thank God or thank whatever you believe, is that, you know, I'm alive and I can see people walk and come out of the bed or look outside and enjoy. I think that is marvelous. You know, if you look at now people who are sick and then they are, God forbid, in ICU or somewhere, you know, not feeling well, and or they can move, ask them, or even feel for once that if your arm or, you know, any part is not functioning, then you realize that how precious everything is.
Yeah.
So that changes.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Now, I was just going to share something else that, you know, I think could help them as well, too. You know, and just having vision, it really, really changes things, because we can allow ourselves to be blindsided by so much. And the way we defend it is through being in denial. I see denial as simply a defense mechanism. You know, it's just a defense mechanism that people use to not have to show up more for themselves, to not have to show up at the highest level. But if we were to have a clear vision, you know, of what we want, and not just being outcome driven so much, but how do I want to feel? How do I want to experience life? Not just what do I want to accomplish, but the intangibles of life, especially when we look into those things. If we break it down from that, you know, and allow ourselves to dig into insight-driven inspiration, not just, okay, I want to do this or I want to do that, but insight-driven, where it's not just about the thing anymore, but about a state of being, that changes things. Because if you want that, if you, you know, my husband always says this, a person who is seeking truth it's never going to not find it. If what you're seeking is truth, you will find it. And sometimes we seek answers and we seek things that'll pacify us. But if it's truth that we're after, we will not stay in denial, you know, and be open to truth.
No, that is true. Probably denial is the first mechanism anybody has. And then, so usually, you know, we tell people just to, you know, move on from that to, you know, and the guilt, because first of all, nobody deserves to feel that way. And then even if you feel, you know, we have to acknowledge and move on to the next. And that would be, exactly your forays and pillars. Those are so important. So we have reached to the end of our discussion. So any final thoughts you have for my audience?
Well, my final thoughts for your audience, I would say there are so many things that steal from us. They steal our time, they steal our joy, they steal our energy, they steal so much. But if we are the gatekeeper of our hearts, or the gatekeeper of our lives, then the one thing that we will always do is to safeguard our home. And when I say your home, I'm talking about, your body, your temple. You would safeguard that from any thieves. So I encourage your guests to not allow negative emotions to steal their future and to steal your joy, because there's so much that's available to you. I always say a woman who is grounded, because of my audience, predominantly women, but I say a woman who is grounded and secure in her uncompromised identity, you have the power to turn any crisis into a celebration for good. Yeah.
Wow. Wonderful. What a quote. I love it. Okay. So with that beautiful words, I don't think I have much to add than to say, make sure, people follow you, and tell us also about how they can check I know you have a website.
Yes, you can find me on my website. It's KeturahRosado.com, KETURAH. ROSATO.com. And I am on social media at the same handle, Keturah Rosado. So if you go to Facebook, you can find me there at Keturah Rosado, and on Instagram as well. Just type in my name as one word on Instagram and you'll find me.
Okay, well, thank you for coming to our show. It was a pleasure, and I'd love to have you back, actually. So it was such a fascinating talk on all the emotions and spirituality. Take care, and thank you for watching our show.
Thank you.
This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember us to kind of love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember us to kind of love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of faith brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in the heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love
Dr. Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Coming up, we'll be on location at Best Health Sleep Center in Dumfries, Virginia, discussing the latest advances in sleep disorder treatment, health, and wellness, and how they can effectively treat sleep apnea and help you get a good night's sleep, as well as restoring your health and wellness with one of this area's top doctors, Dr. Mubashir Fazal. Dr. Fazal is board certified in sleep medicine, hospital medicine, as well as family medicine, and has
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we are honored with great guest. Let's welcome Karen Oliver. How are you?
I'm doing great, everyone. How are you? Thanks for having me, Dr. Moby.
Thank you. So tell us about yourself, Karen.
Yeah, so I reside in the Carolinas, High Point, North Carolina, born and raised from small town, Reedsville, North Carolina. I actually support you guys. I support life coaching. We support purpose coaching, career coaching, health and nutrition coaching in a holistic way. I started coaching, I started coaching around 2018, 2019, and I started going full blast last year during the pandemic. I've always been an inspirational speaker and someone that wanted to always educate the community and clients out there to live a better healthy lifestyle as well as mind, body, and soul. I have a story even behind my story behind the health disorder. I have an autoimmune disorder called rheumatism. We know that there's a lot of different types of rheumatism and rheumatoid arthritis. And so I had one of the forms of rheumatism. And ever since I was 13, I've always had problems with my joints. And it got severe as I got a little bit older. It got really severe in 2016. And that's when I really started taking charge. I didn't really take charge of my body. I didn't really eat the right things. I lost some of my health declined, even behind not taking care of my body and eating the right things. Like I had to go back and forth to the dentist. It was messing with my teeth. And then, in 2016, I had to, finally take charge. That's why I wanted to help and educate people on holistic health. Health and nutrition goes hand in hand, because if you're not healthy in mind, you're not going to be healthy in body. And so I want to help people who have different types of disorders, as well as diabetes, rheumatism, whatever autoimmune disorder you have. I want to help you on the journey that I've also helped myself, and I'm still on this journey. So I've always been a person who liked to coach and who liked to speak. And I'm like, this is my purpose and this is what I need to do. And this is when I formed WCD Coaching, and we just rebranded at the end of last year. So we went from Women Committed to Life to WCD Coaching. So I do support women through all walks of life, whether they're in entrepreneurship or just need they need a mentor, they need to speak to someone about life or health. I'm there to help them out.
Okay. And I see that you have a lot of avenues where you are working on your online appointment with discovery call consultation. Then you do life coaching, you do health and nutrition coaching, and weight management. So you do that, and also you're doing a lot of podcasting too, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, congratulations on that. Great.
Thank you.
A great thing you are doing. And, this is so important that, we need literally army and a lot of people who believe in that and work like you yourself know that, I think we have a lot of things against us, which is, the food industry, the all other industries.
Correct.
And that is sad because, you and me, we both know that, same stands for pharmaceutical industry. We're not against any industry, but we want to make sure that everybody knows their role. Okay.
Exactly.
So I think you and me, we are not here to sell any products, but we are here to emphasize there are basic principles in everybody's knowledge. It should be knowledge and general knowledge, and it should be emphasized that we have to pay attention to those. and there is no shortcut, right?
Exactly. There's no shortcut. There's a process, Dr. Moby. Like, there's a lot of things in our home that we didn't realize, because I also educate on therapeutic essential oils. We have things that comes from the earth that we can use that we pretty much skip over. And like you said, we're not against, any type of pharmaceutical companies or anything like that, because we do understand that there are a lot of us that have to take certain medications, but you can't prevent yourself from taking further medication or extensive medication if we just know our body and know what to put inside, our body. As for me, I haven't had a flare up in a while. I had one flare up probably about a couple months ago. And I was like, wow, I had been doing so good. But sometimes you do have those little setbacks. But I ate something and it triggered it. And that's why I kind of teach people, too, that you can still have what you love, but you just got to know how much of it to have. And if it needs to be taken out, don't go so cold turkey, but take your time on implementing the things that's going to help your body. And then you got to have a mindset. Your mind has got to be healthy in a way of saying, this is what I'm going to do today. I'm going to discipline myself today, because if you don't never start anywhere and then you say you make a mistake and you do have something that you're not supposed to have, it is okay. Go back and get on track, because you don't want to continue to pump yourself up with a lot of chemicals that's not good for your body.
And that is so true. A lot of things, people don't know and they take it. So, the amount of anything is the most important thing. So a lot of people, they don't emphasize or they don't know that is that the amount even for medication. So any medication, the difference between medication and poison is the amount always,
Exactly.
So same thing can become very poisonous for you if your body doesn't know how to handle it, or your body doesn't need it, right? Because
Correct.
your body does, so people I think they those lines, they don't realize that, So, I have a lot of people, they are into, I'm going to eat a lot of protein and I'll be fine. Well, not really, because if you don't know, or your body doesn't know how to process all that, or your body doesn't use it and you're sitting all the time, then guess what will happen? That will also change into, fat, and also cause your body, problems, lot
Exactly.
of problems. And so, so first rule is always to make sure eat appropriately to your body. That's the basic rule.
Correct.
If you are walking a lot, if you are doing a lot of exercise, very good, then you do justify that, right?
Yes, I do. Justify to work out. Don't start off if you haven't worked out in a long time. You can't push yourself too hard, because you don't want to break down your body too fast. But you want to start off with 2 days. Start off with 2 days, 15 minutes. Work yourself up. Work yourself up into increments to where you can take. But when you keep moving your muscles and everything, you'll be able to see the progress. The pain will start decreasing. The pain that you have in your body, depending on what condition that you have, you'll see the results, because you'll be feeling good. You'll be feeling more energized, because you're putting the right things in your body, and you're also working those muscles. You're getting it, whether that's just walking, or doing a little bit. Yoga is good for the mind. For meditation, it's good for digestive systems or whatnot. So you can take a little bit of 5 minutes here, 5 minutes yoga, 10 minutes or 15 minutes walking, just starting off as a process, but you will see the results. I mean, I can just testify myself that I've seen the results to where I have not, had severe inflammation or severe pain just from implementing those exercise routines.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it is very important that so let's promote a little bit of those, little bit understanding of, and then there are food, of course. which are more beneficial versus. So one of the process people don't know, or they know, will emphasize that is, the insulin and those food which actually cause a lot of consumption of insulin from your body. So insulin is hormone which promotes your sugars, especially glucose, moving into the cells. And then also it causes, so a lot of body cells are dependent on insulin, except your brain and muscle cells. So those need that. So as soon as we eat, and food goes from stomach into your bloodstream, and then once it gets absorbed, that glucose has to enter the cells, and that needs insulin.
Yes.
So those are the ones where, so there are certain foods which increase your insulin demand, and it needs, those will be the sugars, those will be the what we call high glycemic index. That's the percentage of your insulin needed to, or the sugar goes up with that.
Yes.
So if we eat something and your sugar goes to 500 or 200, then that is the amount, the time it takes. That matters. So those, what are those foods? Those are the one with refined carbs, we call them, and those would be those bread, pasta, rice.
Yes.
So those I know, all comfort foods, right?
Yes.
All those which we love. So,
yes, they taste so good.
They taste so good, and then there is a reason, because they actually takes needs actually a lot of insulin, but also on the other hand, people feel good about it, so they eat, they feel happy.
Yes.
But the problem with them is, the question is always, do they really make a difference in the brain, and they trigger those reward centers? Yes, there is thing called addiction, food addiction, or carb addiction and carb craving. Yes, there is, this, it stimulates the reward center, but at the expense that why is that happening? Because they put artificial sugars.
Yes.
If it was not going to happen if it was real. So they put too much fructose, too much artificial preservatives or things, and that is causing the problem. So, originally people didn't have that. There was no problem. Gluten is another thing. So those food tend to actually cause a lot of problem for human body, because our body is not trained to handle those. Right?
Exactly. Right.
And I think those actually cause problems with not only insulin, but also it will cause other problems. Gluten sensitivity is another thing. So those preservatives, chemicals being used, and that is, and then of course we talk about, people are just, they have actually condensed the calories.
Yes.
A small piece of food will contain hundreds of calories. I mean, the bagel is the perfect example. So if you eat a bagel, then you suddenly get rush of these calories and your sugars, and your body doesn't know what to do.
Correct.
Because it is made for very gentle kind of approach here. And I see that a lot of people tell me, after I eat food like that, I feel sleepy. Well,
exactly. Yeah.
The problem is that we have limited blood, which is about 5 liters. And then the blood has to feed all the essential organs as well as all other organs. So the, heart. And so if we are going to eat a big meal, then the whole blood will go straight to, or divert most of the resources to stomach. And because, the food, there's no other way it can enter blood without blood being there, right?
Right.
So so those are definitely, making a big I think people don't realize that.
Yeah, and you see the difference when you're not sluggish. Like you said, when you get so sleepy, when you eat so many of these starches and these pastas, and you begin to get sluggish, and you're wondering what's wrong with me. Why am I feeling fatigue, or why am I feeling weak? It's like you said, it's not, the body doesn't, it's had too much, like it doesn't know what to do. But then when you start putting the right nutrients in your body, you have more energy and you feel good. You don't feel so sluggish.
Yeah. So, and then, so we eat less than, at a time, then your body has a better chance of handling that. Same if the sugars are slowly absorbed, low glycemic index food, then the body tends to actually respond gentler. And those which will need less insulin will be much better. So same token. So those definitely, make a difference,
Correct.
So I give example of apple always, and apple is a great food.
Yes.
But if you squeeze the juice out of it, throw the covering of it, then guess what will happen? Next thing will happen is the sugars content is increased.
Exactly.
So people, and it is funny, a lot of nowadays kids, when I say, oh, did you eat apple or did you eat this fruit? They show me the package, the small package.
Yeah.
This is my apple, this is this food, this. I said, what kind of fruit is that? No, you need to see that. That's not the real fruit. Okay, so yeah, it has the taste, sure. It has a lot of calories, yes. It has a lot of starches, absolutely. So the apple, the skin is a lot of fiber, inside is a lot of fiber, all that. So it is perfect if you eat it, because it causes your sugar to gradually go by. So that definitely helps.
Yes.
But the problem happens is once we do those other things, then takes a toll. It takes a toll on all of that. So those are the basic understanding, and I think that's where people go wrong.
Exactly.
So, basic concepts. These are, a lot of people will come and tell me, oh, I want to lose this much in this much time. But I say, well, the lifestyle, by definition, it has to be all your life, not 1 month style.
That's right.
It's not a 2-month thing. It's not basic, short. So do you have a lot of clients express all these, or what do you find mostly challenging?
I think I find more of, like you just expressed, Dr. Moby, of I want to lose this much weight by my wedding date, or by I got to lose this much weight in 2 months. But we need to understand that it's a process. So the amount of time that it took you to get the weight on you is going to be the amount of time to take you to get it off, and it's going to be a process. But you got to stick to the plan. And most time, I think a lot of people, they don't want to kind of stick to the plans because it's kind of strict. In between it, they don't want to, just be like, well, I really want to keep eating this. I really want to have this. But if you have a goal to reach, and say not just a goal, but you want to reach healthy goals, because you could be dealing with something in your bodies that you don't even really know of, or you might be aware, but you want to make sure that you stick to the goal. You want to make sure you stick to the nutrition plan so you can reach the goal. But it's not going to happen. I tell everybody it's not going to happen overnight. I'm still on this journey, even myself. And I've seen the progress. That's because I stuck with it, and I'm sticking with it for healthy reasons. also, for other reasons. So you get like a double win-win, but you got to tell yourself, you got to accept yourself the way you are, and you got to take the steps, the necessary steps to get to where you're going, but it's not going to happen overnight.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, so those are definitely, making a difference for somebody, when we talk about. So I think more awareness people have, the more awareness they will find. There are a lot of, unfortunately, people out there, they want to make money in names of this, lifestyle. We are not against anyone, but we just want to emphasize what are the basic concepts. Can
Exactly.
you lose without joining an expensive gym or expensive equipment? Absolutely.
Right. Correct.
So, there I had a few patients, they paid about $3,000 to lose 10 pounds.
Wow. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
And people get observed. I'm glad that you say that, Dr. Mo, because we have a lot of people out there that's promoting, like you said, $3,000 up to $6,000, or if you stick with me and you pay me this much money, you'll be down this many pounds in a month. You got to watch out for stuff like that.
Yeah. And then and there are, of course, unfortunately also some, people use surgery or medication to lose weight, and that's fine. That's an approach, we are not against it, but you have to know that the basic concept does not change. Even if you use medication or even if you use surgery to lose weight, that's just a quick fix only.
Exactly.
And after that, what will be the main plan? That is not the main plan. Okay. So that's where people have to understand that, because the lifestyle has to be the main plan. It can be surgery, it can be medication. Yes, there are avenues.
Yes.
You get, but you rather learn the plan and follow that. And a lot of people, then they say, oh, I'm gonna get surgery and I'm gonna be eating less. And I say, why don't you try that before that?
Exactly.
I mean, why don't you have that diet which they're gonna feed you after surgery? Imagine you already have a surgery. Just try that for a month and see how your life will be.
Exactly.
And then what will be the next? So that's where I think so the problem is not in the stomach. The problem is up here.
Yeah.
So our brain is very fascinating. That it learns both good and bad ways pretty fast. And if we channelize it correctly, and then that definitely helps. So tell me also about some of the. You were talking about some of the approaches you use. You showed them some yogas, some exercise tips, and so on.
Yes, we have yoga exercises, and the regimen that we use in the program is a 3-day workout. Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, and then the second program is when we increase it. So the qualifications is implementing yoga for the mind, because again, like we just said, Dr. Mobley, you got to be healthy in mind. So we use yoga for a lot of things, like I said, digestive system, anxiety, depression. So you're not only you're getting a double win, like I said, because you're working out your body, you're working out your muscles, and you're also working out the mind and the things because we go through a lot of things throughout the day, men and women, and we can't take on everything. We can't take on the whole world. You need to just relax your body. But while you're relaxing your body, you're also moving your muscles or whatever. So it's a 3-day workout and it's 30 minutes. So 3 days for 30 minutes. And we have yoga exercise, or also walking 2.5 miles 4 days a week, just to get your heart pumping, your energy pumping. And then the next phase is a different program where we can increase it when you're when you're good with the first program. So I started implementing yoga about a year ago. I started studying on it, and I know a lot of people use yoga for different things, but I use it for I just use it for, you know, healthy, holistic health approaches. And so I know a lot of people like to go and do a lot of cardio and everything, but I want people to understand that you can feel good and lose weight. You don't have to work out 2 hours or 3 hours in one day and think that's going to do the trick. And I'm going to lose weight within a month if I just do 3 hours. No, you're going to burn yourself out and you're going to hurt yourself. So you have to start off where you are.
And that is so true, that we want to make sure they know both, you know, limits of everything. And so I think I'm so glad that you are working on all these projects and helping a lot of clients. So with that, any final tips and final thoughts would you have for our audience?
Yes, I just want to encourage everyone that's listening that if you're unsure about how you need to start your health journey, or you need, or you're unsure about how to, you know, just connect with your mind and be like, I just want my mind to connect with my body so I can do the right thing. I encourage you, you know, to reach out, you know, send an email, but I encourage you to just brainstorm, take your time, brainstorm, write down the things that you need to do. And that you need to cut out, and things that you want to do better. And, you know, I encourage you to, you know, talk to someone, and whether you're reaching out to WCD coaching or someone else, I want you to have a plan. You got to have a plan, but I don't want you, you know, we have a lot of sources out there on the internet. So you're saying, oh, I have this program. And, you know, just like we just got through talking about, beware of all jumping into a lot of information. You want to research information before you jump into it, because only you know your body.
And that is so true. And, you know, also, this is not about, you know, shaming anybody for weight and so forth. It's about realizing your body, know your body. And one approach might not work for everybody. You know your body and just work with your body.
Yes.
That's the only message we give. It's not about, you know, fat shaming anyone or telling anyone this and that. It's just, if you help your body, you will be, you know, you will be much better. You performing it, and your body is going, you will live longer. You will stay away from medication.
Yes.
And you will enjoy this beautiful life. Take care. And
indeed. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of faith brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in the heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we have an excellent guest. Let's welcome Andrew Jacks. Yay!
Hi, everyone.
How's everything? So Andrew is calling from actually far away from US, right? Where are you based, sir?
From down under, Melbourne, Australia.
Okay, very nice. Down and under. So how's the weather there now? Is it getting cooler?
We're going into winter.
I know. We are going to spring and summer, so you'll be going to winter. I know. So we're gonna. So tell us a little bit about yourself, and.
Yeah, sure. So I'm a father of three. I've been passionate about the fitness industry and health since I was at a young age, and I started. I did a university course, and as I also got into bodybuilding at a young age. Did 10 competitions here in Australia, and ended up becoming Mr. Australia in 2004.
Wow, very nice, very nice. So, so tell me after your journey with this project. So I see that now you have this ditch the dad fat. So how did you start that?
Yeah, so recently I've been in the industry for over 20 plus years, and recently I decided to go online. COVID did help me push that, and it allows me to impact more fathers around the world rather than just geographically in my area.
So it did help, with COVID. So tell me how COVID has impacted overall. A lot of people actually gain weight, right?
Yeah, so a lot of fathers have come to me and said, because of COVID, I've been home. That's either due to boredom or emotional eating, or lack of exercise because no access to gyms, also lack of routine, and they've ended up putting on those COVID pounds or kilos.
And do you think it's because they were stressed and they were overeating?
Yes, so stress is one of them. Emotional eating is a big factor. So when fathers get emotional, they just tend to eat more and look for that comfort food, which is normally high in calories and high in fat or sugar.
So that created that kind of imbalance. So tell me about your, what is the concept with this dad fat? Why is it just dad? Are they more affected or anybody?
Yeah, so I focus on dads because I'm a father myself. I have 3 young children, all under the age of 10, and I find that it's not an excuse to let yourself go. So I try and help dads use the same concept that I do, which are some steps and a routine to follow, the same one that I followed, to maintain a lean physique, regardless of your circumstances, regardless of lack of time, more time with your kids, less energy with your kids because of you've got your kids, you're working hard. It shouldn't matter. If you follow this simple system that I teach my dads, you shouldn't be able to. There's no excuse to put on weight that you're putting on weight. You should be able to maintain a lean physique and remain healthy as well.
And that's great. So you were Mr. Australia 2004. So, and then what happened? Did you gain weight after that a little bit?
No. So what happened is I competed in a natural federation because there's different types of federations in bodybuilding. I wanted to stay natural. So what I did is I realized I had peaked. My physique had peaked naturally. And if I was to keep pushing myself, my joints and my health would start to deteriorate because it was very intense training. And so I just maintained my training in a maintenance mode and just kept that sort of bodybuilding routine, but at a lower intensity.
And so tell me, I'm sure you have seen a lot of dads approaching you. So tell me, share with us some of the problems they face.
So some of the problems they're facing, the biggest one is they're neglecting themselves and their health. They're not looking after themselves because they're putting their family first. And that's beautiful. But what happens when something happens to them and their health? and they have to go to hospital, or they don't have the ability to work, that puts them out, and then their family and their children are affected, whether it be through income or just through the way they help their family. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show fathers and realize that if you don't prevent it from happening, it's going to have a worse effect later on. So let's get your health in check. Let's start looking after yourself. It doesn't take too long. The dads on my program only have to spend about 1 hour per week to get things in order. I've made it super simple without exercise. So that time is not an issue. Motivation to get out of bed and go to the gym or go out for a run, that's not an issue. We worry about your nutrition, what you eat, what you put in your mouth, and your mind.
Perfect. What a statement here. Yes, the problem is never stomach. That's just a bag. So whatever you feed in it is going to just manifest. The problem is in the brain, taking that and eating wrong foods. So tell me, what is your routine? How do you maintain your routine?
So the things that we look at are things like controlling your food portions. And I don't make part of my program. They don't have to count calories because that can be mundane for a lot of people, and they won't end up doing it. Being a busy father, they won't end up doing it. So I have a formula that they can follow, and it's a simple formula, and they can follow that. And there's things we look at, your sleep patterns, because a lot of people don't realize that if you're not getting enough sleep, it's very hard for your body to be in an optimal state to lose fat. So the diet could be perfect, they could be exercising, but then they're not sleeping enough, and that could be a reason they're not losing fat.
That's perfect. I mean, that's what I practice: diet, sleep, and exercise. And I always tell there's a relationship with all these three. And then, actually sleep to me is the keystone, because if you mess up sleep, next day you'll be tired, exhausted, craving for carbs, a lot of junk food. And then, you won't be efficient. Your body is inefficient. And you're absolutely right. It's very hard to lose weight if your sleep is not appropriate, both quantity that you need to sleep enough hours as well as quality. So if your oxygen, if you have a problem with snoring, stop breathing, sleep apnea, get yourself. Is going to bed and waking up. Maintain some kind of discipline, right? So how do you maintain your discipline?
The biggest thing that's worked for me in terms of being consistent, because consistency is what really matters for long-term sustainability with maintaining health and a lean physique, and that's routine.
So you maintain your routine, and you go out and wake up. Do you do more exercise or things in the morning or evening or all over?
Yeah, I'm not a morning person. So a lot of people, they get up early and they exercise. I find my body's not in a state to perform at its best that early. So I normally have breakfast. I'll wait a little while and then I'll exercise.
Okay. So you're not early. Yeah, I'm not early either. Actually, I exercise in the evening more because to me that's more relaxing and downtime and kind of too wired up in the morning. So, I walk at least 5 miles a day. So that's just kind of maintain the rhythm. So because and the important thing is you don't need to hit gym. You just need to do throughout day. Steps. Main problem is don't be couch potato. You don't be just sitting on the couch. You really need to move.
and go out, right? So how do you do? I know you build up your body. You're doing into some six packs. So tell me some of things which can help somebody, like anyone, me or anyone.
Yeah. So I love my weight training. For me, I find it very difficult to do cardio because it's not as stimulating. So I do my weight training, but I make sure that between my sets, they're very short, so my heart rate stays high. And because I'm a busy dad, I only train 3 days a week. I train Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays typically, and it's between 40. Yeah.
So how much time do you dedicate to each portion of the body?
So I do 45 minutes to 1 hour per session, and so if I'm rushed for time, I can get it done 45 minutes very easily. I do one body part per week. That's all you need. You just need to stimulate that muscle once per week. Okay, and we're talking here for muscle hypertrophy, which is putting on some muscle. Okay, and it increases your metabolism, because when you look at weight training compared to cardio, your metabolism remains elevated for longer after weight training because your body's trying to recover. Your muscles are trying to recover that tissue. And so because you have a high metabolism, your ability to lose fat is at a higher state as opposed to cardio after your workout.
Okay, and that's true. There is, when you exercise with the muscles, actually they what we call, they have the debt, they recover after the exercise is done. So many hours even after exercise, muscle tries to kind of compensate what has gone through, and that's why keep burning some of the calories even you're done with exercise versus cardio or so that basically I always say there are only two approaches. It's either you eat less and maintain healthy, or you burn, and so the net has to be justified, no matter which way we look at, right? So if you are going to eat more and but you need to then build more muscle like yourself. And so the worst thing can happen is if you eat more and that goes to liver, sits in the liver, or increase your fat, visceral fat, which is on your intestine, and then it creates insulin resistance. That's the worst thing, so because then you're not in good shape, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So the muscles, yes, the muscles are leaner. I mean, they burn a lot of glucose. They don't need insulin, actually. They don't need insulin to burn your sugars. That's where the muscles are very effective in doing that. So I think you're absolutely right that that is very helpful. And if you enjoy it, like you enjoy the bodybuilding, right? So that's the key, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I love how it helps shape your body, and your results are always on display.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's always on display. Okay, so tell me also about, a lot of people ask me this question, and I will refer to you since you're kind of experienced on that. What about these shakes? Do you take these protein shakes, or do you take some muscle building things?
Like this?
Water.
So I do take shakes personally because I'm a weight trainer and I need that high protein intake throughout the day. And having solid meals isn't really practical. So every 3 hours for me, I'm having some form of protein, whether it be through a meal or through a shake.
Okay. So you need to kind of build that to fuel to your muscles. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, so I want to not constantly, but every 3 hours when I normally get hungry, to fuel my body with protein, which has amino acids, which helps your muscles to recover and build.
Okay. But do you also kind of avoid carbs, or do you take a lot of carbs?
So I'm a fan of a wide range of foods, which includes carbohydrates. So I don't promote the keto diet. And so I do it. My dad's on the program can have all sorts of foods, so I don't remove any foods other than the really badly processed foods. And so I have a variety of proteins, moderate carbs. Okay, so not like a big bowl of pasta. There's got to be protein, moderate carbs, and some healthy fats and vegetables and fruit.
So tell me, sample some of the sample dish or carbs do you take?
Okay, so I would have things like rice, brown rice, sweet potato, sometimes pasta, and in the morning I even have breads and cereal and oats.
Okay, so you have that. What about milk and yogurt?
I have milk, but it's low-fat milk.
Okay,
because if we look at a lot of people don't realize that if they're having full cream milk, that's like 10 grams of fat per cup, as opposed to light milk, it could be between 1 to 2 grams. And so they're already eliminating, this is for weight loss, we're already eliminating 8 grams of fat per cup.
Mm-hmm. And that's true. I mean, simple things people don't realize you can eliminate and substitute with and still have fun, right? So
yeah.
So, and that is important. And is there any particular vegetable and fruit you pay attention to?
Nothing in particular. I just make sure that we have a wide variety. I believe God's made these fruits and vegetables for us to enjoy. So let's have a wide variety of them. So just make sure you're having different colors.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you said you don't do much cardio, or do you do cardio?
The only cardio that I do is when I go bike riding or to the park with my children.
Oh, okay. That's the only cardio. Okay. And do you monitor your blood work or so forth?
No, I don't.
Okay. So, I mean, there's one thing. I mean, I had one time bodybuilder, and his kidneys were really. I checked his kidneys, and creatinine was very high. He would take a lot of creatine, the powder, to build this your body. But I said, well, your creatinine is very high. Your kidneys are short. Yeah,
really?
You be careful with that. So, my only advice is just to kind of at least check once a year, just to make sure you're not ruining your kidneys. Okay, because a lot of fluids and protein have an effect on kidneys. Are the ones that get rid of the protein or any fluids. So those are important.
Yeah, I'm very, very wary of that, and I do get regular blood tests, and it's always fine. So
okay, but as long as it's normal, that's all.
Yeah.
So also, what are some of the simple tips anybody can do, to kind of get back?
Cut back, yeah. So it's important to focus on, in terms of how much you should eat without counting calories. Mm-hmm. It's your hunger cues. You should only eat. You should listen to your body. Your body talks to you through different ways, through signals, through feelings. And one of those feelings is your stomach. Your stomach talks to your brain and tells you when it needs food. Okay. And there's a difference between stomach hunger, that's your stomach telling you need food, and your mind telling you to eat something. And when it's your mind, it's your emotion and your moods that are affecting your type of hunger.
So what you're saying is separate your emotions from that. So you're absolutely right. Your stomach telling your brain, and your brain deciding when to eat and what to eat. Right. So but don't just, as soon as you feel hungry, don't just start eating it till you start. And the other thing is, take your time to eat and enjoy the food, right?
Yes. So mindless eating is a thing that busy people do, and mindless eating is eating on the run and not thinking about the food that you're eating, and not slowing down. So take time to sit down, eat your food, enjoy the flavors, because our tongues are a very complex organ that can really take a lot of flavor and taste, and just enjoy the time that you're eating. So that way, you're not going to the next quick fix of what I can eat, because you've already had that sitting of food.
And also very important is to make sure don't overeat at one sitting, because we have limited blood, and it has to feed your vital organs as well as your gut. So if we're going to put too much food there, it's going to divert all the blood or most of it towards that, and you will feel sleepy, tired, exhausted, and you feel like no energy afterward. So, but if you eat less, body can handle that. But if you eat a lot at one time, it doesn't matter. It could be excellent food, but it's too much for body to process, right?
Exactly. I mean, I've tried fasting before, and I didn't realize how much energy digestion zaps out of your body.
Yeah. And that is because, we have miles of intestine. We have lot of stomach, but we have miles of intestine. It needs blood. I mean, how the food is going to enter your blood is to absorption. And it has to be absorbed slowly, gently. And I think the worst thing people do is don't create shock for your body. You dump so much food, and you expect your body to absorb all that. That's a lot of work. And then, there is no other way body is going to get that food, So be gentle to your body, listen to your body, and be just gentle. Help your body. So then you will see that you feel better, and you're not really. The other thing is your stomach does not have, no way of telling when to stop unless you stop yourself, unless you start throwing up, and then don't eat till you start throwing up. There's no need to do that, right?
Yeah, that's right. I use the 80% rule. Eat when you're 80% full, and then wait, have a glass of water, and don't go back for seconds. And then you'll see after 20 minutes, you won't need it.
Yeah, that's true. And what I do is I say 1/3 rule. So 1/3 water, 1/3 food, 1/3 should be hungry. So you should always remain a little hungry after you're done. Because first of all, for many reasons, the food comes up here and you have bad acid reflux. You can't do anything and you are dragging your feet. So yeah, I use 1/3 rule, 1/3 water, 1/3 food, 1/3 hungry. Just eat again. That's fine. No problem. So, okay. Well, it was fun, and I think it's been a lot of encouragement with Dad yourself. Having your life and still keeping yourself in fit and healthy. So, congratulations on doing that. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. And today we are honored with great guest, Hilary Russell, with us. Hilary, how are you doing?
So great, Dr. Moby. Thanks for having me on today.
Okay, so I just will put out her website, and you can check about her portfolio. But let's learn from her. So tell us, Hilary, how would you define or would like your description here?
Yeah. So the Russell Collective is a digital marketing and business automation agency. And we help businesses with their branding and with their digital marketing and to automate a lot of their internal processes so that they can save time.
Mm-hmm. So, and that is really a great, I think that's where most of nowadays everything is going towards is automation and digitalization, or whether it's marketing, whether it is operations and so forth. So tell me, how did you start this business?
Yeah, I started in marketing about 8 years ago as just in the digital marketing space, but launched my agency. It's been about a year now that I've, been doing it myself. And I have clients all across the nation that, reach out for help with anything from their website to automating their client journey within their own businesses. And it's always been a passion of mine that I just absolutely love. I'm kind of a marketing nerd. So I just love doing what I do.
Okay. And so these are some of the solutions I think I would like to highlight. So tell me, which social medias do you deal with?
Yeah, so with the social media, we work on every platform, on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, Pinterest even, and really just do the best strategy for the particular business to help them reach their audience and their target.
Okay. So you increase your reach and you build excitement and then show the accomplishment. And that's, I think a great way to start with, right? And so tell me, with all, with pandemic going on, what has basically helped or made it worse?
Sure. I think that with the pandemic in the past year, it's really forced businesses, regardless of what industry you're in, it's really forced businesses to adjust to, helping their clients online, being available more readily online. And so, with the clients that I've worked with, I feel like there has been more of a need to make sure that your presence is where everyone can find you online, whether that's social media or on Google searches or, pulling up on different podcasts or things that people are listening to, and just making sure that you're, showing up in the right places.
Mm-hmm. And so tell me, out of these social media, which one are your favorites?
Sure. So for social media, I particularly love Instagram. I feel like that's one of the best places to reach a wide audience because you can use hashtags in your posts that a lot of other individual users will follow. So if you're making posts for your business, you can use little hashtags in the captions to make sure that you're pulling up in front of different audiences. And that's one of my favorite things. I also love the platform Pinterest because a lot of businesses don't necessarily use it as a traffic generator, but it is by far one of the easiest platforms to get traffic onto your website. I've had a lot of clients who we will set up, 30 to 50 sometimes different Pinterest posts every single day for them. And it can easily become one of the highest traffic generators for your website.
Mm-hmm. So tell me, a lot of these websites are, search engines are Google. Mm-hmm. Or it could be non-Google. So tell me how these media basically work. I mean, do they read what are you clicking, or do they read basically, what you have searched?
Sure. So with the way that your Google searches work, mm-hmm. Is that what you mean? Yeah. So with Google algorithm, it's constantly changing. In fact, they just did another update about 6 months ago that's changed the way that searches happen and the way that you rank on those Google searches. But the advice that I would give, though, for businesses who are wanting to make sure that they're ranking high and that they're building a strong foundation that the Google algorithm will pick up, is to just constantly be building your credibility. It's very easy to connect with other companies that are in your industry or other credible sources. Maybe ask them to do a guest blog on your blog so it will link to your website. You can also reach out to other collaborators and connect with them to get those same type of backlinks. Another thing that you can do that's very low cost is publishing your Google listings. There's about 80 listings that Google really watches, and it costs maybe $30 to do that. And you can instantly have those business listings in all 80 of those different places. So those are some of the tips that I would give for making sure that you're ranking high without spending a lot of money.
Okay. So what you're saying is if you have business links out of Google and you're paying it, that's worth investment because is going to they are going to highlight most. And the same I've seen with Yelp, or they want, so I've tried both Google, Yelp, and so now is Amazon also jumping on this?
They do, yes. Yeah, if you are, if you're doing things through Amazon, there's different ways that you can boost your rankings there as well to make sure that you're pulling up in front of more people. So yes, I mean, you can definitely, I think a big one for Amazon is making sure that you have a lot of organic reviews that are coming in. And that's the same thing with Google as well. Unfortunately, there are a lot of services out there that will offer you, pay $30 and we'll give you 300 reviews, but they're fake reviews. And Amazon and Google both will watch for those. And if they see that type of thing happening, they'll shut down your account. So, with Amazon and Google, I would recommend that you work really hard on getting organic reviews from your audience and from your clients that are really happy.
Yeah, no, I think we do. We have sleep clinics, and I'm a sleep physician. We do that Google review, from actual clients, not
right.
So they are. I mean, some are. I have seen some would just go, and they're not really your clients. Maybe somehow they are. They just go and write reviews no matter what.
Yeah.
And there's people, I find it disturbing because many times they write negative on all. If you look at all their reviews, most are negative. I don't know why, but
I know. I don't know why they do it, but it does happen. Yeah. And if that does happen to you, or if it's happened to your business where a review is left for your company and it's not a client and someone that you've never worked with, you can flag that review to let Google know that it's not correct. And if they receive enough, flags on that review, Google will actually remove it.
Okay, they will remove. Okay, and what about if it's a review and the client is not as happy? So what is the remedy for that?
Yeah, with reviews where it is a client that you've worked with that maybe is not happy, I don't think that that's a bad thing. I think that if you are able to respond to their negative review in a very kind and amicable way, other people that come and see the way that you responded to that negative review will actually be, that will be something that helps build trust, to help them see that you are a real person and that you really do care about, this experience that maybe this individual had that wasn't so great, right? And so that's not always a bad thing. That just shows that, that you have human connection and that you can respond in a very kind and professional way to that type of review.
And that probably is right because, I don't think, you can have 100% satisfaction in any job, let alone, we all have, jobs and, our aim is to do our best and be kind and be, helpful. But, to please everyone is a very difficult job.
Right. Yes, absolutely. And so, if you can respond to those types of reviews, if they didn't have a great experience and, show the online world that you really do care about them, making sure that was, or making up for it even, right? Or letting them know that you care, that's going to show a lot for you as a business person.
As a business person. Yes. And also tell me a little bit about, what are the tools are you using for digital marketing?
Sure. So I think some of the most helpful tools for business owners, the first one I would suggest is Hootsuite. And that is a social media scheduling tool that will allow you to schedule out all of your social media posts so that you don't have to worry about doing it every day or every week. That's going to save a ton of time because it's so important to make sure that your business is posted on all of the different business pages for your social media accounts to make sure that you're reaching those clients. but it does take a lot of time. So using a tool like Hootsuite can help out with that. Go ahead.
No, what is the name? I missed it.
Hootsuite. It's HOOTSUITE.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Hootsuite. Okay, I wasn't familiar with that. So they kind of post on your behalf to all these social medias?
Right. So you can upload your content. So upload pictures and different things that you'd like to post, and it will schedule it out. So it will schedule it out across a certain amount of time. So as an example, I will usually schedule out posts on my different social media accounts for 3 months, so that for 3 months, I don't have to worry about posting anything. So that saves a lot of time.
That is very good. That is very good. And what about, are there certain days where people read more social media versus others?
Yes, I highly recommend posting in the middle of the week. That's always the highest received time to post. It's when people are kind of bored with their days, in the middle of the week, they're just waiting for the weekend. And so a lot of times they're scrolling through social media. So the middle of the week, Wednesday, Thursday, those are the best times to post.
So those are the best times to post. Okay. What about day or evening? Which timing is better?
Yeah, it's honestly in the middle of the day and at night. So really late at night, like 8 to 10 p.m. at night are going to be the best times. And it's kind of the time when people are, maybe they're taking a break for lunch, or they are winding down, getting ready for bed, and kind of winding down for the day. So at the end of the day, it's a really good time to post then.
So what you're saying is they find it more interesting to scroll through social media because, the week is not weekend and they are feeling that, weekdays long.
Right. Yep.
Okay. And so tell me also about what are the, how effective or how cost effective digital marketing is?
Yeah, it really depends. So you can be as aggressive on your marketing strategy as you would like. I have clients that spend anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000 a month on their advertising. But then, you have individual businesses that are a one-man show, right? And those types of businesses, it probably doesn't make sense to spend that much on advertising. And you are completely safe spending, a lower amount, maybe 500 or a couple hundred here and there. And that's completely adequate. It really depends. Your ad spend really depends on how aggressive you want to be with your advertising and how many, what result you want to achieve, how many people you want to get in front of.
And also tell me a little bit about different markets. I know you've been dealing with a lot. Is it different digital? I have seen here in Northern Virginia, the digital marketing or digital, footprint is more in downtown area or DC and a little bit suburb. But once you go a little bit past that, then, it's not as strong. Or, there are people, but the traffic is not as strong. Is that true?
Yeah, there's the nice thing about digital marketing is that no matter where you're located, whether you are working from an office building in the city or you're working from home on a home in the country, your digital presence can be global. And so that's the nice thing about marketing online is you are not restricted to a specific place. Your only restriction is how far you're willing to, push your message.
And the other thing is, I've seen certain generations, we have, so certain generations or people who are tech savvy, they will use more, of course. But those who are not into it, it doesn't reach them for some reason. So I have, we have few clinics in suburban areas, and even to do online forms for those population is very hard. They would just do paper. They would not even fill the forms online.
Really?
Or even website. So there is quite a difference, how certain radius, and I think you can check it. Advantage is the digital footprints. You can monitor it very well, and you see how many clicks were done in this. I mean, everybody has that data. How many clicks were done? Let's say, for example, snoring. Okay, so you can tell. Okay, this zip code, this many. So, and then they can tailor based on that. But once but it is interesting that a lot of problems, health problems especially, are more in suburbs.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so because number one, they're not taking care of their health. Second is, so people who are more downtown area, they would actually are more health conscious. So I have a different set of disease in suburban areas and then in our downtown area.
Oh, interesting.
So, so it is very interesting. So my advice is always, look at everything, because people might be spending a lot of money, and then but they are not sick.
Right. Yeah, that's a really good point. And same thing with marketing. Look at your audience and really be particular about the message that you're sending to them. Like your example, how you have different types of diseases depending on where they are. You're going to want to, if you're doing advertising, you're going to want to speak to the types of diseases and the things that particular area is dealing with.
Yeah. And not and the other is they might not be as digital savvy.
Right, exactly.
So many times I have to actually, we had few patients, and they would say no, they will just, even with pandemic, they will not do telemedicine. They will just come to the office and just, I said, you don't have to. No, we don't want to. We just want paper and pen. So that's fine. You can welcome to. But those are, clients are there actually. So we have, so it's a very important, the digital. There is a digital map. I guess everybody has that. They can figure out. But there are other areas which, first of all, might not have even internet, and then even if they have internet, they don't know how to use the computer, and then they would never check Facebook, and they don't know what you're talking about. So those are always challenging. So but you're absolutely right. Digital, of course, big market, big market.
Yeah.
So we have but these are the strategies, I guess, that help more of the digital footprints and so forth, right? But tell me, what about some of the difficulties you face?
Sure. Well, what you're explaining, where, you have a generation that maybe doesn't look at their emails or their social media, and so they're not going to see those advertisements. That's something that I've run into with a couple of the clients that I work with, who, maybe run a practice that serves like an older generation that maybe is not online. And one thing, just to talk about that a little bit, one thing that we've done that has been really successful is, instead of creating content or creating advertisements that are geared towards that generation, who your clients would be, we have created advertisements that are the age for like their children. So it would be advertisements more geared towards, towards like my age, where my parents are not online. They're not online very much. But if you send me an ad that says, hey, Hillary, make sure that your parents are healthy, bring them into our office, that would be an ad that you could send to me. And I would be like, yes, we need to do that. Mom, let's go, let's go.
Yeah.
Making sure that the message is going to the audience that you can get in front of, that's going to help get those clients in your doors. So there's some strategies you can do with that.
No, that is a very good point. That, you know, the other family member, and that does happen many times. We are using app to do telemedicine, and we have a grandkid or even, you know, daughter or a son nearby, or somebody who's more, and then they would help. So we use their phone to do that, because they can't even do anything.
Yeah.
So those are that is so true. So I would any final thoughts you have for my audience?
I've appreciated so much you allowing me to be on the show today. And I would love to answer any questions that any of the listeners may have. My email address is here, info@therussellcollective.com. And I would be happy to help out with any marketing questions.
Okay. I think, first of all, I'll have a lot of my marketing question for myself.
Yeah.
Check with your company, and then definitely give feedback to my audience. But also, I would like to emphasize that the website is not Russell Collective, because that's what I tried before. There's another site came out, and she is the Russell Collective.
Yes, the Russell Collective. Yes.
Yes, yeah. So I did not know they already made another site by similar, and it was confusing. So TRC, that's, I think, really a nice logo. So check her website, and definitely, you know, avail her services. I'm going to definitely get her advice, and you know, go from there. So with that, thank you, Hillary, for coming to our show and kind of giving us a great feedback on all these and giving tips and so forth.
You are welcome. Thank you, Dr. Moby.
Take care. Thank you. Thank you.
love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember us
Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Hello, my name is Jean M. Roberts, and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we are honored by great pharmacist with us, Lana Pham. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Dr. Moby, and very, very honored to be here.
And same here. We are so excited to have you. And, Lana does a lot of great work, and one of really we'd like to learn more about is the aging and skin products and skincare. So let's a little bit talk about aging. So what happens, with aging? Everybody wants to look as young as you are, Lana.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure everybody wants to, how do I put this in content here? Stress or prolong the youthfulness like everybody wants to. As we know, there are so many stress, so many environmental factors that actually bring us down over the years. And a lot of those factors has to do with climate.
Okay.
Climate and of course the over the course, we're talking about sunlight, we're talking about UV rays, we're talking about even blue lights nowadays using phones and computers, right? And what have not. And not to mention that a lot of late night sleep, right? Free radicals, Dr. Moby. So therefore, as we, keep going like this, what is the result? The result will be we're gonna age. And how are we going to reverse that? Because I'm sure that from not just the ladies' point of view, but nowadays, even men too. I'm pretty sure everybody wants to prolong their youthfulness, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot and lots of products out there. I'm pretty sure a lot of people use it. And I used to use a lot of very, consider high-end products, but nothing that helps me transform to the skincare that I want to be. So once again, I was a pharmacist, and I practiced pharmacy in 14 years already. But every day I looked at myself back in 2014. I actually looked at myself into the mirror. And all of a sudden, I'm not quite seeing the person that I used to see. So when you look at the mirror and you see somebody that is looking back at you that you can't recognize, or what happened to the resilience, what happened to the youthfulness that you used to have. And then when you look deep inside, you're going to see like lines and wrinkles, and all of a sudden everything appears to be sagging. So what happened there? I mean, I don't know if a lot of you understand what I'm talking about or feel my pain. And if you do, you can go ahead and, chat or say one so that I know that you are with me. But thankfully, I happen to partner up with one of the company that is an anti-aging company, and they specialize in a lot of products. One of this is the NutriCentral here. Nutra stands for nutritional and essential. So we're talking about skincares that actually have the nutritional, all the daily essential nutritionals into the formulations in the products. A lot of the products nowadays have a lot of chemicals out there. These product here we're talking about, it's botanical, bioadaptive, botanical blends, and it actually has a lot of plants that can actually give back that resilience. Plants that can actually withstand the extreme climate out there. So when you use it, you actually see the radiance. It actually bounce back to give you that youthfulness. And I myself use it every day, and I love it. And I also help with a lot of people who use it, and they have that result. So that is the product that I want to mention. Because I'm pretty sure there's just a lot. There's a lot of products out there, but are they delivering, what they promises?
Yeah, that is very important and tell us a little bit about the ingredients or contents of these. So how they are different from others.
Okay. Like I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of products out there nowadays has a lot of chemical, but these products are actually made from plants, like one of the plant is called Rhododia rosacea. So it actually extremely withstand the coldness or the heatness. so that when you use it, it actually blend in with your complexions and you adapt it to it. That is why the new formulation is called bioadaptive skincare, using the HydraFlex. And then another ingredient is from the chaga mushroom. I mean, it is able to withstand like 80 years without water. So when they use that kind of ingredients in it, so you use it, it actually adapted to your skin and it blends in. And other ingredients that they use also have the berry oil, the pumpkin extract, and pistachio extract. So when you look at it, when you hear about it, everything is pretty natural. That's the amazing part of it. And I do have, these are the product. It has, you can get them like in the whole set like these, it starts out from a good daily regimen will consist of your cleanser, followed by your toner, and then you have your serum, and then of course you have your daytime and your nighttime regimen. So when you do the whole complete set like that, it actually gives you that, overnight, it actually gives you that resilience, that refreshness, that glowing in return. Another products that I like to mention, it's this is one of my favorite too. It's called the LumiSpa device. This is the device that it actually came out since 2017, and since then it is the award winning every year up until this year still, and it is one of the best home device, beauty device, and it's voted the #1 beauty device in the world. It's extremely amazing that you only use it 2 minutes a day, twice a day, morning and nighttime, but for 2 minutes, it actually brighten up your skin tone, and it helps you to minimize the pores. So it actually has 7 benefits. Of course, it gives you that radiance and the smoothness, the silkiness, and then it actually helps to increase the volumes, and overall, it is a very, very important device that you ladies, you gotta have a good device, a cleansing device. And the one thing that I like about it is because it's made out of silicone. So a lot of products out there actually made out from bristle, and as you know, the bristles, it's trapped a lot of bacteria in it. So this one is made out of silicone, and it does not, very nice and easier to clean, so it doesn't trap the bacteria like those one that made out of bristle. And another formulations here, it comes with a gel, and it has that age-lock properties in it, meaning the lock that locks your age. So we're talking about, again, prolonging your youthfulness, okay? And overall, when you use it twice a day, you actually saw the radiance, the glowing. And, when you have better skincare, you don't have to use a lot of makeup. It's that natural glow that you get. One nice thing that I like to mention with the LumiSpa, it actually comes with 5 different gels, cleanser gels. So whether you are normal to dry or combination, or if you have oily skin, even acne skin or sensitive skin, no sweat. They have formulations target to almost everybody's skin type. Mm-hmm. So that's the best of it. And again, it is one of the most powerful device that you can have. Back in the old age, you're thinking about if we're gonna wash our clothes by hand manually, or do you want to use the washer to wash it? Which one is more cleanser, right? If you use another comparison, like the toothbrush, the electronic toothbrush, it's the same concept. When you brush it manually, of course, it's not as clean as if you actually have a device that actually doing the work for you. Don't you agree, Dr. Moby?
Oh, I agree completely. What is the name of the device?
This is the LumiSpa. So again, the term Lumi meaning
L-O-M-I. Okay, Lumi.
Right. So when you use
LumiSpa.
it, you actually feel that silkiness, the brightness of your complex, your skin tone.
Okay, so what it is doing is rotating and cleaning.
Right.
Okay.
Awesome. Yes, it's a dual action, a micropulsation. So it's going one way, going counterclockwise, and the other way is going clockwise. So it's actually doing the work when you clean. And another thing is, as you clean, it actually while it's cleaning, it's actually massaging you and stimulate all these nerves and give you that resilient, that glowing.
Okay, so you recommend that every day, or is it done every week? Or?
Actually, this device is meant to use twice a day, every day. You can use once in the morning and one at night, just like if we brush our teeth once in the morning, once at night, right?
Wow, that's amazing. So for how many minutes you need?
It's pretty cool. It's 2 minutes. It's just like the toothbrush. Once you press that dial, it actually goes for 2 minutes. So every 30 seconds. So if you divide your face into 4 quadrants, so every 30 seconds, you can just move on to another section. And at the end of the 2 minutes, it just stops automatically.
Oh,
and
wow.
It comes with the charger. So actually, once you charge it overnight, it actually lasts over a week. And I use it twice a day.
Wow, we can see amazing results. So great. Also tell me about other common problems that people ask about are the spots, age spots or dark spots on the skin.
Yes, because I do have a lot of clients that have some what we call melasma, so the aging spot or the brown spot. And when you use it again, this LumiSpa, it actually helps slowly lifting up, the pigmentation slowly, and it gives you that brightness. It's amazing.
Okay. So what you're saying is we should that is going to help that too. And but do you have also some creams or ointments for it too?
Well, this is, again, it comes with the gel, the cleanser. That's a whole set. But then after you finish washing, then you would move on to your daily regimen, which is like, again, these are the products that you can use after the moisturizer is what we call, this is the cleanser. So then you can follow up with the toner, and then you can use your serum and follow by your daytime or nighttime moisturizer.
Okay, very nice, very nice. Also tell us, we would like to actually know more about a lot of things. You deal also with lifestyle and, weight loss. I think you have that. So tell us a little bit about that for you.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we do have a lot of products that I consult with a lot of people every day. Of course, with my pharmacy background, that helps a lot too. So I know a lot about the products. And myself, personally, I take it every day because we all know that every day doesn't matter how much you consume on a regular basis, you do not have enough vitamins or enough minerals inside, right? So we do need some supplements. And these supplements will actually have the anti-aging property. One of the technologies called Age-Lock. Again, the lock that locks your age. We're talking about preserving your youthfulness or prolonging your youthfulness. And it actually goes inside and resetting your gene expression. And overall, after a while, everybody will look 5-10 years younger. And it is one of the healthy things. And a lot of these products or the supplements is actually listed in the PDR. So it's actually very safe and very effective. maybe one of these days, I would like to talk more about certain vitamins, certain products that when I come back later.
Yeah, sure. Actually, if you want, you can touch a little bit about what are good for. I get a lot of questions about. We already kind of got some questions for you, so I'll ask you.
Yes, especially nowadays we all know with the pandemic out there. Of course, we want to. This is no better time than to boost up your immune system.
That's right.
So again, when you have enough of the supplements, and the supplement can actually help you boost up your immune system. And there's a lot of supplement out there again, but then how do you know which product is working for you, or is there a way to measure your antioxidant level? Because we do have a scanner, which is called biophotonic scanner, and within 30 seconds, it can detect someone's antioxidant level.
Oh, really? I did not know. What is it? Yeah. Is it like an ultrasound scan, or is it?
No, it's actually using the hand, and then you can actually measure it. And again, it actually detects the carotenoid level. So when you take the supplement, first of all, the company do guarantees that after you take it for 3 months, if your antioxidant number does not increase, they're gonna automatically reimburse your money. So again, when you buy a lot of supplements out there, a lot of people don't know what they're taking. Have they ever questioned what they're taking is actually working? And who's gonna measure that, right? And there's no guarantee.
Yeah, okay. So do you have also like little generalization on what is good for hair as well as what is good for nails? These are the two questions I got right now.
Okay. Yes, we do have one of the product is called Image HNS. It actually has HNS stands for hair, nails, and skin.
Okay.
And then, these are the supplements that we have that when you replenish enough of your supplement, and then you have enough antioxidant level, your immune system is increased. And once that increase, you actually help the general your general health. Because 6 years ago, I had the same issue, doctor. When I was a pharmacist, I used to have a lot of falling hairs. I lost a lot of hair. So every time I shower, literally, when I actually picked it up and counted, I lose about anywhere from 40 to 50 strands of hair.
Oh my
God. That's a lot to lose every time you wash your hair. So I got nervous. But when I took these supplement, it actually helps. And over time, right now, I don't have that problem anymore.
So what is called HNS supplement?
Well, one of the product is called Image HNS. But again, I want to talk about when your body have enough of the supplement helps you boost up your immune system. That itself correct the underlying issues.
Okay, so those are vitamin D, vitamin C, and
it's a total complex of the whole vitamins. So yes, inclusive. It has it has the vitamin, the whole complete of vitamins. It has all the vitamins and minerals that we need every day on our daily basis.
Okay, so that now the other question I always have is how much to take, and what levels do you recommend getting those done? Because you don't want to give too many or too much, or you want to have optimal level. So what is your suggestion on that?
Okay, because usually when I measure the antioxidant level, that will give them their base score. And then from there, I will recommend them certain products based on their personal need, based on their budget, based on, what do they want to improve. So we have a variety of supplements out there that can actually help them. So basically, it's not what I want, it's what they want, what's more comfortable for them. So that's why my role comes in, is I listen to them and then I work with them.
Okay, great. So you're recommending to check the baseline level and kind of monitoring to make sure it goes up, and there is, I'm sure, there's some of the range they have kind of gone with that, and that helps to make sure. And now other thing is also quickly touch on, eating healthy and just, maintaining a good lifestyle.
Absolutely. We always go back to the fundamental is, of course, try to avoid as much free radicals. I call it Mr. Bad Guys, all the stresses. We need to, of course, exercise daily. We need to eat healthier, right? One thing that I can assure is if we all can reduce the amount of carbohydrates, right? The sugars intake, the oil or the high salty food, right? And then we have to exercise daily, hopefully 30 minutes a day, 5 times a week. And then of course, drink plenty of waters and sleep well. Those are your basic things that you can do to help improve, and of course try to avoid as much stress as possible. Smoking.
Oh yeah, lot of people don't realize
alcohol, right?
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize, but I see a lot of females now started going to hookah bars, and I said, why in the world would you do that? Because it creates so much toxicity for your skin. You lose hair, and also not only hair, skin. That you look older, right? Because it can damage your skin, right? The smoking.
Absolutely. Yes.
So those are pretty bad choices to start with. So I highly recommend anybody watching, don't go to hookah bars, do not smoke, sleep better. There's nothing cool about it, nothing cool about smoking. So, for sure, and not to mention with COVID, it's one of the risk factors to get sick and sicker. So other thing is, we'll touch a little bit about your routine. So give us some positive energy. How do you, Lana?
Okay. With me, it's pretty, I do this every day. I get up early and I do exercise. I exercise anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour. And I do that 6 days a week. So Sunday is my day of rest. And of course, I try to eat healthy. I try to eat, I'm not saying that you should not eat carbs at all. We do need carb, right? We need the energy, but I'm just saying that I would eat more of the vegetable, specifically, green leafy vegetable. If you can eat protein, maybe about, I would say about 60% or 50% of vegetable. And then you need intake. We'll talk about the full food group. We need the protein, maybe about 20-25%. And then carb, you can cut down to maybe about 5 to 10%. And then last but not least, your fruits. So always I try to have 4 food groups in each meal. And then also, if you the person that doesn't have enough time to cook or to avoid possible, avoid the processed food, avoid the fast food, right? Yeah, that's why the supplement come in handy. And I also take protein shakes also. Yes, and then that's my daily regimen. Try to sleep early. Drink more water instead of soda. And then, of course, using my products. That's how I try to stay healthy and look young.
Okay, very, very nice, very nice. Well, keep up spreading the good word, and, definitely your success is our success, because it helps us to remain motivated and get kind of learn that, yes, we can all do that. We just need to be positive. We just need to focus and just concentrate on eating better and sleeping better, get some activity, and then keep going, and you'll be doing well, right?
Right. Well, there is a phrase that they call it, you are what you eat. So
that is true.
If you put everything good into your system, then you will benefit all the goodies, right? But if you eat bad food, then what is it going to turn out? Okay. So it's no brainer. Everybody can do this. The thing is we just have to be motivated to do what is good for us. Mm-hmm. And it always starts out with a good habit. If you do this now, then of course you try to prolong your health, not just the youthfulness, but your health in general. Nothing is more better than, keeping your own health, stay healthy. Like I say, I always like that phrase that an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of treatment.
Yeah, that is true. Prevention is always better than cure. So thank you for coming to our show. So if you can give us final thoughts, and then we'll love to have you back, but also give us final thoughts for today.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, even I know there's a lot of times that when you look into the mirror and you realize to see, or what happened to the old you, what happened to the young, cheerful, cheerleading, that person that that you used to proud of and have confidence in. But over the times, if we don't take good care of ourselves, when you look at your mirror right now, I mean, I myself, I go through this. So I hear you, I feel you, and I am just like you before. So this is something that I do every day, and I would love to be your coach and walk with you through this journey and help you get back, regain yourself, redefine yourself so that you can have that.
You don't have to be anything in particular. You can talk about podcasts and so on.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, great.
So Disney Life Podcast is a
give me 1 second.
Sure.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we have an excellent guest, Mark Valentine, and he's going to talk about his podcast and passion. Let's welcome Mark. How are you doing?
Dr. Moby, thank you so much for having me.
Okay, great. Tell me about what do you do?
So we have a podcast which is called Disney Life Podcast. Mm-hmm. And the podcast is very fun. It's very lighthearted, and it's devoted to people who are looking for information to travel. And it's somewhat of a lifestyle podcast that for families and for travelers that are looking to go to the Walt Disney World Studios over in Orlando, Florida. We offer all kinds of tips and tricks, as well as we love to offer reviews on dining, hotels, and just resources for people that want to go. Mm-hmm. So a lot of our guests on the podcast are Disney photographers, Disney travel agents, individuals who have gone after the reopening, and people who, can speak to the dining experience. And it's just really fun. We try to keep it very lighthearted and fun. And that's kind of the title of the podcast suggests what we're all about.
So your podcast is on travel and Disney. So that is amazing. I like, actually, we do a lot of travel shows too. We have great guests on podcasts. So tell me about your take on Disney. I know with the COVID situation, we were talking before that there were a lot of layoffs recently. So we really encourage people to go if they can, and kind of help the economy and the situation. With all struggling. Of course, remain safe. And so tell us a little bit about the changes in Disney.
Sure. Well, I want to start by saying that our family was very much on the fence. Mm-hmm. That we were not the first family that wanted to go. So, there's kind of two camps right now in the Disney community. There's people who want to wait until a vaccine. There's people that don't feel safe with all the measures that are in place. And then there are people that went on day one. We very much, our family, we were cautious, and we tried to monitor the situation. We went 3 weeks after opening, and we have a lot of friends who are the cast members. Speaking of individuals that were, laid off, we have friends that are cast members. We tried very much to monitor the situation and make a decision based upon what we saw coming out of the numbers in Florida at the time. To give you perspective as well, we were there at the beginning of August. Florida was still very much spiking at the time. So it was a very tough call and a tough decision. It wasn't an easy one for our family. So we did wind up driving. That's the first thing that I want to say. We felt a lot safer than driving as a family and driving straight through we live in the Northeast. So we did the 17-hour drive straight from Pennsylvania. We just felt like it was placing ourselves maybe at an increased risk by flying. And, we couldn't tell what the flight would look like. So it was just something that made us feel a lot more safe and secure. But getting to the park, we were surprised at the amount of traffic that was in the park. Now, normally when you go to Disney World in Florida, it is their busy season. They have a lot of international travelers. The parks themselves are very packed, and the park experience was markedly changed from what we were used to. You could walk on rides. We found that there was virtually no wait for any experience whatsoever, and the parks were very empty. And I think you spoke about the layoffs that Disney just yesterday laid off 28,000 employees across the American parks, not just in Orlando, but also out in California, because California has not reopened due to the restrictions of the state of California has placed on theme parks. But it makes a lot of sense when you look at the layoffs that have come. They're very sad, but there really are not crowds there right now. And what's very difficult is to see the layoffs and know that if there is a place that's doing it right and they really are doing everything they can to keep their guests safe, it's Disney. I know that there's a lot of anxiety and stress around going to a theme park, but if I could offer my assessment, I felt that if there is a protocol that is being followed to keep people safe, Disney was adhering to it. They are, so every guest has to wear a mask. It's not optional. The only place that you cannot wear a mask in Walt Disney World is when you are in your hotel room. If you are at poolside, and if you're at poolside and you're not social distance from other parties, they will tell you to put on a mask. And then while you are actively eating and or drinking, Disney. That they have the mask policy to please raise the mask and to maintain social distancing from other people. So the masks were the first thing that we noticed from our last trip in August. There is enhanced cleaning procedures that there are signs all over of detailing what they've cleaned, how much they've cleaned. And even in the hotel rooms, when you arrive upon your stay, they have a list of all of the items that have been deep cleaned compared to what they would normally do. They show you the difference in that. And then just entry to the park, there are so many protocols that were normally not there. One being there's a temperature screening. If your temperature is above a certain temperature, they will pull you to the side and your entire party. Some of that they will chalk up to the heat of the Orlando sun. But if you cannot get your temperature down, then yourself and your family will be denied entry to the park. And then afterward, that's at every single location. So that's not just at park entry. It's when you go into a dining location. So your temperature is constantly screened throughout the course of your stay. And then, of course, there's social distancing markers everywhere. When you're queued up for a line, you cannot be closer than 6 feet from the family in front and or behind. If you break that, again, a cast member will come up to you, politely remind you to please maintain social distance. And there were one or two instances where you have a little child. Our daughter is 8, and she would get a little close to the family in front, and a cast member would come up to us and remind us to please maintain social distance. Disney is super vigilant. If you even pull your mask down for a second, they will remind you that they have cooling stations where you can take off your mask, but If you are anywhere else in the park, you have to have your mask up. And then there's sanitizing stations and hand washing stations every 15 feet in the park. It's at the beginning of each ride. As you get on, there's a hand sanitizer station after you get off every single ride. And then most of the rides are stopped periodically so that the cast members can sanitize each ride vehicle. As well as if you're on the ride itself, your family is the only family that's allowed on in the ride at any given time if they can't space it out. So if you're on a roller coaster, every other car is saved for a family.
So that is, that's a pretty good assessment you have described. Now, also tell me, is there an option to get tested or not?
So right now, when we left Disney, Disney was in negotiations with their Actors Equity Union. One of the things the cast members wanted to see happening for their safety and security was to have the cast members be tested as regularly as they wanted. Disney has since opened up their own testing site, which is for cast members. Currently, there is no testing there's no rapid test that if you want to go to the park that you have to be tested. And I think that's probably why you still have a lot of individuals who are still, despite all of the safety procedures that are in place, you still have a lot of people that are very hesitant to go until there's a vaccine. But then on the flip side of things, you have the individuals in our society, and I'm not here to debate, one way or another. You have the individuals who are also not going to Disney right now because of the mask policy, that there's individuals that don't want to walk those distances and be in the heat with the masks on. So, and I think that has greatly hurt, amongst other things, it's really hurt Disney's attendance right now. And it's sad for those of us who love the parks to see so many people that are wary to want to go. Because I on our podcast, one of our first episodes, and the host that I had on, she's a Disney travel agent. We talked specifically about that, and I shared my opinion on, how safe I felt, and she shared my assessment, having also had traveled. And I gave the recommendation to our listeners, which was twofold. It was one, if you feel like you would be compromised and you feel like you would have anxiety, then certainly it's not worth going because you wouldn't enjoy the trip. That if you are worried, and if that is at the forefront of your mind, that you don't feel safe, then don't go, because it's supposed to be a leisurely journey to Disney. You're not supposed to be worried the entire time about contracting COVID. But I said, if you look at what Disney is doing and you have no anxiety or fear around it, it's the safest possible. Sorry, my apologies. It's the safest possible place that you could be right now. I felt safer at Walt Disney World than I do at my local Walmart or Target. I think it's the best time to go to Walt Disney World. And while attendance has been picking up steadily, the attendance compared to where they're normally at is it's down. But it makes for a much better experience in some regards, in my opinion. Right now, the value that you get in terms of your ability to walk on various rides and attractions is it's remarkable. Lines that you'll normally wait in excess of a half hour to 45 minutes to get on, you're on the ride in less than 5 minutes. And these are, pretty major attractions. When people think of iconic Disney rides, we walked right onto Space Mountain. We walked right into what's called Big Thunder Mountain, which is one of their big roller coasters. This is in the Magic Kingdom. And the one ride that did have a slight increase in weight was Splash Mountain. But that's because there's so many people trying to get on that attraction right now because it's going to be rethemed soon. So they're going to be refurbishing it. So a lot of people are prioritizing that. A lot of the wait times are also deceptive, where it'll say 30-minute wait, but in actuality, it's perhaps a third of that. It's a 10-minute wait to get on many attractions.
And so tell us a little bit about the restaurant situation. How is it over there right now? Are the eating places open or still closed?
So many of the restaurants are still closed. You have to go on. Disney has their own app, which is called the My Disney Experience app. So patrons will go on their app and they can see what restaurants are open and which ones have been closed. So there's a lot of variety that's still available both table service and what Disney calls quick service, which is you can walk up to a counter and order something quickly. There's still a lot of variety that you can get, but the quick service option, which is, speaking of new protocols, they have a new quick service option, which is completely touchless. So you order your food inside of the app. The food is paid for inside of the app using a credit card or a Disney gift card. So there's no exchange of money. If you don't have the app, Disney will provide for a very limited experience with a teller who will go and will take your money. They can't refuse your legal tender.
Yeah. So I think tell me about some of the highlights with some of the. So tell me about some of the the eating places. Are they takeout or just?
Some are takeout, but some you do have to go and sit. Disney has created a lot of space. There's limited capacity in the restaurants. Most of the restaurants that we ate at, there were very few guests, which made us feel very comfortable. I don't know if that's changed much since mid-August. I know that their bookings for table service have gone up, but we were never closer than 6 feet, dare I say 10, from the next party over. And then, the entire time the wait staff had protective equipment. They had both masks and face shields, as well as gloves. And the experience felt, again, very safe. There were a lot of protocols in place. Silverware was wrapped, and you could see that it had been cleaned thoroughly, and it was wrapped in like a saran wrap. And then there were no menus.
Okay, Mark, give me a little break, and I'll be back.
Absolutely.
Okay.
stepped away for a second. Yeah, I just took it out of the background. He stepped away for a second.
I'm so sorry for I
okay.
had to take a call. Okay. Anyways, we were talking about. Thank you for updating with Disney, and that seems to be very promising. I think I would encourage everybody to definitely check out Disney, and because with even COVID, we want to make sure that they're still giving fair chance. Okay, well, any final thoughts you have for our audience, Mark?
Just like you said, I would really recommend that people do the research for themselves. And, if it's something that your family doesn't feel compromised, it's a great time to go. And it's, it was what our family needed in terms of like our mental health to really feel normal again. And of course it's changed, but
yeah, no, that's very good. Thank you, Mark. And anything else? I think you're doing fantastic job encouraging people to at least check it out and be safe. Still, we say be safe.
Yeah, and if people are looking for any more information, again, our podcast is called Disney Life Podcast, and we're over on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, and then of course our host site right now is Buzzsprout.com. So if you have some questions or if you're looking for information, our podcast is a great place to get started.
Okay. Thank you. You take care, Mark. Thank you for coming. Take care. Bye.
Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
When Moby first met Camellia in the forest, they were just kids having some fun, yeah. They were young and of course they found This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of fate brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in the heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby. Today we have an excellent guest with a lot of music talent and a lot of wisdom. So let's welcome Lucy Lynch. Hi, Lucy. How are you?
Hi, aloha. I'm
Aloha.
so excited to be here. I'm doing very well. You know, music keeps me healthy and happy.
Okay, great. And when I learned that, you play music, I said, wow, we'll have such an exciting time. So tell me about your journey. Tell me about your journey, how you started music and what influenced.
Yeah, so I was born and raised in Germany, in Hamburg, Germany, or even more in the countryside out of Hamburg, Germany. And for my first 28 years, that's where I lived. That's where I grew up. You know, that's where I learned everything, the first steps about life, so to speak. And I started with music very, very early. I was very lucky that my parents sent me to like a music education school already when I was, oh my God, I think I was like 4 or something. I already, played like little instruments and here and there. And then I always sang. I always made up songs on the spot and poetry on the spot. But I would not say, that at all. It would be like, oh my God, send this girl to America's Got Talent or anything. And it was just this joy, it was just like a joyful, I always was a creator of music. And then when I was about 13, I had a very intense experience where I felt so unhappy and so outraged with the world. And I just didn't understand why the world is the way it is, why there's so much greed and hate and anger and all of that going on. And so I started kind of, really resisting the world and in a way resisting life. Mm-hmm. And that was the time when I really started using music and my voice as some sort of a healing instrument, like a way to express what was going on inside of myself. And I started to just sing out my own pain and sadness about the world. And then when that happened around 13, my life changed and I just literally started focusing on music. And in the beginning, I thought I want to be a pop star, right? Mm-hmm. So I started singing in bands and singing in Irish pubs, but it was never really made me that happy. And the more I realized it was really about really communicating my emotions to the world. That was really what for me music was about, because I was not able so much to talk about it, but I could sing about it. And that's really my relationship and my journey with music. And I've pursued it ever since, and it keeps evolving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's what I have seen too, that, a lot of artists are very creative and sensitive people, and music could be their expression of, their feeling. So that's how they share or they talk with the world. And probably you're absolutely right. That's probably what kind of got into all your creativity. So tell me a little bit about some of your musical journey. So you said you performed at bars or small places or theater or something.
Yeah, so that's kind of how it started, but I started singing in Irish pubs, open mics and things like that. Mm-hmm. And I was back, when I started, that was around 17, 18, and it was an exciting time. I did that first. And then I decided to go to theater school. So first I wanted to do musical school, because Broadway was obviously a thing. So I was like, okay, I'm going to go to Broadway. So I started studying musical for 1 year. Then I realized that all the dancing, the competition of especially women, being really mean to each other. So I didn't like that part. So I decided to go to theater to focus on theater and acting. Mm. And then I did that. I studied that for 4 years, have my degree in theater. And then I basically channeled a one-woman show. And it was a one-woman show all about finding your way in life, finding your joy in life, finding your expression in life. And I wrote and composed that show, and I played it for about 4 years all over Germany. And then throughout that time, I experienced a very difficult burnout after 4 years of touring with that show. And that was actually the initiation of me going traveling for 5 years. And I started playing music on the road, just me and my guitar. So that brought me into another stage of my musical expression.
Mm-hmm. So do you just play guitar, or do you play other instruments?
I play guitar. I play a little bit piano basics and the singing bowls and gongs and chimes. But my voice is really my main instrument, I would say. Yeah.
Okay. And let's take a break 1 second, and I will be back on that. So I think we are getting a little interference on the voice. So if you want to log out and log in, probably it might improve.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I hear you crackling with your voice right now. So
yeah, I don't know why the voice is coming crackle. So if you can log out and log in, that's fine.
Okay, like log out completely.
Yeah, log out and then log in with the same.
Okay, let me just take this.
I don't know why it's doing that.
Yeah. Okay, leave.
It's at the bottom.
Okay, I'm gonna try this. Oops, where is it now?
Do you have cell phone, or are you doing with the camera?
Yeah, right now I'm on my cell phone, but
cell phone. Okay. Yeah, if you wanna log in.
I wonder if I should try on the computer.
Yeah, try on the computer. You have the email, right?
Yeah. I have the link that you sent me, so I can try it on the computer.
Okay, yeah, try on the. I think it's causing interference. So yeah, I know you have music. I didn't want you to come back. Hi, Dr. Fazal.
I'm Lester Harmeet with Fidelity Investments. How are you?
Oh, good. Hey, I was expecting earlier. I'm in an interview right now, so I can talk to you later, tomorrow maybe.
Yeah, no worries. I'll send you an email and we can connect from there. It's a link to my calendar and you can select the time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can you talk now?
Yeah, I can talk now.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, it's pretty good. That's much better. Yeah, even the video is much better. Okay.
Very good.
Okay, perfect. Okay, we can join, I guess, from here. We can do a little bit of that segment again where you were telling. Okay, we resume. So yes. So tell me about your journey. You said about you did some theaters and some of traveling.
Exactly. So basically, when I finished with my acting studies and I had my degree in theater, I basically literally channeled this one-woman show, and I toured and performed the one-woman show all throughout Germany for 4 years. And it was really such an adventure because the character that I created was kind of like my alter ego. And the character was really grappling with life, grappling with, you know, why am I here? Who am I? What is my purpose in life? So that was kind of like that character that was dealing with it. Mm-hmm. And only after about 4 years, I realized that I was really grappling with that and that I really wanted to know all about that. And so it was in an interesting way, I experienced a burnout, but it turned out being a blessing because that burnout initiated a 5-year journey where I traveled the world, just me with my guitar, experiencing a whole new form of music, channeling different forms of songs and really seeing the world and connecting with the most beautiful people on this planet. So it was a blessing.
Yeah, that must be, because I can imagine, you know, it's so exciting to travel all around the world. So tell me, which places did you go to?
So I actually started, it was very funny. I never traveled alone before that. And I went to the most remote place. The first journey was to Zanzibar. I went to Tanzania and to Zanzibar for 3 months. And I signed up for a program where I was teaching the basics of English to 30 kids in a little school on the beach, and music and dancing. And it was a lot of fun. It was so much fun. It was beautiful. It was life-changing in its own way because, you know, there was me, very privileged, you know, grew up in Germany, very safe, very protected. And so there was me. For a while in Spain, in France, on Corsica, Sardinia, all over Italy, in different places in Tuscany and northern Italy. Lived in Greece on a couple of islands. And only then, after that, I started traveling the United States. I started in New York City, traveled all the way through to the West Coast, all the way down to San Diego, and then ended up in Hawaii, and I fell in love with the islands, and that's kind
so
of
you
like,
haven't left Hawaii for a while.
I'm here now about 11 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hawaii is so beautiful, and maybe very nice for artists like you. So can get poetry out. Do you write normally or just sing?
Yeah, I write, I sing, I create. My spirit came here to create, to play. I'm literally one of those spirits where it's just flowing through, you know, like you give me a guitar and I make up songs on the spot and just sing for people. And yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'd love to hear some of your work. If you have.
Yeah. We can absolutely do that.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Perfect. So this is just right now here with my little ukulele because it was just right here.
Yeah.
Okay. And when I wake up in the morning, my eyes still full of sleep, I open up the morning news and I just want to weep. I wish that we could all be one and live our life at peace. I wish that we could all be one and just remember this. I am prosperous. I am prosperous. I am happy and I'm healthy and I'm whole. I am prosperous. I am prosperous. I am happy and I'm healthy and I'm whole. There's love, 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 love. There's only love, 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 and it's the only light I see. you.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So it's so nice. Thank you. And it's like, feels like you are dancing and you are, I can imagine that you're feeling great, like healthy and feeling all the vibe, positive energy. Wow, that's wonderful. So tell me, what do you think about now? World has changed with COVID, and, it has really impacted a lot of our spheres of life, made us more kind of value our life and family and friends and loved ones. So any singing for that? Did you compose anything for that?
I think, you know what, I think even this one, what I just sang, you know, like for me, it's since COVID, since the world has been really kind of like stopped and, has taken that breath and has taken that moment of, whoa, okay, humanity, you better get your act together. Or, that's kind of like really what this feels like to me, is that the reminder of that we are all in this together, and that we have to stop pretending that some of us are better, or some of us are wiser, or some of us are just the privileged ones, I think there is just kind of like an essence right now in the air of remembering that we are all human, and that this is really about finding a solution together as a team. Team humanity, I'm all for you, man. Yeah, let's do this. And so for me as an artist, I decided in the beginning, I had to really make that choice, because I could either go down the road of becoming angry, cynical, and writing like cynical songs about COVID and, kind of like being ironic about it, or wash your hands, stay inside, da-da-da-da-da. And that's great too. I think there's people who are really great at that, and that needs to be done too. And I really had to sit down and ask myself, what is it really that I bring to this? What can I bring? And what I decided is to go live almost every day. So 5 times a week, I show up for people, and to really create an oasis of peace for people, to create a place where people can remember that we are more than our outside appearances, and that we can remember that we that safety, that love, that the applause, everything that we look for on the outside, which has now been taken from us for a moment, we need to find on the inside. And I invite people, about like 20 minutes to an hour a day with me, to dive into that and to get a feeling of, yes, I can. Yes, I am powerful. I have a voice. I have a choice. I can still, in all of this, what's going on, I can decide to thrive. I can decide to thrive from the inside out. And that's really my message, because as an artist, I was shocked. I was in shock. All my performances, basically my whole career has changed. That was what I did for a living, was performing and being with people. And from one day to the other, it was cut off. So I had to completely reinvent myself. And I right now want to be the voice for people, to take this as an opportunity to reinvent yourself, to find your voice in a new way, to find your expression in a new way, and to, don't let the fear wash you down the drain of gloom and doom.
Yeah, and that is so true, that, we can actually think of positivity out of it. And I tell everybody that with COVID has taught us that we as humans have each other. There's nobody who is gonna on this planet help us except each other. We actually do more damage to, planet Earth than any of the species. And with this, it really kind of made us rethink what we do for the planet, or what we do among us. So, the only thing that mattered was when some of these patients are sick in the hospital. That's where, I go and see them too. They're lonely. They are lonely in the ward. There's nobody but them. So it is a painful feeling, to be there. Even your loved ones cannot see you. So that means that whatever time we have, we should appreciate first what we have, and then at least tell or share your love with your loved ones. So maybe you'll never get that time again, right?
Exactly.
And so that is, I think, in a way, COVID has really opened a lot of avenues, which were closed before, with all the changes. Same stands for lifestyle. A lot of people who are getting sicker from COVID actually are more affluent, I would say, more with diabetes, blood pressure, medical issues, obesity, unhealthy lifestyles, because they are both extreme, actually, I should say. So they are now thinking of kind of adopting healthier lifestyle. So maybe doing that. So I think in a way you're right. With artists, with your mind and experience, I'm sure it has touched a lot of strings, right? And you are for all of us, you, me, everybody has changed how we think and how we should approach life. So tell us also about any other writings which you did and it really struck you.
So another thing, and I love what you just said also, I think that is another one of my whys. The main important thing for me is why am I doing all of this, right?
Yeah.
That's my motto. And for the longest time in my career, I always really, as an actor or singer songwriter, you just want to be like, I don't know, rich and famous or something, right? I want to go out rich and famous in Hollywood and Broadway, and then at some point, that's not enough for me. Like for me, it's this: how many people do I touch? Like for me, it's really more like for me, my wealth is about how many people do I make smile at one day? How many hearts do I touch? And if there's a way, like for me, I always say, if there's, for example, what you just said, I was like, oh my God, imagine, there could be someone out there who would sponsor, and I record some of my sound healings and we send those to the people who are in the hospital, who feel all alone, and everyone has access to like this beautiful music or like a message from their loved ones where they can listen to it, where I feel like there's so much power in that. And you just, you made my creativity come up there. So anyways, another form of, I would say I write for humanity. Like I literally do. I have another beautiful project, which is called Money Talks, but what the hell is it saying? And this is an award-winning 2-woman musical that I co-created with my beautiful dear partner in crime, Marsha Zina Major. And her and I, we met 2012 here in Honolulu through very mystical circumstances. And we were both starving artists, and we decided to channel all of our money woes and issues and write a 2-woman show, or we wanted to write a musical about money. And so we did. We created this whole musical with money gods and money goddesses and humanity and money and the relationships and greed, and all of that was in there. And then we realized we need a lot of money to put a show like that on. So we decided to rewrite the show into a 2-woman show all about how we were trying to write the show. And that 2-woman musical has been performed for the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And it has touched many people. We've performed it for the women's prison, for drug rehabs, for the homeless community, for theaters, for companies. And it's really ultimately a show about value and self-worth. And it's really a show for humanity of thinking about how we are treating each other, how we are treating the earth, how we are treating ourselves, and how we are all, how Rumi said it so nicely, how we are all hunting for the diamond necklace that is already around our neck.
God, that's beautiful.
Yeah. And we just sometimes don't see it. But we need each other to have the reflection that we reflect each other in each other's eyes so that we can see that necklace that we're already wearing. And so that has been, I think, one of my most profound writing experiences, also because it was with someone together, a collaboration that was so powerful and beautiful. And we are now actually in the process of launching a virtual world tour with the musical, because it is recorded, and we right now are teaming up with different companies and nonprofits to bring that message out into the world. So for me, this time has really tickled my creativity. It has made me think outside the box and grow beyond what I have ever expected was possible.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we are honored with great guests, Elizabeth Brown. Let's welcome Elizabeth Brown. How are you?
I'm doing great. Hi, Dr. Moby.
Thank you for tuning in. Elizabeth
Yes,
Brown,
thanks for having me.
yes, thank you. Elizabeth Brown is a great author. About her, she wrote great 2 books. We're going to talk about those 2 books today. And so tell us about yourself.
Well, I'm from St. Paul, Minnesota. So if anyone knows where the George Floyd stuff happened at, that's about 15 to 30 minutes away from where I am. Let's see, I graduated from Southwest Minnesota State University, which is like 3.5 hours from where I live. I'm a case manager as a full-time profession or full-time job. And then I'm an author of Unwanted Confessions Confirmed in Sour Lemonade.
Okay. So, and tell us a little bit about your writing. Do you normally write or do you have, this is the first 2 of your work?
No, I've been writing since I was a young girl, and poetry has just been my outlet. It's been where I felt like I could talk to something, you know, and not necessarily get a response, but I felt at peace once I wrote my work. So these poems stemmed from years and years ago. The first poem I started writing again was in 2006 because I had lost my poetry in middle school. And then at that point, I just felt like poetry wasn't for me and I needed to take a different route in life. And I wasn't sure what that route was because I was only in middle school. But when I got in college, so it took me from middle school all the way to college to figure out what helped me in the past. And it turned out that it was poetry. So that's where poetry stemmed from, is me as a young girl. And that's what Unwanted Confessions Confirmed in Sour Lemonade are about. They reflect my life and growing up and how confused I was as a child and things, and how poetry really was my outlet and that thing I could talk to.
So these 2 books are basically poetry books, or and they're based on your experience as a child growing up, right?
Yes, they're both poetry books, and they're based on my experiences. They're based on things that I've just seen in my life. They're based on things that other people have gone through. So, yeah, has a lot of good information in there.
Okay, great. And so tell me, when did you start writing them?
Well, I started writing again in 2006. That's when I started writing. And that's the first poem in Sour Lemonade. And it's The Perfect Garden. That poem came from my grandmother passing away. I had just recently moved out of her home, and it was finals week, and she had passed away, and I had to drop everything and leave. And at that point, I felt like I couldn't talk to anyone. I didn't know what to do. She was, she was my rock, to say the least. And so poetry is where I turned to, and The Perfect Garden is the poem that was the first poem I wrote again since middle school.
Okay, very nice. Would you like to share some of the verses or from the poems?
Oh, absolutely. I can share some work with you.
Sure. Let's hear.
Okay. Well, first, I'll just tell you a little bit about Unwanted Confessions Confirmed. So this book is a story of a young girl as an adult that has been tested with triumphs, tragedy, knowledge, morals, values, and, of course, confessions. And it's about the younger me and growing up. And it talks about love. It talks about rejection. It talks about addiction. It talks about finding your place and just trying to figure out who you are as a person. And that's all through poetry.
Okay, wow. So yeah, feel free to share any with any of them.
Yep. I'll share this one called Black Child, and then I'll share the poem Energy of a Lesbian that's actually on the back of the book.
Okay, no problem.
So Black Child. I cry because I hurt. I smile because I'm afraid. I laugh because the pain fades. My heart beats because I was conceived through the dark in the garage on the back. I speak because my lips are told to. I care because I can love. I listen to your heartbeat because I can hear life. I asked you to promise me because you mean the world. To embrace your grace makes me feel strong. To embrace my conscience makes me feel more powerful than a thug.
Wow. What a powerful statement.
That is Black Child. Well, actually, I'll read, if you don't mind. I'll read one of my favorite, which since it's around the George Floyd stuff and they're still doing jury selection and things like that, we are very in tune here in Minnesota with the George Floyd stuff. So, it's amazing that I'm in the midst of all of that. And so being in the midst of it, I wrote a poem called Recollection, and I'll read that one. This one, I will tell you, it may make people a little uncomfortable, but that's okay because it's just to wake people up. That's all. It's not to, discriminate against anybody.
Yeah.
Recollection. The thought of one being misunderstood to the point that the light is shining, but the brain is still dim. My energy is not your energy. We did not swim in the same pool. What makes my money less creditable than the next? You are not my master, and I am not your slave. Slave, you are not, am I? Master, my not, are we? Are you? We bleed the same. Or have we become so dumb to the fact that our brain is like fried okra on Thanksgiving Day? Hard on the outside, mushy on the inside. Sad. Facts. His neck was treated like a check. You played the system against him for 8 minutes, 46 seconds, attempted to bounce back and collect more unreported taxes. Floyd's life is worth more than $464,433. Even the wife knew that. Singing Usher papers after the indictment, only to play cat and mouse in your own entrapment. Released on a $1 million bond and fled the state. Murder with no justice and called a faulty case. Wow. Fast forward to the burning flames of America. You're black, I'm black, but you act like a white supremacist that don't give a damn about what makes me me. At least the term black supremacy contains the color of your skin. When it was time to think about how your end became your beginning, you backed out. Scared? Even that was too much of a black fact. My black brother, don't forget your mama was once labeled poor, which made your family systematically oppressed. Mama worked 3 jobs and daddy was there but wasn't present. See, I told you wasn't all that in a bag of chips. You're black then, you're black now. You'll be black when you wake your black ass up tomorrow. Stop the Michael Jackson acts. Racism, injustice. Wilmington, North Carolina, 1898. Red Summer, 1919. Tulsa, Oklahoma, 1921. King's assassination, 1968. Rodney King, 1992. Ferguson, Missouri, 2014. Baltimore, Maryland, 2015. Minneapolis, Minnesota, my home state, 2020. Did we forget to educate that thing we call a brain? Instantly smothered. Too caught up in being authority. Blue silence code. You don't even see that your black is my black, and they'll stand on your back. They'll stand on your back once your black is active, actively fighting for what's right. George Floyd and justice for all. Growth outside the body demands irrefutable systematic modifications, yet keeping every existing person educated about race, injustice, change. I am my brother's keeper. Not every life matters until Black lives matter. That last statement says, God is my keeper. I am my brother's keeper. Not every life matters until Black lives matter. That is recollection from Unwanted Confessions Confirmed.
Okay, great. So I think it's very powerful, and I'm so sorry. It brings back those memories, and sad. And we are all very sad to learn that, and we support equal rights, and we of course always support everybody treated equally. Myself, I'm also non-white, so as you can see, we also all face different kind of, now we Asians are facing because of COVID, as you know.
Well, absolutely. And I believe that all lives matter. I truly believe that in my heart that all lives matter. But if all lives are going to matter, then African-American lives need to be included in all.
Yeah. And definitely, and I believe that too, that, there are definitely a lot of incidents which some you have pointed out, and then some of those definitely we need to look and educate people and tell what is wrong, what is not right. And, so I think we can really make a difference once the awareness is there, education is there, tell what is wrong. I mean, I think it's everybody's right to point out the wrong from right, and then bring attention to those. And then, I think we can do that with education, with realization, with actually telling people what is wrong.
Exactly.
So I think your book definitely brings a lot of awareness, right? So, and then by good means, by the best means to educate and to bring poetry and to literature. I think when President was sworn in, I think you saw that there were some poems. She I think did a fantastic job, right? I really liked it.
That was great.
So I think there's definitely, and literature is always affected by current affairs. I mean, where I think poets are sensitive people like yourself, and we feel that they get that's their expressive, creative way of telling what is going on, right?
Exactly. We try to, I think I can speak for all poets when I say that, first off, the art is lost. A lot of people don't read poetry, and if they do, they don't understand it. So it's like they'll read a poem and just go on to the next one without analyzing what it is. So I think that I can say for all poets that it is our creative way of speaking to something, to feeling better about whatever situation we've gone through, and we feel like we have no one to talk to at that time. Absolutely.
Sure. So I think I'm going to make a point that, more we write, more we do awareness, more we write books, and more we write literature, more. I mean, we are, I think, the peace-loving nation, and but we also want justice for therefore also want to make sure everybody realizes what is wrong, right?
Exactly. And that's what that last piece says. Growth outside the body demands irrefutable systematic modifications, yet keeping every existing person educated about race and justice change. So yes, I agree with you that everyone needs to be educated about what's happening in the world.
Yeah. And then definitely, there were, there is a big chapter or big part of the history where blacks were not treated right and at all. They were slaves, right? And then there were, we can't ignore that, If anybody has doubt, they can go to the, to this museum also, right? In DC, we have a museum.
Exactly.
So there were definitely, incidents where they were there, and to overcome that, and then we can't ignore that, right? So and that we cannot. So what was wrong and wrong is still going to be wrong. Okay, today is so I think this is a great effort that you are doing the creative work and you are bringing attention to. And then there are a lot of other things which, beside education, what I worry about also healthcare. So, I see, being a doctor, I see a lot of discrepancy between different groups. Okay. So the health-wise, they have, kind of lowest in terms of their numbers, which is very sad because,
yeah. We lost so many people due to COVID, and just, I think the level of stress that has risen in our communities, has really just kind of not been on people's side.
Yeah. And another, and also, brings important discussion is that, to give awareness to everyone, especially, ethnic groups, is that, so look at COVID, they kind of created more death in certain ethnic groups, and that is because of their health. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and that is very sad, because then, that brings to important discussion. Then, first, why they are in bad shape. So second is, what can be done more? So do they need more assistance? Absolutely. Do they need more health education? Yes. Do they need to self-realization and making sure, their socioeconomic condition is bad? Absolutely. More are jobless, homeless. There we are facing stigma of all kind, right? So then, there are a lot of things which are wrong, right? And then, if we don't say that they are wrong, then nobody knows they're wrong, right?
Yeah, nobody knows.
Nobody knows, and nobody knows that a lot of also the vaccination rate. We have seen they were less actually in certain ethnic groups, which is also bad. So I think there is a lot of work needs to be done, and we need creative people like yourself to bring to the general public that what is wrong is wrong.
And that's why Sour Lemonade is a perfect book after COVID to read as far as poetry goes, because that one is a constant reminder of keeping your loved ones close, regaining power and strength within yourself. And so I think that those poems are perfect to read, after COVID, when your stress level has gone down and, you'd like to just gravitate towards the ones that you love. And you would also like to be heard about something because we've all been in a house, right? And we haven't been heard out to anyone outside of the people that are in our immediate circles. So we have things that we want to tell friends. We have things that we want to tell random people, you know, so that's a perfect book for that.
Oh, that is very nice. So that is, another thing, of course, with COVID is because we haven't met anyone and we haven't, not too many people, we have not been socializing. As a result, we have so many stories to tell. And
seriously, we do.
There is one thing whenever we have any tragedy or any difficult time in life, I think there's one thing that whether you can do something about it or not. The other thing is whether you can even talk or meet or at least share, the grief.
Yes.
But that was kind of cut down by only we could do Zoom, like you and me. We can at least, that's the only thing we can do, right? Talk on remote. Beside that, but humans are social animals, so we like to have some kind of interaction, even minimal, but we need that, right? We need to go out. We need to see each other. We need to share our grief or even talk, right? But COVID is very hard.
COVID has been hard. I had a family member pass away due to COVID, and that poem is actually in this book, Sour Lemonade, as well. And it was just very hurtful because we couldn't go to see her. We had to sit in the lobby, and we had to use, at first we didn't have an option. They didn't give us any option. And then there was a actual police officer who bought over these tablets and said, hey, I found a way where you guys can at least see your family member. So we had to see her on Zoom, but she wasn't, of course she wasn't coherent or anything, but we couldn't go up to her room at all and see her.
Yeah, that would be very painful. See her, and actually, my mother-in-law passed away not from COVID, but from died, and with this COVID situation, you can't do funerals, so you have to do very limited. So there was time they would say you couldn't see her body or touch her. And I could see how painful was that. It is very painful. Doing a funeral or something like that on Zoom, it is very painful.
Absolutely, it is for everybody.
So, and then we, sitting and so when I saw there was a big difference when they allowed few people to go in and at least see her body. There was a difference. I see
that was definitely a difference. It could only be for a funeral here. We could only have, I think, 15 people in at a time. So the funeral was like really long, and it turned out to be so long just because of the amount of people we couldn't have in there.
Yeah, exactly. But still, I think humans need to, we are even we know the person has died, but there's a feeling, that we don't heal. Nobody will heal, but that's very painful. Not to be able to touch them or see them, and then whether they're living or not living. That either way, it's. I think for humans, we are a species like that we have to have some interaction, right?
Yes, we must have interaction with other people, and so it's just not a good situation. But hopefully within the next year, right, we'll be back to some normalcy. We can talk to people and, go out, and maybe we'll still wear masks, but it won't be as, as severe as it is now.
Yeah, and make sure, I hope people are getting vaccination where you live. Yeah. Okay, great.
I'm not getting the vaccination, but that's a personal choice. I just, God didn't, give me COVID, so I don't feel the need to get the vaccination, but I've seen that it works for other people, and I'm not discrediting anybody that gets it. In fact, I encourage people to get it if you feel like you need it.
Okay, but that's your personal choice. But my advice to everyone is I got both shots, so my advice is to get it because you don't want to get any disease. Period. And COVID is not one of them that you really want to test your luck.
No.
So that you yes, people recover. Yes, they do. And whether but you never know how your body is going to react to any disease, even to simple viral infection, because some people just kind of system really shuts down, and then we have a lot of complications, and unfortunately people die. So my advice always, if you have a chance to make something better, to take your chances and do better job. It's like
exactly. I agree with that.
So I would encourage, yes, you could have personal reason, I understand completely. Some people have, but overall still recommend immunization for all
absolutely. I agree with you. If people need to, if it's going to make a situation better, I absolutely encourage people to make their situation better, for sure.
Yeah, sure. So I think that's definitely is gonna. But I think it's great book, great read that to at least can share the grief which we all went through, and I think.
Would you mind if I read one poem from Sour Lemonade just so people can hear what type of poems are here?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So I'll actually read the poem that I wrote for my cousin during COVID. Since we were speaking about COVID and things like that. So it's called A Long Walk. Defining your life under a magnifying. Be a shoulder they can cry on. Be the ear that can listen. Breathe bravery and understanding down their spines. They are growing with time. My loving spirit, my bright soul, and my unapologetic attitude that are the same things that molded this jewel. Crossing between two worlds to make sure you've made peace with the little things. God said stop. Take an intermission. Tania, just breathe. These are the things we'll never know she wanted to say because of COVID-19. First, it was 2 people at a time, then 4 a day, and still we're forced to be sane. But look at God. It quickly became possible for your family to say we love you and pray. God had a better plan for my pain. He'll never make a mistake. So don't cry for me. Rejoice with me. I'm blessed, less stressed, and free on my long walk to heaven.
Wow.
So that's the experience that we had. That's what they told us at the hospital, that it was 2 people at first, and then it was 4 a day. And then when I went up there, the lady says, oh, well, can't she walk down? And that was very hurtful for me because my cousin is laying on her deathbed, and you literally asked me if she can walk downstairs to see me. And so that's where this poem stemmed from. And truthfully, I think the words just came from God, because if you can tell in the poem, it was like she was talking back. And I didn't map that out and say, this is how I want the poem to be. That's just how it came out.
Yeah. That is a very, very nice poem and very sad, that it really, So talking of poem, I actually had my song too. It's Unsung Heroes, and we honored all the healthcare providers, also lost lives, and first responders who are on this fight, at the forefront. And you know, a lot of my colleagues lost lives to, you know, and nurses, and you know, they're every day putting their lives at risk for all of us. So
Absolutely. That's a tough job.
It's a very tough job. And then sadness is that we see people suffering in front of our eyes, and then you know, they, you know, dying. So, you know, so that is very sad. It is just, I think it's the hardest year ever anyone could do professionally, because you know that you know, for so many years you never had any life losses in front of you like that. So to see people going downhill and getting worse and worse is very painful.
It's very painful.
So I hope things get better, and we pray everybody is safe and everybody is getting better. So any final thoughts you have for our conversation?
I just want to encourage your audience to believe in yourself. COVID-19 has taken so much away from us. It has taken away from our families. So just believe in yourself. Give yourself that permission to get up and continue another day, because your cup is not half empty, it's half full.
And that's such a powerful statement. Yeah. And thank you. Where can people get your book? Is it on Amazon or is it?
Yes, so if they want an ebook copy, they can get it on Amazon. I have been having a little trouble getting it on paperback there, but they can find me on Facebook at Lizzie Brown or The Lost Art of Poetry. It's the same Facebook page. And if they want to find me on Instagram, it's Beauty, BEAUTII 28. And they can just direct message me and I'll ship them the book and we can handle things that way. Because I have the physical copies and I can do signed and non-signed copies.
Okay, very nice, very nice. Okay, you take care, stay safe, keep writing, and thank you for coming.
Oh, I suppose I should let them know how much the books are. So they're $10, but if you want a signed copy, then it's $15.
Okay, no, that makes sense. Okay, you take care. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Moby.
Take care. Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicadas love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicadas love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
Dr. Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we are fortunate to have great guest, Adam Lippy. He is a producer, director of new upcoming movie, actually came already, and Wait, Wait, Don't Kill Me. And it's exciting. I saw the trailer, so I couldn't hide my excitement. So let's welcome Adam. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to our show. So tell us about this movie and the idea. How did you come about that?
So the movie Wait, Wait, Don't Kill Me is a horror comedy about a viral pandemic in inner city Philadelphia. It's about a virus that gets loose in inner city Philadelphia, specifically a place called Nicetown, which is a real place in Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. And the virus gets loose on the hottest day of the year. And because the virus causes massive dehydration and people are mostly water, people start attacking each other for their bodily fluids. Mm-hmm. One of the attacks is caught on a viral video, and the military comes into the local hospital to try to slow the infection rate down, and they realize they can't do it quickly enough. So they fence off the inner city to let everybody die. And the movie is about the people who are left there to die, which I know sounds very grim, but it's actually more of a comedy and a satire and, more social commentary and with horrific elements in it. So it fulfills all of the things that need to be in a horror film while also taking time to have real people deal with horrific situations. Mm-hmm.
Well, it's very interesting. And let me turn on the, for audience to kind of experience the trailer. Mm-hmm. And so tell me about, this is the scene from the beginning of the...
Well, it's a mix of scenes. So it's basically the villains of the piece kind of narrating what the plans are. And what distinguishes these sorts of villains is normally when you watch the trailer at home, when you're on your own time with the sound, you'll hear that character who was leaning in just there. He's playing character. His name's Andrew Hunsaker. He's playing character named the General, and the General announces that his plans right away, which is I'm going to become a viral terrorist, extracting billions of dollars from the world economy before flaming out in a spectacular fashion, leaving only roaches to rule the earth. And he tells the people in the hospital that right away, which is normally what you would tell the audience at the end of the movie if you were in a James Bond movie. So I decided, what if we put that in the first scene? And that was what he wanted to do. And because that was his plan, and it was so absurd and ridiculous, nobody would believe him. And if he continued to engage it, no one would take it seriously. Because I'm always thinking, well, what if, in these sorts of films, be it any kind of conspiracy theory or viral pandemic or horror film or vampire movie or zombie movie or whatever it is, you have the villain with big plans, but you don't learn about them till the end. But what if you knew about them at the beginning, and then all those scenes were kind of comedic? Mm-hmm. And so the scenes play comedically, even though they're talking about terrible things. So the trailer, as usual, is sort of showing you little bits here and there throughout the film, what the characters are going through. And what I felt was important is in these sorts of films, you have this, need to for the pandemic or the zombie or the vampire or the whatever to be the worst thing going on in these people's lives. Mm-hmm. And in my film, that's just a pylon. That's just like an additional thing that's going on. They have already rough lives, and this is just an additional problem. The thing that would derail your whole life is just like, oh, now I got to deal with this now, as opposed to in something like the Crazies or From Dusk Till Dawn or any number of different types of similar genre films. Oh, this isn't all that similar to those kinds of movies. It's just that a virus movie and a zombie movie and a vampire movie and a mummy movie, they're all sort of the same in some sense. They all fulfill the same kind of genre tropes that are necessary, and I follow those too, but only to a point. I think of it as a way to, I have to have enough horror, I have to have enough sexual elements, and I have to have enough violence to justify being within that genre. And then you use what is a horror film to then impart whatever lesson you want or whatever conversation you want to have or whatever you want the characters to do or go through. And you're using the horror film as a shield. Now, that's not to suggest that I didn't take the horror stuff seriously. I did. I'm a former film critic, and I'd seen thousands of horror films. So I knew kind of what was required of me, but also what I needed to do in order to at least please a person who only wanted sort of the limited elements of a horror film. So I did those things and I did focus on them, but I was less interested in that versus actually having the characters be themselves, talk about their lives, and play around by making fun of horror films, by making fun of action movies, playing some straight comedy, have serious conversations, have silly conversations, have silly animation, and just kind of give you a lot in a movie, basically.
Oh, yeah, no, that sounds very fascinating. So also I would like to ask you, when did you start writing, and tell me about the whole process? How did it?
So I wrote the script in 2013 and 2014.
Wow.
And I first tried to get it made in Philadelphia in 2014, but I couldn't find the cast that I wanted. And part of the problem I had was I had written myself into a corner because the film was written about a place that I had lived in Philadelphia called Germantown, which is right next to Nicetown.
Yeah.
And I wrote it about the people who live there. Now, I live there, but I don't look like most people who live there. And most horror films are about screaming dead white teenagers running around with their heads about to be cut off or something like that. And I didn't want to make that movie. So I wrote a script about the lead is a Hispanic man in his 40s and his wife, a Black woman in her late 30s, and their children, and the other people who live in a building. And then it's mostly minorities. Now, the problem when you do that is because nobody writes roles for those actors don't exist. So it becomes very difficult to cast. So then I went to New York to try to think, I could cast it here and I could shoot it here. So I did cast it in New York, had a lot easier time casting. And then the problem was the cost of the locations. So it was so expensive to shoot anywhere, people wanting like $12,000, $15,000 a day to shoot in a location in a basement. And so what I did was I then came back to Philadelphia and then found the locations for either nothing or just barely any money at all. And then brought the same cast and then would put them up in Airbnbs and bust them in from New York to Philadelphia. And then we'd shoot with them. And then like if we had overnights, they would stay at the Airbnb, or they could just go home if they wanted. And we did that. And then we did that in 2015.
Wow.
And then we ran out of money in 2015. And then there was an 18-month break in between shooting days, and came back in 2017. And then shot 5 days over a period of about 8 months, where you just would rush through each day and shoot as much as you can, bring the same actors back. And the film is very, large for what is a very low budget film. There's, 100 extras. There's 40 speaking parts. There's 40 locations. It's enormous for what costs basically nothing. I kind of went about making a film, my first film, in all the wrong ways. You should never do this. You should never keep going, okay, this thing, come with 100 things all at the same time, and then, and run out of money and then still have to deal with it. So we finished shooting in December of 2017, and then post-production took a long time because I had an ethos where I wanted to hire the best people to work on the film at every level, at every stage. So I hired people in post-production, but then they would have to take on corporate jobs. They'd have to, make some real money versus what I was able to pay them, which wasn't much. So what would happen is they'd have to leave the project. I'd have to bring someone else on, but that other person who I wanted to work could only give me so much time, and then that would drag out. So what ended up happening is post-production took so long that the animator was able to animate an entire sequence and we put it into the movie. There was kind of a hole in the movie for about a minute where these two scenes did not line up. We had a problem. There was just something that didn't work. It was never intended to be animated, but the post-production took so long that she was the animator, Ellen Marcus, was able to do a whole nother sequence that fits snugly into the film. That's my favorite scene in the whole movie. You can see a little bit of it in the trailer, but it's a dream sequence, and it's so bizarre. It's so wonderful. It has so much energy and humor in it. And it took so long that, then you worry about a sound mix. And again, I'm at the mercy of the fact that I don't have a lot of money. So I can only say to people, look, I can only afford this. And so work with me on your schedule, and then do little things here and there. And then, when you're on a low budget, people leave the project, and you don't blame them for that because you can't pay them. They have to have their regular lives. You don't get angry because someone leaves. You only get angry when someone lies to you about the fact that they're going to be there and they're not. If someone says to you, hey, I can't, I got to take a better gig. You're like, great. I totally understand. I can't afford to pay your normal rate. But I basically made a deal with all the people working on the film, which is, look, read the script. If you don't like the script, fine. Then it's just a regular job to you. If you do like the script, you'll work with me on your fee, and I'll try to get as close as I can to what you need and what I can afford to make this movie. But I want you to want to do it, because if it's just a job for you, then you won't have a good time, and you'll also want your full fee. And a lot of people who work on films, they're doing things to make money. They'll work on a cooking show. They'll do a sporting event, and it'll just be a job. They don't really have any creative input. It's just, here's what I do every day. Here's what I shot. And there's not necessarily any fun with it. So I wanted people to enjoy it, or at least be moderately proud of whatever the result was, even if I couldn't promise that they would make millions of dollars. Because that's just the nature of this sort of thing is, in order to work regularly, you're not going to be able to make your dream projects. You're not going to be able to do this sort of thing, on your own, unless you're one of the luckiest people in the world where like, oh, every day I get to make my dream projects over and over. But that's just not how it works. So hence I had to have a regular job to finance the second half of the movie. So hence it took a lot longer than necessary.
No, but any creative work, if you look at the history, all the creative directors or all the creative people in this world, they were hand to mouth in terms of finances. They were not super rich that they could do whatever they could,
Right.
But that's been pretty much it, because I have feeling that all the creativity has no relation to money in terms of success or payment. So you will see even those Picasso arts, or those were not, when they were made, nobody would even care about paying him so much.
Right. Well, I'm lucky in that the film world is so shut out to the independent filmmaker that there's no way I can make any money. So I can't have that as a goal. So my goal can't be money because there's no way to do it. And during the pandemic, it's become more and more obvious that is, that's just going to be how it works. So you have to do things because you want to. Other projects that I've written are smaller, and whenever I'm able to shoot something safely, I'll do it. But they're even smaller than this, and they'll cost 1/10 or something. Much 1/5 of what this cost. The next project I wanted to shoot is 3 characters in a room screaming at each other, and it basically functions like a play. But then I wrote something else recently that's also very small, all one location, and maybe that was the smarter way to go about it. But this way, I proved that I can do like 1,000 different things on a low budget and make it look like it cost a lot more than it did. And even if the satisfaction that I get is only my own, I mean, that's all you can. I think that's all you can ask for. If you're not pleasing yourself, I don't know why you bother. Put 7 years into something, or the next project takes less time, but it's still, I'm not going to be paid for this. Or if I get paid, it's such a small check. It's, I'm making pennies an hour, or less than a penny an hour. I might as well make music and try to, make money on Spotify or something like that.
That's true. A lot of, but also tell us, it's fascinating that the script you wrote mimics right now the current situation, which is a virus, pandemic, COVID. I'm sure when you were writing, or you never thought that would be one day, maybe.
No, there was no inkling of it at all. And I had this worry that some of the scenes that were written as comedy just became less funny. Because they started coming true. There are scenes in the film where they make it very clear that they're letting the people in the inner city die specifically because they know that no one will care because they're poor, Black, and Hispanic.
Wow.
And
that's the truth.
And they also make the point that the only thing that's important is that they hide how large the death count's going to be. And that and that they know the virus is going to get out of control, but whatever, basically. And they're openly discussing it. And the scene was performed in a humorous way, as in a sort of an exaggeration. And that was the whole point, is that it was so kind of over the top that it was funny. And then I never really pictured that it would be real. I thought, but yeah, the actors, played it to the hilt as they were asked to, and they're great in it. but the scene takes on a kind of sadness. Now, the problem is that the movie keeps going in that direction. It keeps escalating about what happens. And I have often worried that at some point we're going to get to it where the more evil stuff that happens during the film and the more planned stuff that happens during the film actually begins to occur. And then we're in a lot of trouble, because it won't just be 1,000 people dying a day, which is where we're at right now. It'll be, at least in America, it'll be a lot more than that, and it'll happen a lot faster. So I hope that the movie remains an exaggeration, at least in the second half of the film.
And that is, it is like, your worst fear, but you never thought that would happen. But look at, the reality right now is actually pretty close to that. A lot of minorities are especially affected, not by, I would say, I'm a healthcare provider, and of course I go to hospital. I always tell them a lot of doctors actually from minorities died too, the reason being that their own health is not good. So they have underlying problems and they never took care of themselves. As a result, when they are in this kind of scenario, they are the first one actually get hurt.
Right, because it's a combination of not taking care of the health because they don't necessarily have the money. And then they're because they don't have the money, they live in a densely packed neighborhood, which means the infections spread quicker, and then they don't eat as well, and they don't live as long a life, etc. So all of these sort of underlying causes contribute to it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I make the point in the film about while I don't outline the importance of something like socialized healthcare, I do make a point about the fact that that poor people getting upset at other poor people is misapplying your anger, and that if you needed to, the fact there's a discussion of the notion of trickle down economics, but it's really trickle down anger, and that's what's the subject of it, is what the discussion's about. And I thought that was sort of important to who you need to be upset about is not other poor people. You need to be upset about the people who actually control the purse strings, and the people who have the power in the situation, who have decided that you are expendable, who have decided that you're just literally a statistic that's going to be manipulated for their own end. So that's kind of what the point that the movie makes, but it's not something I threw in there and didn't believe. I mean, I do believe that.
That's it's sad, and I always tell since we also, of course, when we do healthcare, a lot of disease, actually the worst profile is people who are in those underserved areas or low income areas. They have the highest problems, medical issues, and the reason is very simple. They don't take care of themselves. Now, not taking care of themselves is not related, in my opinion, not related to money. It is more related to eating and controlling your own actions. So, there are two extremes. I would say, even in other countries, either somebody's super rich and they have excellent health, or really poor that they can't afford anything at all. Then they are malnourished and so forth. In between, there could be a lot of people where most would fall actually with a lot of. So if you look at all the healthcare problems, you'll see a lot in blacks, minorities, Spanish too. Diabetes, hypertension, cholesterol, heart attack, name them. And also, if you look at the areas, so you will see in the suburban areas, more low income areas, you'll see tremendous health problem. And I feel so helpless that we can't help them. We can't do anything, and we look at it and say, whoever created them is not fair to them that, they don't have money and they have worse illness. Know what I mean?
Well, could you say that it has to do with the fact that in America we don't do preventative care very much?
Yeah, the preventative care also, and then there is notion that there is lack of education or emphasis too, because they have Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we have an excellent guest all the way from Australia. Let's welcome Lillian.
Hey, hello. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you, Lillian. And tell me a little bit about yourself, Lillian, what you do.
Okay, so I'm originally a school teacher, but I've been working for the last 20 plus years as a parenting strategist. I'm the author of 6 books, and the 6 books that I've written and the work that I've been doing with my parenting is all based around my youngest son, who is now 28. He was diagnosed with ADHD, ODD, and childhood depression when he was a young boy. And I now have a huge passion to share our journey with other families and assist them as well.
So these are the 5 key areas covered in your book, right?
Yes, correct. In one of my books, yeah.
It's one of, and you have 6 of them, right?
6 books, yeah. This is my favorite book because it's the story of our whole journey from my pregnancy right through until when he was about just before he turned 16. Yeah.
Okay. And that is such a great topic, and I will talk because I do see some of patients with ADHD.
Yes.
And, we deal with somebody who has ADHD, and then, I think you have touched the great topic, especially in, how to deal with and
yes.
What are the things for the parents and kind of living with it, I only see one side when they come and they, we try to solve some of the symptoms. But I think you're doing a phenomenal job with somebody trying to get to the bottom of that. So tell me, how did your journey start?
It's a long journey. I'll try and be precise. So basically, it's a long story. My son was actually born hyperactive. He was aggressive and hyperactive as a young child. And by the time he was, 2-3 years old, it was quite evident that he was more busy, more hyperactive, more demanding than the average child. I had another son 8 years older, and he was very quiet and easygoing and, compliant and cooperative. And this little boy was just like a whirlwind. And he basically was never happy. As a baby, if he wasn't feeding or sleeping, he was screaming. And by the time he could, communicate and move around, it was very, very evident that we had a real live wire on our hands. And we had him in childcare from 3.5 years old when I went back to work. And basically nobody could handle him. He got asked to leave centre after centre after centre. We had 5 centres in our town that we lived in then, and he went to all of them because they just couldn't cope with him. He was too aggressive. He was defiant. He was hyperactivity. He was aggressive with the other children, with the staff. And he was just a real handful, and they didn't know what to do with him. And at that stage, neither did we.
Oh, wow. So, that is a very interesting aspect because, life gives lemon and you make lemonade, or you try to kind of not only learn how to get out of that, but you also try to teach others, and you be like yourself. What you're doing is what a phenomenal job. And that's a lot of work. I mean, take care of kid by itself is full time, and take care of somebody who has some disorder is another level. So I think it's a great topic to discuss as well as to learn from it. So tell me a little bit about what things have helped you during your journey.
Well, once again, it's been a long journey. So, Dr. Nobi, initially we started, because to be totally transparent with you, we tried conventional medicine. We went to doctor, pediatrician, psychologist, psychiatrist, counsellors, all of mainstream. And remember, I'm now talking about 25 years ago, so there wasn't as much holistic, viewpoints as there are today. But back then, the only advice that we got from the mainstream medical people was to medicate. And that was definitely something that we did not want to do. We did not want to medicate him. And so we really had to seek our own answers, quite honestly, which was quite challenging at the time. I've always been, very holistic with my health and wellness. So we weren't prepared to take that journey. So we started with food and diet, and that, we got some results. We eliminated, toxins and looked at personal care and chemicals. We looked at self-esteem and self-worth. We looked at nutritional support, and we looked at all of these things. And from age 5 to 12, those aspects that we utilize were working reasonably well. So we still had a little bit of a roller coaster journey, but he was doing okay. Unfortunately, when adolescence hit, the challenges 10x'd. And we then went to a 12, 13, 14-year-old that got kicked out of every school. We had to move 3 schools in 3 years. We took him to an expensive private school, a regular secondary school, like an alternative school. Like they just couldn't handle him. He was just really, really difficult. Things we were already working on, that we really needed to look at our communication, our relationship, the language that we were using, and basically how we interacted with our son. We went from when he was age 14 and I started really becoming concerned about his future. He was in trouble with the police. He was in trouble with substances, taking substances he shouldn't have. He was getting kicked out of school and, getting in all sorts of strife, not getting on with anybody in the family at all. And my husband and I were just beside ourselves, and we started learning to treat him differently. We started learning that it was more about how we relationship with him, because when he was getting in trouble all of the time, what do you think we were focusing on? We was focusing on all the stuff that he was doing wrong. We were giving that energy. We were putting, all of our attention and energy into things he was doing wrong, instead of focusing on his, on his successes or his greatness or the things that he was doing well. So when we started switching that around, we started to get really great results. And it was almost like, in 6 months, it was like somebody came from, from Mars and zoomed down and took our child away and brought a new one in, because we had a complete transformation. And that's why I'm so passionate now about, incorporating that very important component, because a lot of parents work on the health of the child. And are you a medical doctor? What sort of?
Yeah.
So, they work on the health of the child. But really, for me, one of the most important things is the relationshiping, the communication, the language, and, what we really energize within that relationship.
Yeah. Now, this is a very important topic, because that is well said, that if you focus on the negative, and many parents actually, they go into this mode where they're going to say, oh, that's not correct, you're doing that wrong. that might cause problem for not only them but also for kids too, because kids take it very differently. And then if you're absolutely right, if we focus on positive things which they are doing right, then it really changes the discussion. Not only the discussion, they feel that you are not against them, you are with them or somehow. Right.
Absolutely. Yeah. We had to become his biggest supporter and fan. Like he had to know that we loved him unconditionally, no matter what was going on, no matter whether he was in trouble at school or getting drunk or hanging out with the wrong kids. You know, like one time, Moby, we had a disagreement as parents do, and I said, "You're grounded," and he said, "No, I'm not," and he used some choice words, and off he ran, and we couldn't communicate with him. He wasn't answering the phone. Anyway, long story short was about 5 or 6 hours later that evening, we found him in a drunken stupor in the gutter. He didn't even know what his name was. He was so out of it. He'd taken who knows what. He doesn't even know what he'd taken. And he came back. It took him 2 days to sober up, and we started implementing what we were learning in that 2 days. So instead of focusing on why did you do that, what were you taking, you know, all the things that parents would naturally do, we started just focusing on telling him how much we loved him and supporting him, and not focusing on what he'd done, but focusing on moving forward. And that was really the beginning of our healing with him. And I'll have to share a story with you, because when I actually, so this is the book that I'm happy to give away to any of the listeners. This is my favorite book.
Sure.
But when this is called The Revolting Child, A Blessing in Disguise. When I love this story so much, because when I did a book launch for this book, my son was invited to come along, and he was a little reticent. He wasn't really that keen on coming along, being a 16-year-old, just turned 16. And anyway, my husband and I did our talk. We shared our story, and then we had Q&A at the end. And somebody put their hand up and said, "Can I ask Caleb a question, my son?" And I looked at him, and he's like, "Oh, I suppose so," you know. And anyway, so the person asked the question, and they said, "What was it, Caleb, that took you from where you were just, you know, about 10 months earlier to where you are now?" And we see that, you know, the young man that you are now. We've heard the story. We've heard all of the things that were happening just not so long ago. And my ears were pricking. My ears were, you know, really like, I really wanted to hear the answer to that question as well. And he thought about it for a few seconds, and then he said, "When I saw the effort that my mum and dad went to be the absolute best parents they could be, I just wanted to be the best son I could be."
Wow.
And for me, that was like, you know, like that was just everything, because I'm like, okay, this works. Okay. You know, this works, because he was not going down a good road. He was in trouble with the police, as I said, with alcohol, with drugs, with mixing with the wrong kids. It could have gone a very, very different path. And now at 28, he still lives with us. He's got his partner with us as well. We get on so well as a family. He's a beautiful man. He encourages me. He brings me flowers. He writes me beautiful letters.
Wow.
He's a beautiful, caring man. And I'm so proud of him. He's gone on to own his own business. He got kicked out of school at 15. He had no formal education. He went and, you know, furthered his education on his own. He got an apprenticeship. He became an electrician, and he now has his own business, and he's doing very well. And I could never have seen that, you know, back.
That is such a great sharing. Thank you. So he's doing wonderful right now, and you said he's even didn't complete his education, but he's doing great work as an electrician.
Absolutely. Right? He's got an awesome business. And the reason his business is so successful is because he is so good with people. Like, he gives great customer service, and people, he works with my husband, his dad. So they're in business together. And they just have the most successful business because, and first of all, people are so blown away by their relationship. like how well they've been now working together for 10 years, and their relationship is so solid. They've never had an argument. They've never had a harsh word. They're together for 10 hours a day working together, and they have the most amazing relationship. And my husband and he used to clash like crazy, you know, when he was a teenager, because my husband was so stressed about the situation and how he spoke to his mother and his brother, and like it was really stressful. So to see their relationship now is so beautiful, and, you know, it just fills my heart with so much joy. And it really, this is why I'm so passionate about what I do now, because I want other families to be able to experience what took me 20 years to learn. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just want other people to be able to feel that feeling. And I speak to so many families now, so many parents who are stressed, who are, you know, don't know what they're doing. Their kids are not listening. They're not being cooperative. They're being disrespectful, and they don't know what to do other than yell and scream and nag and threat, because that's just what they know, right? So, yeah.
No, this is such an important share, you know, everybody to know that, like you said, both him and your husband used to have arguments, and then once you realize that it's better to encourage him and to see good in him, then not only it, I think when we have that situation, it brings an important topic, is that, you know, when we have that stressful situation, we make it worse many times.
Yes, correct. Absolutely.
So the situation could be less. So if you minimize that impact, and then it definitely, you can see the path. You can really see where you should be going, and then all you have to do is then, like you said, thinking that must be a lot of stress for you to see you, your husband, and him fighting. That part was making you very sad, of course, more
very much. And with his older brother, like his older brother is 8 years older, and he's now a naturopath, herbalist and nutritionist. He did a triple degree, and he's very passionate because he saw his younger brother growing up with all of those challenges. And when he saw, you know, that we took a holistic path, he really wanted to be able to help other families as well. So we actually work together a lot, my son and I, my older son, who's the naturopath, because I really feel like the parenting work I do is very holistic. So I come in with more of the parenting and relationship type stuff. I actually teach a beautiful parenting philosophy called the Nurtured Heart Approach, which is really about nurturing beautiful heart-centered relationships. And my son covers a lot of the health and wellness type stuff. So together we have a very unique way to approaching parenting.
Okay, great. And I will show everyone your book again, you know. So this is your book. And it's available on Amazon and everything.
Well, I would love to gift it to any of your listeners. So if you share the link that I've given you here, they can actually click there to, I think it might be scroll up or down, I'm not sure. They can actually click on a link and they will be emailed the PDF of this book, and they can read it for themselves. Yeah.
This is the link, I think is...
You can give this link. I think it's up the top further, Dr. Moby, and they can actually just click on the link and then...
This one?
No, further up, I think. Up. So where you see the picture of this book, there we go.
Yeah.
So they can fill this in here, and then they can receive a free copy of this book. So this is our whole journey from my pregnancy right through until he was nearly 16. And in my pregnancy, there's another bit of a story in here. I used to be a migraine sufferer, and I was taken to hospital with a very bad migraine, and I was given Pethidine and Maxilon for that migraine, and I believe that was a contributor for this issue. It was still found in my body 5 years later. So Whether it was or not, I don't know, but I feel like that was a contributor. He's always been very chemical sensitive, food sensitive. We had to take him off everything when he was younger, like sugar, wheat, dairy, additives, like food additives. He couldn't eat bread. He couldn't eat anything with food, any sort of colours. He would go absolutely like a ball in a pinball machine if he consumed any of those things. So he now eats vegan by choice. So he's been vegan for a few years now. I've been vegetarian for like 40 plus years myself. But he chose to be vegan himself. A lot of reason for humanitarian reasons, but he also knows that he feels better when he eats healthy, as do we all, you know.
So tell me, do you think, you said you got Maxilon and Pethidine. I thought they took off Pethidine now off the market for, but Maxilon. So I think you're absolutely right. A lot of drugs can cause problem like that.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
So, and that is that's important discussion, you know, that some of these drugs can have really bad effects all later through the life. So also tell me a little bit about what are your future plans?
With what I'm teaching?
Mm-hmm.
So last week I actually just did a six-day intensive course online through the States. So I was doing the night shift from midnight to 10 a.m. every day. And I became accredited to teach the Nurtured Heart approach in 2014. So I've just done my advanced trainers course, which now makes me more qualified to share this beautiful approach with people. So my passion is really to share our story and to teach the Nurtured Heart approach, because the Nurtured Heart approach, although it's not exactly what I use for my son because I didn't know about that back then, but the parenting coach that we met, who was also in America, we never got to meet in person, but we mentored with him for 2 years, and he taught us so much about communicating and relationshiping and what we attract. And the Nurtured Heart approach, I believe I came across because of the law of attraction once again. And it's so much in alignment with my thinking, because it's really about not giving energy to what you don't want, giving beautiful, nurturing, amazing connection and relationship with your kids when they're doing the right thing, or even moving towards doing the right thing, because sometimes very challenging children don't give you so many opportunities to embrace their greatness. So sometimes we have to kind of hijack them a little bit. And it's also about, having clarity and being clear on what you stand for. And but it's all a beautiful, positive, heart-centered approach. So I teach that for the parenting and relationshiping side of things. I also bring my son in who, talks about gut health, methylation, pyrrole, diet, water, toxins he covers, and he also covers emotional health and well-being as well. So together, we bring a lot, and we give so much to our clients, because we really want them to enjoy, those beautiful, amazing, nurturing relationships. And I just want, I say to parents, I want you to imagine, the relationship that you have with your children, not just today, but next year, in 10 years, in 20 years, when they have their own children. You want your children to want to be with you because they want to be with you, not because they have to be because you're mum and dad, but because they actually love being with you and they feel good around you, because you have always supported them and, been, as I said, their biggest supporter and fan, no matter what's going on in their life. No judgment, it's about really just looking for, we call it building their inner wealth. So it's like self-esteem and self-worth, but we build their inner wealth so that they know that they really have greatness within them, that they have this amazing greatness that they can be, do, and have, whatever they desire. But it's got to come from the parents, often, and this is, like I know when we were going through this, Dr. Moby, we thought, why are you doing this? Like we all thought it was about him and why he was doing this and why he was misbehaving. but we had to look deep within ourselves. We had to look, our parenting coach actually said to us, if you have a revolting child, then you've got to look at yourself as parents, not as the child. And we're like, wow, okay. We thought we were good parents, and we weren't bad parents. We were just parenting upside down. Most parents today are parenting what we call upside down because they're giving energy to all the things they don't want. They're giving energy to the disrespect, the misbehavior, the lack of cooperation. They're giving energy to the whinging and the carry on instead of focusing on even the baby steps towards success. Because with some kids who are very intense and very challenging, you've got to take real baby steps and you've got to build up that inner wealth. And kids like are you a parent?
No, I am not.
Okay. Yeah, but you probably work with a lot of parents because as parents, we are our children's favorite toys, and they look for all the buttons that make us, the lights come on and the bells work and they are looking. And unfortunately, most parents, unbeknownst, even though they've got the very best intentions, they teach their children through parenting upside down that you get the best relationship and energy from me when you're doing the wrong thing. I come alive. I'm never too busy to come in and yell and scream and carry on when you're misbehaving. But if you're playing quietly or being cooperative or doing the right thing, you don't get my energy. But you get my energy, my bells and whistles all come on when you're doing the wrong thing. So we're energizing them at the wrong time.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So then all we have to do, I think you showed me the correct way, not only that, but you use the correct term too, is that we are parenting upside down. So you should be excited when they are playing good and then they are behaving well. You should be commending that. And then, absolutely. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. So tell me, I think we have reached the end of conversation. Give me your final thoughts on or final message for everybody. I'll again put your book.
I think my final message is to really focus on what you want. Give energy to what you want in your relationship. So if you want cooperation, give energy to them when they're being cooperative. If you want respect, give energy to them when they're being respectful. Even if, I don't care how challenging a child is, they cannot misbehave 24/7. There are opportunities where you can find to show them they are successful and they are great. We have to find the times to show them that they're respectful, to show them that they're kind, to show them that they're cooperative, to show them that they're a great brother or sister. There are so many opportunities that we can. So focus on what you want would be my last message.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming to our show and giving such a wonderful discussion. And it was great learning for myself. And I am going to use some of those tips you have mentioned to my patients as well as share all over social media for you. Take care and thank you. Stay blessed.
Thank you, Dr. Moby. Lovely chatting. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Moby with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
When Moby first met Camellia in the forest, they were just kids having some fun, yeah. They were young and of course they fell in love. He was there just to see her smile, little did they know they wouldn't see each other for quite a while. If only they would know their love would stand the test of time. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of fate brought them back again, yeah. Time had taken its toll and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in the heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 My heart has always been with you.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am asking for your prayers for me to win the crown of Mrs. America this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we are honored with great guests. Let's welcome Sue Bowles. How are you, Sue?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Doctor?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for joining our show. So tell us about yourself, Sue.
Sure. I live in Central Ohio, and I'm a master certified life coach. So I do have a lot of coaching clients that I work with I work with people who are feeling stuck in life's transitions and want to see more happen in their life than what's happening right now. So I do that. I'm a mental health advocate. I'm also an author. And most of all, I'm a speaker. And my main message is simply that it's okay to not be okay. I want to help break down the stigma around mental health struggles because we all have them and there's no reason to be ashamed about them. And the other thing I do is I empower people with helping to understand and wrap around the truth that you only have to be a step ahead to help the person behind you. I think a lot of times we get stuck feeling like I have to have it all figured out. Like I've got too much going on in my life. I can't help somebody else. And that's a real lie that limits everything we can do and how we can help somebody else. So that's the other thing that I really purpose to spread, the message I try to spread.
Okay, great. I think all are great messages, and we're gonna go one by one. So tell me, how did you start in this field?
I started out as a speaker a number of years ago. I have a lot of trauma in my background. I'm in recovery from an eating disorder. I'm a childhood rape survivor. I was raised in an alcoholic home. My folks divorced after 24 years of marriage. There was other sexual abuse. I've been, from a neighborhood kid. I've been suicidal twice. So I have a lot of mental health struggles and trauma in my background. And it took a long time to do the hard work of healing. And it's very hard work. But as I started to realize that I am worth it and I'm worth the struggle because I have something to offer, that kept me going. So as I healed, then the power became in sharing my story with others, because that's where I started to realize that if I'm still going through this, I've at least gotten through some of it, so I can help somebody else who's just starting to ask the questions or struggle with whatever's going on in their lives or struggle with the doubts. And I started speaking in a health class at a local high school, sharing my story about eating disorder recovery. And then that went into starting to present at state and national level conferences. I speak at conferences and do online summits right now, and looking forward to getting back to doing in-person events. And then as the healing continued, it became my book. So I wrote my first book in 2019. It was self-published. It won second place nonfiction in a book contest last year. And it just continued to morph. Last year, I started doing podcasts. I did, I think, 35 podcasts this year. I'm on track to probably do about 50 this year. And it just continues to grow. So each year just kind of builds on the other.
I love your energy that, you're doing podcasting and, one thing led to another and, that's how you grow. And, like I myself, I never thought I will be doing this, but I started, lost 100 pounds and then, I had stressful time too. And being a provider, how stressful it is. Mm-hmm. So, but I then, developed into this author and then did a show for somebody. That's how I ended up doing shows after shows. And like you said, we start with something and then we never stop. We get positive vibes. You feel great. Great. I think your message, I really want to emphasize everybody who's listening, is that Sue had a great point. That a lot of people don't know is that they think that we can't help that because we have so much stuff going wrong with us and, we are messed up, whatever, right? Yeah, but the reality is actually it takes a little bit courage. It takes a little bit courage, more compassionate. I think all it needs is listening skill a little bit and, you need to just pay attention to, and if everybody has a good heart, just open your heart, just open your beautiful heart and let people see that. And I think anyone, even you don't have to be doctor, you don't have to be a provider, you don't have to write medication, somebody do help, right? A lot of things with mental health works is your emotional friend support, family support, and well-wishers. What do you think?
I fully agree. I think I'm working on my second book right now. And it talks about the title is This Much I Know It's Okay to Not Be Okay. It's the second part in my series. And the idea behind that is that we're caught up wearing a lot of masks. A mask is something we put on, or an image we portray to someone so that they think that we're someone that we're really not. And for me, my mask became activity. I was hurting so bad inside, and I didn't know how to express it. And it boiled down to wanting to be validated, wanting to be seen, wanting to know that somebody cared. So for me, if I was seen, then I felt like somebody knew I existed. So my mask was that I could handle everything. I was strong. I could organize all these campus events, and nothing was wrong with Sue. And I was really dying on the inside, literally, because this is when I was active in my eating disorder. I was slowly killing myself through that because I wanted someone to care, and I didn't know how to ask for it.
Okay, and very important on eating disorder, we want to just educate, our listening. The eating disorder is really kind of misunderstood many levels. So I want to emphasize first, there is normal eating and then there is abnormal eating. So it can be both ways, as either people overeat or they undereat. So both are disorders, and then then there's a problem with the image. So they have what they see, what they want out of. So there are different. Now, not to confuse all that with healthy eating, or if somebody wants to lose weight and normal and be for your health reason, that is great. That is great, but there is a limit. Everything in moderation and limit, it looks good. So if you lose weight, it looks good. But if you lose so much that you are like really malnutrition, that's not weight loss. Same stands for overweight. If you really gain a lot of weight and you are hiding a lot of your stresses with food, then unfortunately you are really, in my opinion, making yourself vulnerable to all the diseases, right?
Right. And I think it's real important for me to share with people that an eating disorder is about control, and it's about emotions. It is not about vanity. It's not a diet gone wrong. And people think there's like 2 or 3 big eating disorders. They think there's anorexia, bulimia, and overeating, but there are actually a large scope of them. Even intermittent fasting, which is a big thing right now, is considered a pre-disorder behavior. So, and because again, you're starving your body. If carbs are the only thing that give our brain energy, why would we deny our body the way it is designed? So the old adage, moderation and everything is key. I think the other thing is that within eating disorders, even folks go to the extreme with clean eating. And that as well is considered an eating disorder because, again, it's gone to the extreme. But ultimately, it has to do with emotions. And for me, it was rooted back in the childhood rape and not knowing how to express my emotions. I shut down at that moment in time. So for me, the way I describe it when I speak is that my brain was very warped out because it wasn't getting the nutrition that it needed to function properly. So it was misinterpreting everything. So for me, it was if I stayed busy, back to that activity mask I talked about, if I stayed busy, I didn't have to think. And if I didn't have to think, I didn't have to feel. And if I didn't have to feel, I didn't have to deal with my stuff. So that's how it all manifested for me. It shows up in different ways for different people. But the bottom line message is that there's hope. And you don't have to stay stuck in that. And I am living proof that there's hope.
That is very nice. And so would you like to share your eating disorder specifics, whether you were, how did it start and what really happened?
Sure, I'd be happy to, because this is why I speak, so that I can educate and break down the stigmas. For me, my eating disorder is one of those atypical ones. It is one of the other ones. It's called OSFED, Other Specified Feeding and Eating Disorder. What that means, it used to be called EDNOS, which is eating disorder not otherwise specified, and it's in the DSM-5, and DSM-7, which is DR5, which is the Statistical Manual for Mental Health Disorders.
Yeah.
And what that means is that I had disordered eating patterns, but they did not. Body display. You can't tell by what somebody looks like what's going on the inside, because nobody knew that I had one, and I had one really bad. And for me, and I commented a minute ago that my brain wasn't functioning right. So because if you start off course, the longer you go on that course, the further off course you are. So I started off course a long time ago in terms of not dealing with my emotions. And then from that, starting to play the games, wear the masks, and I wore myself out trying to remember what I told who. And that's when I started realizing I can't do this forever. For me, my eating disorder ended up looking like this. When I was in college, that's where it really kicked in. Because my brain wasn't functioning right from improper nutrition, I felt like everybody was looking at me. So I may have been hungry. Hunger is a natural body function. It's how your body tells you it needs some energy. There's nothing wrong with being hungry. But for me, my brain interpreted it as I may want to go up and get a second helping of food. But everybody, in quotes, in the cafeteria would look at me, and they would know that Sue had a need, because to be hungry, which is normal, to me was a sign of weakness, because it meant I had a need. And I had played the game and worn the mask that I didn't have any needs. I was strong. I had it together. There was nothing wrong with Sue. So God forbid someone know that Sue was hungry. So instead of going up and getting what I needed and what my body was asking for, I dumped my tray and I got out of Dodge, and I learned to curb my hunger by snacking. That's how my eating disorder started showing up. And I didn't actually go into recovery until 2016, when I started meeting with a dietitian. My counselor was on me about it. She'd been on me about it a number of times, and I was always able to sidestep it. But this time, she was not letting go. And I relented, and I'm so glad I did. And I didn't realize how bad it was until that first session with my dietitian, when she'd already done her intake, gave me the meal plan, asked me what I thought about it. And I started to cry because it seemed like it was so very much.
Well, I'm glad that, you found help. But, first of all, it takes a lot of courage to share and also help a lot of folks out there. And I think you have this beautiful point that, a lot of people think black and white, but there are a lot of gray areas in between where these diagnoses exist.
Right.
Like you said, you had the stresses. Every time you were stressed, you would just seek something to curb that, right? Curb that. And you don't want. So problem was the stress handling, right? Was how you process those stress. And a lot of people ask me, and I said, stresses don't go away, never will. Okay, our levels differ. When we are kids, we have different stresses. When we are, growing up, our stresses and struggles are different. Now, when we are older, it's totally different. It'll never be no stress. That does not exist.
Right.
It's our approach to the stress has to change, right? Right.
Yes.
So how we process, how we handle, and how we get out is matter. It's like, so that approach has to be happening.
Right.
So we need to just focus on that.
Right.
And stress is like any change in weather type situation. Weather can be bad or good, but it changes. It'll never be a good weather or bad weather every day, right?
Right. And I think for me, for what you're saying is very true. I have full support for that. And when it comes down to how we deal with the stress, it comes down to, first of all, being aware of yourself. What are the stressors in your life, and how are you responding? Your body tenses up from stress. I just did the small presentation on this at work yesterday, last week, and this week about your body stress, tensing up in stress, and the pitch of your voice even gets higher from stress. And you may not even realize this is happening, but how do you deal with it? And one key way to deal with it is having a support system. For me, I have a counselor. I have been with the same counselor for 13 years now, and I have no shame over that, because that is where I have finally found healing. I mentioned before, I'm a childhood rape survivor. A classmate raped me in first grade, and I did not tell anyone until my senior year of college, and I didn't really start dealing with it until 2014. When I finally started dealing with it, that's when my healing started to come. That's when I also started having the courage to deal with my eating disorder, because they are intertwined. So how you deal with the stress is having that support system, your friends. But definitely, there's nothing wrong with finding a life coach or a counselor to help you work through things. We all need it.
And it could be many times could be a simple thing, for me I found my stress to reduce during day is to take a break. Every 30 minutes, I just take 5-minute break. Okay.
Right.
So I just go, maybe walk, just come back to the desk, So for me, that is everything, all I need. And I see myself back refocused and everything. So I think know yourself, know your body. It's very important. Know your body, and something might work for me and might work for Sue, but might not work for everyone. So there's nothing wrong with that. But know your strengths and know your weakness. So that is once you know that, then it is very easy for you to, and like you said, you should know what makes you happy, what keeps you relaxed a little bit. Or, you can study that, except eating junk food.
Yeah.
There are ways. I always say there are always solutions, and there are many more than one solution. Always figure out which solutions are better and which are not the best.
Right.
You can always tick mark and say, that is a solution. Some people do that. Every time like you said, every time they have stress, they will go and eat. That's the solution. But try to change it to a little healthier option.
Great point. If I can say real quick, one of my things for decades, my favorite snack has been chips and dip. I love potato chips and dip. That's just my favorite thing. And my mom passed away in October. And I was her caregiver for a number of years, and it's been very difficult. I went in for my regular physical about 6 weeks after she passed. And when they did my blood work, my cholesterol jumped 30 points in 1 year.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and to the point my doctor put me on medicine. Now, and I've never been on medicine for cholesterol. Up to then, my numbers have been going down, getting into the range we wanted. So we're doing an experiment. And I told her, I said, I'm not convinced yet. I need to be on this full time. I think it's stress. And for those who may not understand, I learned some stuff. There's the stress hormone cortisol can negatively affect your cholesterol. So because my stress went through the roof and beyond, because I just lost my mom, we've been living together since 1997, and I was her caregiver for the last 6 years. That's just a minor, issue in life. So I didn't realize how much my stress. I was still eating okay. If anything, I was kind of backing off my eating. So I was getting with my dietitian every 2 weeks instead of our regular 3 weeks, just to make sure I stayed on track. And so anyway, what my doctor agreed with is we talked about my numbers. I would do her 3 month med, then I'd be off at 3 months, And I go back in July, we're going to do another cholesterol check and then decide where things seem to have settled. But one of the things I've been working on with my dietitian in between here, starting in January actually, was that we added, she's been wanting me to. I wasn't willing to until now. But we're adding salad and fruits and vegetables. So almost every day for lunch, I have either a salad or some grapes or strawberries or something. And with that, I haven't really had my chips. And I say this, let me say this real quick. There's nothing wrong with potato chips. There's nothing wrong with any food. Food has no morality. It is not good, it's not bad. It's a matter of the moderation and how much balance we have in it. For me, I was having chips every day, and having Lay's potato chips every day will just really screw with your cholesterol. But now, so I'm excited to go back and see her in July because I've made lifestyle changes. Now, that means that, I'm making some better choices. I still have my chips periodically. I'm allowed to have my chips, but I've made changes too. So I just wanted to share that to your point.
No, that's a beautiful point. Thank you for sharing. Also, I want to again emphasize that I think the amount is the key. Anything in moderation is the key, and you have to know the amount. There's nothing wrong with the chips, but you know the amount you have to take. So like I always give example of even water. I mean, I have a few patients, even they come and they say, they say, oh doc, I am drinking X amount of water. I said, you sure? I mean, there has to be moderation. And then we check the sodium is low. I said, don't do that. Okay. You don't have to really overcorrect your water requirement. Then you really have a problem.
Right.
Because your body cannot get rid of that. So moderation is the key. You don't overdrink and then kind of lower your sodium and everything, electrolytes. You can't do that.
And at the same time, you don't count Monster drinks or Red Bull as fluids for the day.
Yeah. That's another important thing, is that you
or
don't
coffee.
Yeah. And people forget that there is, that there's a line between. So every food has a limit. Okay, for your body to, and by the way, limit differs for everyone. Some people might eat more and they are okay, but some might not. So it all comes to our genetic makeup. It all comes to how body is wired. It all comes to how our body processes things. Certain medication or things might not affect someone, but really have bad effect on others. Some people could be gluten sensitive, some might not be, right? So we have to be a little bit careful with that. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dr. Moby with Lifestyle TV USA, and today we have great guest. Let's welcome Jackie Smith from UK. How are you, Jackie?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Good to join us, and tell us about your journey. Tell what motivated you to start this project.
Well, I, like probably many people in the world, I've had 9-to-5 jobs forever, really. And I found it was quite a stress, actually, on me. And I did some training in 2017, and I realised after I'd done this training, this coaching training, that actually there are other ways of earning a living. You don't have to just go to work 9 to 5 and just do what you like, do what you're told to do, really. You can create your own job. And then I learned how to help people come up with their own self-employment ideas and to design their own job, full or part-time, and learn to get paid in any industry, really. And that's what I've been doing probably for the last 3 years now. But I found work an incredible stress, 9 to 5. It had a bearing on my health. It wasn't very good. So I needed to change quite drastically.
Okay, well, I'm glad you not only found a way, but you're also motivating and teaching and inspiring so many people. Congratulations on that. So tell us a little bit about your program. I know we have website here below us, so please check our website. But tell us a little bit about your program.
Okay, it's essentially I did this training with a lady called Dr. Valerie Young, and she's very well known in the United States for the concept of when people have imposter syndrome. She speaks at Google and places like that. But she did this training program called to help people design their own businesses, and she did it in a sort of a 7-step program. And if you work through the 7-step program, you can't really go wrong. When people are sort of trying to find business ideas or self-employment, you're often sat there thinking, well, what can I do? What can I do? And often the answer is right under your nose.
Mm-hmm. That is true. Most of people look for solutions elsewhere when they have the solution right underneath.
Absolutely. Yes, you're sitting on it most of the time, really. But we're frightened that we can't, we're frightened of ourselves, really. We're frightened of actually standing in our own power and going, do you know what, I can do this.
And tell us also a little bit about your professional life, or what you have worked during your years.
Well, I won't. This is a reason I thought that I couldn't ever do anything myself, was because I'd class what I had was like a regular job. I often saw, all these programs where people had left 6-figure businesses and, they'd got this amount of money to start a business. And I just had a regular administration job. I worked for public and private sectors. I was only like the lady in the corner doing the typing and that sort of thing. So I never felt as though I had anything to give in particular. So just a very normal work, no degree, average education. So, and I think, well, if I could do it, everybody could do it, really.
Yeah, that speaks a volume. Also, tell us a little bit about your journey so far. You said you have helped a lot of people create and work on the job. Some of the templates are below us, so we can check that out while you're talking.
Yeah, well, I've helped people quite literally just kind of look at themselves and and kind of point out the obvious quite often. I take them through a process of the 7 steps, as I say, which is essentially you've got to look at your big picture. Until you know what kind of life that you want to live, it's very difficult to pick a business, because if you just say, well, I'm going to do this business because it's a really good idea, you might find that actually you're killing yourself and you're worse off than the job that you're in between 9 and 5 sometimes. So the key thing was to kind of look at, what do you want your life to look like, really? Do you want to work part-time? Do you want to work full-time? Do you want to work 9 months of the year in one place and travel for 3 months? That sort of thing. Do you want to, if you're an introvert, you might actually want to take people out of your job altogether, really, and not have to deal with, real life situations and customers. You can just, you can do things in different ways.
And so tell us some of the problems people face. One thing you have mentioned, they're working 9 to 5, and they don't think out of the box that there could be another life, right?
That's correct. I mean, I'll take myself as an example. I look after my mum full time, so I can no longer work 9 to 5. So what I do in terms of coaching, I can work around the hours that she needs me. But I know some people who want to work 24/7, really. They just love working. And they're very happy to put in as much time as they like because it's their own business. Whereas when they sat in their office with a boss hanging over them, they just didn't want to do that at all. But they found this newfound enthusiasm because they could do what they wanted. Some people want to travel and work online. Some people want to, I had a friend who wanted to start a bakery, so she started a bakery. Another friend who wanted to do baking but didn't want to go anywhere near a bakery. She just wanted to, in the end, it transpired, she actually just wanted to take photographs of cakes and food. That's what we've kind of narrowed it all down to. And that's the thing, is often you've kind of got a big picture thinking and you need to perhaps just narrow it down. And when you put it with the kind of lifestyle that you want to lead, you realize that, you know, the thing you wanted to do over here, number one, might end up being an entirely different sort of business, because when you marry it up with your lifestyle, it doesn't fit in. The first idea doesn't fit in.
So how do you keep yourself, well? And I understand you're in better health now. So you realize that some of the job, because of your situation, it was getting into your health, right? So
absolutely. Oh, my health was terrible. I ended up on antidepressants, migraine, severe migraine, and it almost came to the point where I couldn't really go to work at all. It was just all too much. And of course, if you're in that situation with stress, your office doesn't like that. The world is not built for people who can't cope with it, really. But I think then it was time to take a step back and think, how can I live life in a different way?
So I'm sure at that time you were thinking, you were going, work, and you were thinking what time it will end. And so it was getting too much on your mind all the time, right? So because the was gone, I guess the balance between your demand for your personal life was kind of getting worse with your health and so forth, right?
Well, my health, and then my mother needed requirements, and I've also got a husband who has his own issues with things, and it just all became too much. So when I started to look around for a different solution, and as I said, I met Valerie and learned this sort of process, I realised that you've got to decide, in order to go forward, you've got to decide what you want first. People often look at it the wrong way around and think, well, I've got to find a business or a different way of working. But it's got to slot in your life. It's like life first, work second, so that work becomes a joy rather than a chore.
Yeah, and that is important because, a lot of people don't realize that they are in and they are working, but they don't realize that how the work is impacting their health. And that's a very important topic. Occupational health, and they are kind of dragging into that, race, and they don't want to come out of that because, of course, they have to feed and, themselves and so forth.
Yeah.
But there's a good news. The good news is that if you think of, and like yourself, if you become a little more creative on that aspect, and then there is not only that you can find a way, but also actually help a lot of people, right? And so finances wise, I always say, we think that, we are the humans and we can feed, or we are responsible for each other or so forth, or money wise. But actually, that's the only species on this planet which is still hungry. And then you look at the birds and animals, they don't have currency and they don't have anything.
Okay.
but they are not hungry, they have very good food. So think of that, so it's not the end of the world, what I mean to say.
I understand. I think a lot of the time, Dr. Mabry, people have got to kind of to move forward, you've got to stop and take yourself out of your situation sometimes, because while you're in it, sitting on the train into work every day, you can't think straight. I think the first thing I'd suggest to people is they just take themselves, if they're in that position, right out and go and sit in the countryside if they can, and start to think differently. Because the whole process to make yourself happier is to think differently. And if you keep doing what you've always done, you'll get what you've always had, I think is a saying. And it's important that people, yes, we worry about money, but if you start to really think, what do I need the money for? Okay, you may have children, but are you, because you're unhappy, funding your lifestyle with going out, drinking, buying clothes, something to soothe the pain, really, often. And when you can realize, actually, what am I spending my money on? Sometimes you realize that perhaps you don't need it. Therefore, you need less money. to live on.
Mhm.
I think
So-
we can find we can live on a bit less than we think we can.
Yeah, and that's what probably brings us another discussion on COVID. So
Yes.
Okay, so tell us how COVID has changed some of the perspective in UK.
It's a lot of people have now lost their jobs. In fact, we had the most recent employment figures where people across the board have just lost their jobs, particularly in the hospitality world, which I think is the biggest thing. A lot of people are furloughed. I don't know if it's the same in the United States, but people are getting paid to stay in their job. But hospitality, I think, has just been decimated. So these people, God love them, have got to perhaps think in a different way. What can they use their hospitality skills in? Or can I look at life in a different way? It's terrible, really.
Yeah, and that is true. It really have decimated a lot of certain areas. Even in US, those restaurants, they're never gonna come back. There are so many chains. Absolutely. So that's but best. There's the best and the worst out of this. Best is we have each other, and people have appreciated more love of each other, caring for their family and friends, and so basically it comes down to basics and the most essential thing for somebody, and that's like yourself, you take care of your mom, and that's the most important thing. Same thing, a lot of people realize that they were not spending a lot of time. They were maybe on the road a lot, maybe now the business has slowed down. So it probably, it's, and then not to mention the environment, the pollution, less cars on the roads, right?
Yeah, I think Venice, isn't it? Venice has got clear canals for the very first time ever. So there are some positives, of course. Yes, there are very much. So.
And then you fish are back, in Venice. So fish are back, and then imagine that.
Sadly, we can't travel to Venice. I think that's.
So I think a lot of people don't realize, but there is some good, of course, coming. And not to mention, we were before, of course, we practice medicine, and we were always telling patients to wash their hands and ourselves, of course, but nobody would do it as much. But now everybody is washing.
Sure, yeah.
Everybody is washing hands. So imagine when we used to have flu before, we would say, wear mask if you're sick and so forth, but nobody would pay attention. Now everybody is, and you'll be realized. I don't know if you follow the figures in Australia. The flu was the mildest.
Yes, I have been watching that. Yes.
So the reason is because the same precautions, washing hand, mask, and distancing, applies to flu too. And other disease too.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
So
it's 10 times a day now.
I know. We all. So that is, I would say there is some, but if we think of beating COVID, actually you can beat with the basics. Okay, you don't need to be hand washing. Hand washing is basic technique. There's nothing. Social distancing and just covering. Those are the basic things. I mean, you can really beat a lot of disease by just the basics. You don't need to have a lot of medications or for that, right? So those are basic.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, I agree with you. It's difficult when you've got lots of people. I mean, in Britain, we've been really hammered with the pubs have closed in certain cities. Certain cities are worse than others, and so they've just said you can't go to the pub because you've got absolutely no control when you've had a few drinks, have you really? So it's probably the best option.
Well, there were actually the highest risk of COVID was spread from pubs and restaurants. So that's true. So those are the one probably were super spreaders in my opinion. Those were. So they cut that down, so people are doing less, but probably they're less drinking, hopefully not drinking too much at home either. So
Oh, I don't know. I think they've made it at home.
Okay, so it's the other way. And the other important thing is it also put an emphasis on health. So
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
a lot of health issues. People who have hypertension or they have also problem with their health, the diabetes, overweight, and so forth. They were the one actually having complications. So then again, it put emphasis on how well we take care of our health and, better sleep, of course. Sleeping actually, if you're sleeping less, and there was also study about, so of course, a lot of viral infection can happen also if you sleep less. So sleep is important. At the same stand for, diet and exercise. Those are right now very important in terms of your, overall, those oral health. So those are important things to consider when we talk about COVID, not only COVID, a lot of other problems.
I think as well that people working from home has helped in certain areas because it's perhaps lowered people's stress levels, no commuting, and it's a good thing in some areas and not so good in others, isn't it? It's good if you want to work from home and you don't have to go in the office. It's difficult if you've got a job where you can't work from home because that's very stressful, I would imagine. But my husband is now working from home and his stress levels are way down now.
Way down. But on the other hand, certain people, they are more stressful at home because now their spouse or family.
Yeah. Depends, isn't it? Yeah. If you've got children at home, it's a bit of a nightmare, isn't it? I suppose. But,
Yeah, well, yeah, and I think we had a couple of psychiatrists on our show, and they said it was like a pressure cooker before, and then there was safety valve, those jobs. But now those safety valves are gone, so they're cooking too much.
Yeah, and if you haven't got an office you can shut the door on, then you're really in trouble, aren't you? So
I know.
Yeah.
I know, but that is, like anything, you're right. Certain people, they were under more stress because they had to wake up on a certain time or commute for an hour or so, and then that would make it difficult. But overall, I think I would just go back to what you have said, is that, there is another life or which you can actually seek and do it if you look for it and be creative on that, and you can really find another source of income. Not only that, like yourself, right? So so tell us, what is your routine now? Do you have to get up early or?
No, it depends. It depends who I'm talking to. Sometimes if people are in Australia, I might have to, because that's 24 hours ahead. That could alter the day for me. But most of the time, if I'm talking to somebody in America or in Europe, then I can just, like today, it's 4:20. We had a conversation starting at 4:00, and that's perfect for me because my husband's now taking over my mum. He's finished his work for the day, and it's all okay. Occasionally, I have to kind of turn myself upside down, but generally, I'm at home and relaxed, really, and I'm kind of enjoying life as opposed to waking up and thinking I can't stand another day of this, really. So,
so that really got some of the better kind of avenue out of all this, so for sure. So tell us any final tips you have for our audience before this.
If people need to do something about their work life and want to learn to design their own job, then obviously head across to my website and look at the template because it'll give you the steps. But I want to emphasize to people, you really can change your life if you need to. You just have to take some time out and you've got to put some work in. It won't come to you, but if you really are determined, there is a way. You might not have as much money as you wanted to start with, and it might not all be. It takes time, but I would say look at yourself in a year's time and say, if I don't start today, in 12 months' time, will I look back and think, I wish I'd started that today? Because you're going to be in the same position in 12 months, probably. So
those are the ones. Yeah, that's true. There's another way of doing things, and it might not bring the same money, but still you'll be happier for sure. So
yeah, happiness and health. And we tend to be in a rut, and you need to just kind of learn to, you know, change the routine, change what you do things differently, and you'll be surprised what you can achieve, really.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it was a pleasure meeting you, and thank you for coming to our show. Thank you for talking to our audience.
All right, take care.
Take care, and give us feedback and so forth. Take care. Thank you.
Bye for now.
Bye. Bye.
This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you. 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 17 years time kept them away from the love, but the hand of faith brought them back again, yeah. By not taking it so and she couldn't remember. That's when Moby started dancing, the memories came back. A love from long ago, the feeling in their heart was a love set in stone, and nothing will tear this love apart. This is real love every time we touch. Through all the times that have come and gone. This is real love every time we touch. We still remember Cicada's love. This is real love, real love, real love, real love, real love, real love. We still remember Cicada's love. My heart has always been with you.
be with Lifestyle TV. Keep watching Lifestyle TV.
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Hello, my name is Gina Roberts, and I'm your Mrs. DC America 2020. You are watching Lifestyle TV USA, and I am...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we are fortunate to have great guest, Dr. Samina Ahmed, with us. Let's welcome Dr. Samina. How are you?
Hi, who's watching. Thank you so much, Dr. Mubashir, for having me here. I'm so excited.
Yes, and we are very excited because I think I was just checking your website too, and there is a lot of good information there, and we'll talk all one by one. But let's first ask you a couple of things about your journey. I know you are Iqbalian, so proud of that to see Iqbalian here. And then, in US, whenever we see any Iqbalian, we feel so connected always,
Definitely. When I found out that you and I have that connection, I was so happy because I haven't met a lot of Iqbalians physically. I have met them at the Apna convention, but usually, to just kind of bump into them like that, it's always a pleasure.
Yeah. So we will go one by one. Tell us about your journey from America College onwards. I know you've been involved with a lot of projects, so we'll start one by one and guide us about your journey.
So interestingly, for all the viewers as well, I'm somebody who likes being on a roller coaster more so than on a merry-go-round. Life has been a roller coaster. And I think as Dr. Mubashir is from, a field which talks about the mind and of course, is all about whatever we think too much, it manifests. So in my life, because I was looking out for that roller coaster, I think I've, Mubashir, lived 7 to 8 lives in one lifetime. And I'm not complaining. But the journey started, we started from Allama Iqbal Medical College. It was mostly, that passion to heal people and also to do social work. And it was, I wasn't too motivated initially to be a doctor, but my mother was the one, I think, who was more keen on me becoming a doctor. The typical South Asian parents who feel that bachcho ko doctor banna hai, and of course, that's the only field or profession we feel is really, has that validity. So that was also there. And started in internal medicine, moved on to pediatrics, and initially in Lahore and then in Karachi. And, a lot of focus was on social work, but during my OPD sort of encounters with patients, and you remember in Pakistan, we see literally 60 patients in a day. I remember most of them, were having problems with the gut. So that in a way was a field that really fascinated me. Nutrition, what to eat, how to eat, all that stuff. And I was getting a lot of doses of this nutrition knowledge from my home because my mom and dad were born in India. Mom was born in Shimla. My dad was born in Jalandhar. So, mom would say, don't eat the yellow lentils a lot. And that was my favorite, by the way, masoor ki dal. Dal chawal. She would say, ki nahi, agar zyada, if you eat them, the eyes will become weak. And I never understood that at that time. And then she would say, don't drink water after eating watermelons or stuff like that. Later, I discovered that this is all part of Ayurveda, which is a 5,000-year-old science. But at that time, I had no knowledge. I got married soon after doing my, I think it was my residency. And then I moved to Karachi. And within a span of literally 4 years, I had 3 boys.
Wow.
Don't listen to my family planning sort of things, because the reason I bring that is I was the first doctor in Pakistan who was used for family planning. So my friends used to make fun of me. Then why have they chosen you? You are like, look at you. You had no, at least, distance between the kids. So, but that's what happened. And then later on, we moved to the United States, my husband and me. But at that stage also, the reason I call my life a roller coaster is at the age of 18, I met my would-be husband, my fiance, Salman Ahmed. And he, I think, made me do medicine twice because he was not that keen on doing medicine. And he was doing it because my mother said he can't marry me till he becomes a doctor.
Oh, I did not know that.
So, Salman had to become a doctor mainly for that reason. But I was the one who was making all his practical books and notebooks, as you know, how many we have to do, right? So whenever there was a time to do a frog experiment, I had to do it twice, once for his book as well. But Salman's passion was cricket and music. So after we both graduated, my mother obviously was presented the qualification. She said yes to the marriage. And then it was his passion music which took over, and I supported him, and we started this biggest band in South Asia called Junoon.
Yeah. Yeah, and he was actually also very popular with Vital Signs, one of the founding members. And then, everybody loved him. And, and you're also, my class fellows happen to know you very well, and they had a lot of respect for you. And they said, she's really very nice as a physician and as a person, human being. So that's very important. And I think people can relate to that part of you very well. I have not known you for long, but I already get that sense that, what you're saying, what you are really into, passionate about, and your belief really shows that from your talk, and also from. So I was really intrigued by your website, as a lot of people talk about just wellness and health, but they don't follow, and they don't believe themselves. So that is very good that you went through training and passion, and also I saw that you work with a lot of here too. Did special training for that. So tell us about that experience.
So, interestingly, when I was practicing medicine and also looking at patients, there were certain observations which I think stayed with me. And one of them was the side effect of a lot of medicines. So as I wasn't a gastroenterologist. I mean, I wasn't a gynae woman where, as a gynecologist, you deliver a baby and then there's so much of happiness of presenting the baby to the parents and everybody's happy, or a surgeon where somebody comes with a lot of discomfort and you literally give them immediate relief. So as an internal medicine practitioner, what happens is people come with different kinds of diseases. Usually they are chronic. The acute ones are handled by the emergency people. But in the chronic cases of diabetes and heart disease and cancer, autoimmune and all, I just felt I was somebody who was providing a prescription to the patient constantly and, filling up their medicine bottles. It was more like a Band-Aid approach, that kind of a philosophy. And I mean, I do respect medicine, allopathic medicine, but I felt there was something missing. I think that's what made me move on to getting more curious about alternative medicine.
Yeah.
And I came to the US in 2002, and initially my major interest was to get into a medical sort of setting, so to do my USMLEs, get into a hospital. But certain incidents took place in my life also, which kind of moved me and motivated me to the holistic field. I was in encounters, at least 22 encounters in a plane, different ones, where a passenger became unwell and the pilot announced, "Is there a doctor on board?" And being a good Samaritan, I would be the first one to get up and say, "Yes, let me see what I can do." And, the positive side here is that I was able to take care of all those cases. But the question that came to my mind was, why is this happening again and again and again? I always knew I'm a healer and I know how to heal. And in Pakistan, most of my patients were very satisfied with what I did. And there was some kind of a belief system that also stayed where, I ran my clinic for almost 7 years in Karachi, but I didn't charge my patients. And the reason I didn't is because Salman became very famous at the age of 24. And I told him, "Salman, it's like a one life to live kind of deal. So if you are going to make the money, then me as your partner, I have to give it back. So it has to be that law of giving and receiving. We can't receive." So I think that also influenced my life. And slowly and gradually, I moved into the holistic field. And the interesting thing is, how did I get there? There were 2 times or 3 times when I wanted to literally take my exams, my USMLEs, but I was being prevented literally. I don't know if you've ever experienced that a roadblock comes. My mother became unwell and I was the only caretaker here in the US. 2 times that happened. And, things preventing you from where you want to move. So one day Mubashir, this is interesting. I sat in front of my laptop. And I was having a little conversation with the higher power saying, hey, I know you sent me here for a purpose. I know I have a purpose in life and I'm trying to find that. I know I'm a healer. I can heal. I know how to do this. So why are you preventing me from moving in that direction? And then I wrote down the one word which defines what my passion was, and it was nutrition. But I made it more as holistic nutrition, and many websites popped up. One of them was Institute of Integrative Nutrition in New York. I kind of clicked on that. I thought it was a course or a certification of 30, 40 people. And I joined it. When I arrived that day at this place, which was where Columbus Circle is, and it's the Time Warner building. I entered that and there were 700 people there from all over the world. And it turned out to be the biggest nutrition course affiliated with Columbia University. And I think my life changed from that conjecture. I got introduced to some amazing people like Andrew Weil, Dr. Andrew Weil, Deepak Chopra, Debbie Ford, and it was a Pandora box. I think holistic health or alternative medicine, it's like a big well. There's so much to discover and find out. So in the last 18 years that I've been here in the US, I have completed almost 20 certifications in Ayurvedic medicine, in energy medicine, in massage, and you name it. And nutrition mainly. Ayurvedic nutrition. I went to India also to study Panchakarma, which is a detoxification, it's like a detoxification experience where you literally detox yourself, mind, body, and spirit, following 5 different, like literally 5, kind of like 5 techniques. And, I think my life changed after that, like I said. And then I knew that missing link was that I was somebody who wanted to heal people more on a preventative level and try to reduce the number of hospitalizations. That's what was my, sort of passion that let me teach people how they can stay well as compared to falling ill so frequently.
Okay. So also tell us about your experience with Deepak Chopra. I know you've met Deepak, and he is really into all this holistic approach and so on. So tell me some of the tips or things you have learned from Deepak, or you would like us to know.
So Ayurvedic medicine is like a 5,000-year-old science, which originated in this, in the subcontinent area, India, Pakistan right now, but that area. And it teaches us that our body does not begin from here. Like Samina does not start from here, the skin. Samina is not just a physical body. She is a mind, body, and spirit. So think of it like an onion. You've got many layers. You have an outer layer. Your outermost layer is the environment.
Okay.
So if your environment is not healthy, you cannot be healthy.
Okay.
So it's a very important thing to understand. And the environment means not only keeping it clean, it's also pollution. It's also respect for nature, animals, trees, whatever is there. And it's your personal responsibility. So you have to keep that in, be mindful of that. And then you move in and you have this physical body, how do we get this body? Because of eating food and drinking water. So that's how you feed this. But then you go in deeper, and that's where your mind is. So the mind is literally your intelligence, your intellect, your ego, your knowledge, all that. And then you have to go beyond it to the innermost layer, which I think we don't have any time to really go into. And that is your soul or spirit. That is where you came from. So you do need a lot of meditation or a lot of time to really explore who you are. So I have to mention the biggest, Deepak taught me a lot of stuff, but what I took home was the 4 questions he taught me to ask during my meditation. And I learned primordial sound meditation, which is a very special kind of meditation. You know, there are too many kinds of meditation. There's visual, there is the transcendental meditation, and there is a walking meditation. So there are gazillion meditations, but he taught us primordial sound meditation, which really uses natural or nature sounds to go into a deep state. And the questions that he told me I should ask during my meditation, I think have brought me where I am right now. So I'll share those with you and the viewers. The questions were, who am I? So I'm supposed to go into meditative mode and ask myself 3 times, who am I? And it doesn't matter if the answers come or not. Who am I? 3 times with a gap of 5 seconds. And what do I want? What do I want? What do I want? What is my purpose in life? What is my purpose in life? What is my purpose in life? And what am I grateful for? What am I grateful for? What am I grateful for? So these are the questions I started asking myself during my training sessions and as I moved. And I was told that the answers would happen in my everyday life. So it wasn't as if I'll see Dalai Lama in this meditative experience or see some special entity or whatever, nothing like that. The magic happened in my real life when I would be traveling on a plane, hopefully where there was no serious incident, but I would meet somebody who would actually be beneficial in my journey, you know. Somebody, let's say like you, who meets me or calls me one day and says, Samina, I'd like to interview you, you know. And I didn't call you, I didn't find out where Mubashir is, who is Mubashir, whatever. But it's as if certain kinds of things start happening in your life which steer you towards your goal or try or expedite your goal. Because you are obviously focusing on something. And I think that focus, if it's also given during prayers, and it doesn't matter which faith tradition you come from, the whole principle is when you focus, it grows. And that's it. So focusing on something that you really want or desire will manifest, you know, into your life. And that's the biggest secret, I think, for me. And Ayurvedic medicine taught me what to eat, how to eat, where to eat, how to prepare foods properly so that they are beneficial to us. Then Ayurveda also taught me to eat with the seasons and to eat food which is nutritious, organic, and to also really respect the clock. You know, we have a biological clock inside us. There is an actual clock too, but we have stopped honoring our biological clock. So the tendency is to keep eating, not really being mindful that there is a time when you have to stop eating too. But we have actually, you and I studied medicine, and you know we have a satiety center. We've got it all programmed here, and it tells us when to stop eating, right? But guess what? If that'll only happen if we put the spoon down. Keep, you know, eating like that. How will it be? So we've become like animals. Animals have no satiety centers. So I think it's time to really go back and try to explore and find out all that knowledge which has existed. Because guess what? Modern medicine is 100 years old, but we've had sciences before that. People were around before that. So you've got Chinese traditional medicine, you've got Ayurveda, you have so much of other stuff. So what I tell people is, I'm like a construction worker. I've got a belt with tons of tools in it. When I meet my client or my patient, I'm going to pull out the tool that is required for that particular person. So my practice is personalized medicine. It's basically not like a cookie cutter solution that everybody gets Panadol for headache. The reason we don't do that is because your cause of headache is different from mine, and your experiences are different from mine. and you are not only a physical entity. So if I don't get to know about you, really about you, who you are, I will not be able to heal you. Unfortunately, our modern medicine system gives you only 10 minutes with a doctor. And because of that lack of time, the doctor is unable to connect with the patient. Mm-hmm. And a lot of problems are in the mind. Mm-hmm. You and I know that, disease does not just take place in the physical body, and disease does not appear because of something that happened yesterday. It's a whole sequence of events which have led to all those diseases when they do appear. And we can say that about autoimmune and cancers totally, Yeah. So my knowledge of modern medicine combined with Ayurveda is now giving me a 360-degree vision of how to heal a person.
No, that is very fascinating. I think a lot of good things, which is one is, every treatment and every thing has to be modified to or individualized to everyone. We cannot have one thing for everyone, so everybody is unique. And I say, everybody has a genetic code, and the medication, the intervention, as well as the disease manifests differently in everyone. We know that. So other thing is about circadian rhythm, and that's very true. Every cell has a clock, and how it communicates with the central clock, it's amazing. By my guess is because everything is better to it's easy to communicate if everything is organized. So, if you are organized and your biological rhythms are in harmony, then your rest of the body will follow. But if you are messing up and staying all night and just partying, and then your next day, so all your hormones are messed up too, because hormones has to be secreted at particular times. I mean, evening, night, or whatever time they have. But there's a sequence, and I think fascinating thing is also I tell a lot of my patients come with sleep problem, and I say, look outside and tell me any birds or any animals asking for pills to sleep. None. None, because they follow light. They follow light, sunlight, moon. They are so perfect. I mean, they'll wake up early morning and they are up, and before you wake up, you can hear their sounds, and then they are and everybody gets food. Every organism gets food. It's only humans we worry about because we worry about money, but we'll get to. It doesn't matter. We worry or not. So everybody will get some food no matter what. So I think that is so. And then we also work and try. I say, look at the birds and look at, if you try to feed them towards evening, they will not eat a lot. They will say, they'll maybe taste a little bit and leave. But on the other hand, we humans, we tend to overeat, really overeat. We think we are very smart, so we're going to really overeat all night. And then, in our country, they eat. I went to a wedding after many years, and I was surprised. They say we start eating after midnight. So what kind of rhythm is that? So I say, what kind of rhythm are you in? So they don't, finish their food till 2 o'clock, 1 or 2 o'clock at night. And I say, what time you'll go to bed? Okay, early morning. That's fine. But, what kind of life is that? So there's definitely way off on all the biological rhythm, way off on your, getting the positive vibes, positive energy from everywhere. We are only focused, unfortunately, the system is only focused on medication. Okay, there's a pill for everything known to mankind. But that does not answer any of the questions. It's just a Band-Aid. It's just a temporary fix. And then all these problem, lifestyle. So I'm so happy to hear from you all what I wanted to say. And I was smiling and said, well, she is already so experienced. So I can tell that, that she is going to exactly say what I thought of lifestyle. always. I mean, I don't have as many years experience on lifestyle as you, but I can sense that your experience speaks volume. So also tell us a little bit about your work. You have a great organization, and I'm gonna show audience about that organization. So tell us a little bit about that.
So Salman and I, we are avid social workers. We started our social work at a young age, around the age of 16. And I was active with my, at Allama Iqbal Medical College also, trying to work at the blood bank or do whatever I can. In Karachi, I adopted a particular, building and made it into a hospital and a small school. The school is still running, and it's in Korangi. There was always that desire to help out people. And I think I got that from my mother and father. Dad was in the army, and mom, was a homemaker. And she was, she's the one who taught us this discipline and this, this sensitivity, to have sensitivity for people, to feed the poor. And I think I take that from mom. I think feeding the poor was the first thing that was there in the mind. And then also feeding, like you said, Dr. Saab, the birds. The birds, she told me you need to put some food and water for the birds all the time. And I continue to do that here in the States as well. So my husband and I, we started a nonprofit here in the States because we'd come here and people knew about all the work we do. I had started a widows program in Pakistan as well. So during Ramadan, I would feed at least 110 widows were on our roster because there was a lot of violence in Karachi in the 90s, and many women lost their husbands. So they needed some kind of sustenance. Then in 2008 in the US, we started a nonprofit called Salman Samina Global Wellness Initiative. And we adopted a school in Mansehra for girls' education. And that school is still there in Mansehra, and we would, give them the books, the uniform, and pay for their academic education, because in that region, somehow the girls' education is not really given a lot of precedence. When the 2010 floods happened, so 2005 was the earthquake, and I remember in the 2005 earthquake, I was able to get somebody to make at least 100 tents because people lost their homes, and so we were able to actually get them made in China and then transport them to Pakistan, and also did fundraising, which was for the earthquake. But in 2010, when the floods happened, and I saw the devastation in that area, so I decided to visit, and I went around to rural areas around Karachi, 3 hours from Karachi. And I was able to find a village called Suleiman Malla. And over there, there was a woman who had twins, and
is more, so you can lower it.
Okay. Perfect.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we are fortunate to have great guests. Tyson, how do you say your first name, sir? Is that the correct one?
First name is Tyson. Yeah, it's
Tyson. Okay, great. Thank you for coming to our show. And he's SEO expert. So let's ask from our host. You tell me about what SEO means.
So SEO, what it stands for is search engine optimization, and what that means is that, as I was saying before we started, it's pretty easy to build a website these days, But the question is once you build it, how do you get people there? So that's what I do. There's certain ways that you can format things that Google can read it better, Google and other search engines, and certain types of content that you can provide that will get more people to come to your website, will get Google to rank you higher and everything like that. So that's what I do. I make websites as well, but my main thing is getting people to your website once you're up and running.
Okay. So what you're saying is anybody can make website, but there are certain portion in the website, how the internet reacts to that is what you help with, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. And I was just reading this morning. I mean, Google everything's going artificial intelligence. not just Google, but anything, pretty much everything, financial, everything. So Google is real big. In fact, they just released some statements and articles talking about how they're using this artificial intelligence now in just about 100% of their searches. They're even bringing it over into video so that the AI can better understand what your videos are about and everything of that nature, where they weren't able to before. So what I do is I help to format and provide content that Google can read, and then will put you above your competitors. So number one for Google is when they show a search, when you ask a question or look for a business and they show you, your top search options, they want to make sure to provide value, right? Because if they provide value and they show the customer, the person searching, something that they want to see, then guess what? They're going to come back to Google. So it's your job, or my job in this case, to make sure that the websites that I work on provide the most value to the customer. Okay. So with websites, a big one is blogs. I get the question, why do so many people do blogs? What's the deal with blogs? Well, it does two things. One, it makes it so that your customer gets that value, right? They can come to your website. Not only are you trying to sell them something, but you are giving them something for free. You're giving them knowledge. You're putting the ball in their court, and that makes them feel like you care more. You're not just shoving an idea down their throat. And two, Google sees that. They see the content behind that, and they say, hey, this website, this business, they know a little bit more. They're taking this the extra step, and those are the type of things that are going to get you ranked. Now, it's a very simple way of putting it, but I mean that's what I do is I build up that content, build up the descriptions, build up those blog posts to get Google to see you better and rank you better.
So what you're saying is if you update, also there's also like how many times you update your website. Also, it helps to kind of bring it, because it's a current thing. You can upload the new pictures, right? Or so blogging is one, pictures probably another. So let's see if this is a website. It has a header. So as soon as the front page opens up, it reads, the AI reads what parts they're gonna read out of that.
So first of all is your URL. That used to be the giant one, and there was a lot of focus towards that. There's a little bit less focus towards the URL these days, but if you can fit a keyword in there, then that's definitely better for you. But when you're looking at it on a page by page basis and on a website basis, it's going to be your title tag to start off with. So your main title on your main page, your home page, main title, that's your gold real estate right there. So you want to make sure not to throw that away. There's a lot of research that goes into that heading. From there, you'll have your title. You have your first description, which you're going to want to have your keywords in there, your first paragraph heading. And then you're going to break it down. The way I like to describe it is Google looks at it like, do you remember doing like outlines in high school? Did you have to do like outlines for papers? And you write down your heading, and then, you'd indent and put number one, you'd have your subheading, and you have subheading, A, B, C, but below that. That's how Google reads your website. So your heading is one of your main points. And then from there, that's your H1 tag. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then you got H2, H3, H4, 5, and so on. And then you'll have your list below that and everything. So Google reads your website much like it is an outline for a paper.
Okay, so it has this algorithm. So it's gonna, of course, it doesn't have that kind of reading to the details, but are there some buzzwords which are like, hashtag words, in Twitter, and are those like buzzwords kind of synchronize any website? So let's say if you put those more buzzwords on the first page, it's gonna hit multiple angles. Is that how it is?
Partially, yes. And so keywords or buzzwords, what I'll do, the first thing that I'll do when I look at an industry, okay, so say I'm doing like auto parts, okay, I'm working with an auto parts store. Okay. Obviously, if they're a local store, like I live in Medford, Oregon, auto parts, Medford, Oregon, stuff like that. That's what people are going to be typing in. Now, I have tools that I can analyze how often people type in a certain keyword. So I can look up in an area, I can see how often people type in that keyword there, and I can tell what the most sought after keywords are. Mm-hmm. I can then go in and I can analyze the competitors that are already there. I can analyze competitor websites and find out what keywords they're ranking for, see how they're doing it on their website. And then what I would do is I would go back to my client and say, okay, here's what people are searching. Okay. Because I can find the exact terms. We'll include those exact terms into your website, into your pages, into your blogs. We'll also do sub terms, right? So if I'm looking for, if I'm doing, auto parts Medford, Oregon, I'm also going to do auto parts Medford OR. I'm also going to do auto parts Medford. I'm also going to do auto parts near me, right? So I'm gonna fit in all these sub, without spamming. You don't want to make it spammy. You want to make it read well for your customer. That's number one. But you want to make sure that Google has these keywords. So you pick your main keyword, which goes in your heading, and then you pick your sub keywords below that. And by doing that research, knowing what people are searching for, and just going a little bit above and beyond what your competitors are going, that's how you rank. Did that answer that question?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So they look at that, and then so what are so one will be the buzzwords, put it in, and then it doesn't matter how easy it is put in. Like, is there an algorithm? Certain AI will look at the way it is put in. Even let's say even you got those buzzwords. Are they like certain orders, or do they go by certain parameters? How does it work?
It is. Now, those parameters are becoming looser with artificial intelligence because Google really is starting to be. Medford, Oregon was my main keyword, right? I'm going to put that in my heading, in my H1 heading. I'm then going to write, a little paragraph regarding that, okay, where I mentioned auto parts in Medford, Oregon, find the best discount auto parts, because, if I look it up and find out that people are typing in discount auto parts as well, I'm going to, find the best discount auto parts. That's going to be a sub keyword, right? And then I'm going to break it down into subheadings below that. That's why when you see a blog or you see a website that's done well, you'll see a lot of titles. And then you'll see title, description, title, description. It's not written like a normal article, and it's not written like a normal article because Google reads it in these sections. It doesn't read it. It sees the whole thing, but it really breaks it down in these sections. And that's why you have to let them know what is going on in each individual part of your article, because they're even taking out to answer people's questions. You know how when you ask a question in Google and you type it in, you're now getting like one main answer at the top. Okay. That's a rich snippet. And so with those rich snippets, Google is now being able to pick out individual little pieces of your article, of your page, of your product, and post those as the answer to these questions. And so it's really important to format and to segment all of your text that way, so that Google can use the pieces that it needs to put you in the most places possible.
Okay. Also, one more question. We talk about, because machines are machine, artificial intelligence is artificial. So let's say as somebody is looking for a certain part, the way it is put in, if it hits multiple angles quickly, would that rank higher, or it get confused? It can't decide between, where to rank it. Would that be like a confusing computer, or would like a straight answer would be better than kind of 3D view?
Yeah. And so, and that is the important part. What I will normally do is for each page, okay, I'll pick one main keyword, and then I'll really hit like 3 to 5 sub keywords off of that, but I won't do it if I can't work it in naturally, right? So I'm not just going to put other auto parts or other things that don't really work into the text that make it hard for either the viewer or, Google's AI to understand. I'm always going to go customer experience and what makes sense over throwing in keywords and SEO. Does that answer it? I think I think what one other part on that might be that also if my website, like let's say somebody is looking up a timing belt for their car, right? Okay, so they search timing belt. If I have more products on my website, right? Like say one company has timing belts and 20 other products, say I have 50 other products, and the descriptions for my products are better, and I have a blog that talks about those products, Google is going to bring up my page for that product. Now it's not going to bring up my whole website. They're real good. So they'll show the customer the proper page that they want to see, but having more that makes sense is always an advantage. And that's why I'm so big on blogs, because it allows you to add more content in there that's good for your customers and good for Google. So when they search a specific thing like that, your specific thing will come up over somebody else's.
Okay. Also, what about those, a lot of people are working through smartphones. So is the algorithm different for smartphone versus desktop?
It is. I'm not sure that it's different. It's more precise, right? Speed is everything. Especially when somebody's on their phone, they want it right now. And so that's something we haven't touched on. That's actually a big one. Your website needs to move quickly, right? So one of the things that I'll do is I'll take photos and I'll make sure that all the photos are optimized and compressed down to the smallest size possible, with still having a good quality. Because if it takes Google a long time to load your website, especially on mobile, they're not going to show it to you. I don't care how good it is. So speed is really important. And it's actually one of the first things that I do when I analyze a website is to do a speed check. So yeah, with mobile, they're real big on that. Sizing, you definitely like when I make a website, I make it for mobile first, right? Because I know that pretty much no matter what the industry is, at least 70% of the people that view my website, my business, whatever, it's going to be on mobile. So I'm going to optimize everything for that first, and Google seeing that is definitely an advantage. I mean, they definitely lean a lot more towards mobile than they do desktop, just because of the percentage of searches in that way.
So what you're saying is kind of configure out for the mobile website and then kind of work for more maybe. So I mean, most of these have a mobile version, and then they have the regular version. Do you think that having app helps?
Having an app? Yeah, if it's relevant to your business, right? If it's not just something that you're spamming people with, right? If your app provides information, or if it provides something enjoyable, if it provides some sort of benefit to the customer besides, or even if it's an easier ordering system through your business for ordering products, whatever it is, it has to provide a value. If it provides a value, then yes, it is definitely an advantage. And the more platforms, the more ways that you can have your name on the internet through backlinks on other websites, through social media platforms, through blogs, things of that nature, the better off you are as well. So if you have an app out there that people are looking at that's providing people to the customer, and that app links back to your website, Google will recognize that, it'll put them together, and it will benefit you, in multiple ways.
And what about social media? So if somebody's on Facebook, Twitter, and all that, yes, would that help the business?
So it does. Now here's I think social media is going to get real fun for someone like me here real soon, because social media has always been kind of a separate thing. In other words, yes, it's a great tool to directly talk to customers and get them to your website, but it hasn't really directly affected your SEO. It hasn't affected your Google rankings, how you do things in your social media, right? So I'm very particular in how I format things for websites, but not as particular for how I format things for social media, because it's not looked at the same. I think that's going to change. And a lot of other SEO people are thinking the same thing. Google has alluded to it, but it's not. We're not quite there yet. But I think my opinion is, and some other people as well, that that's the way that it's heading. So with your posts, with everything like that, like if I write, what I'm going to start doing, and I'm glad we're talking about this, because my new approach to social media is going to be when I write a blog, like I just wrote one for SEO Medford, Oregon, where I'm from, right? Okay, I'm then going to take that, I'm going to post that blog on social media, I'm going to title it SEO Medford, Oregon, and I'm going to put a little blurb with 1 to 2 sub keywords, right? So I'm going to do my Facebook post in a much more segmented way, but in the same format that I'm going to do my website posts. Because I think that Google, and they've kind of alluded to it, that they are going to start looking at your social media for search engine purposes as well.
So you think then it does die somewhere? So if maybe it probably is AI thing too. Yeah, if there's a business, it can verify on the social media aspect, and it can verify the regular Google or maybe Yahoo or whatever website you're using. And so if you're on 2-3 different sites, maybe it is more favorable that, it can say, yeah, this is the legit kind of person or business, right?
Exactly. Yeah, they want to make sure you're not fly by night. Anybody can set up a business, which is great, but it also makes for just a lot of junk out there. There's a lot of businesses that lasted a month and person got bored and moved on. I've started some in the past myself, So, but Google wants to make sure that you're not that. So, I mean, part of it too is like, they want to make sure, they want to know you've been around for a year. You can rank before a year, you can rank within a month of having your website. But really, I mean, the longer you're on there, the more Google's willing to say, okay, we're really going to put this company in front of people because they're here, they're signed up on these different sites, they have these different platforms. We know that they're going to stay. We know that they keep, you mentioned updating your content earlier, and, updating your website, incredibly important. Google wants to know that you're going to be on it. You're going to be here every day. You're going to be working with your business. You're going to be adding to the conversation, and so as long as you're doing that, then you'll be good.
Okay. So another thing is, what about other search engine? I know the Google is one, but those Yahoo and Google is really monopolizing and pushing social media and like other out of the business pretty much. I mean, they need a monopoly.
Yeah, and I say Google. I really use Google as an overall term for search just because of how powerful they are in search. But when I say Google, I really mean all of the search engines. I know actually we talk about social media. Bing does actually give credit to their social media, right? So Bing will actually look at your social media more to do with your search. So they will actually add more of your whole package in there. So it does make a difference. I tend, especially until we really have a website dialed in, I tend to just really look at Google guidelines and go off of that because I know that that's where the majority of search is going to be, and that's where I'm going to focus the client and start on.
Okay, well, thank you for coming, and it was very valuable for me and listeners. So tell us any final thoughts or messages, and you can also tell about if somebody wants your services, how to reach.
Yeah, you can, so Tyson with an A, TYSAN SEO.com. I have a blog on there that has free information. I'm always adding to it. I also do a free consultation. So if you have any questions, if you want me to just go over your website, I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to take a look. If I can just add one thing to look out for, people are still trying to trick Google. So if you do look for an SEO company, okay, no matter who it is, if somebody tells you they're going to get 1,000 backlinks in a week or a month or something like that, please don't do it. Because the one thing that I see the most that I think is going to destroy businesses as AI takes over is that companies are setting up fake website networks to build up backlinks and add power basically to these websites. If you get involved in one of those, which is a very large percentage of people doing SEO and backlinks, it's a chance that as Google implements AI more, which they're doing a ton this year, it may very drastically damage your website. And so it's a message I try to get out there because I see it happening so much, and I think it's going to be so damaging. So Not to end with something negative, but I think it's something that if people are thinking about this, I think it's something they should really pay attention to. It's really important. But other than that, thank you for having me on. I really appreciate this. If you have any questions or if anybody has any questions, please let me know. I'm happy to answer them. I'm happy to chat about SEO.
Thank you for coming to our show. It was a pleasure, and keep watching our show and also give us feedback. Thank you. So thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Take care.
वक्फा बराए अजान। Azan brought to you by Shahnawaz Palace, Down Travel, Dhoom Restaurant, Crescent Accounting, Woodhaven Manor, Shafiq CPA, and Hamza Studio.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله.
عن جابر بن عبد الله أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال: من قال حين يسمع النداء: اللهم رب هذه الدعوة التامة